6. I came out of the presbytery with 3 books under my arm. I had hoped that I could begin taking instructions at once, but the pastor had told me to read these books, and pray, and think and see how I felt about it in a week or 10 days' time. I did not argue with him, but the hesitation that had been in my mind only an hour or so before seemed to have vanished so completely that I was astonished and a little abashed at this delay. So it was arranged that I should come in the evenings, twice a week. "Father Moore will be your instructor," said the pastor. There were 4 assistants at Corpus Christi, but I guessed that Father Moore was going to be the one whom I had heard preaching the sermon on the divinity of Christ, and, as a matter of fact, he was the one who, in the designs of Providence, had been appointed for this work of my salvation. If people had more appreciation of what it means to be converted from rank, savage paganism, from the spiritual level of a cannibal or of an ancient Roman, to the living faith and to the church, they would not think of catechism as something trivial or unimportant. Usually the word suggests the matter-of-course instructions that children have to go through before First Communion and Confirmation. Even where it is a matter of course, it is one of the most tremendous things in the world, this planting of the Word of God in a soul. It takes a conversion to really bring this home. I was never bored. I never missed an instruction, even when it cost me the sacrifice of some of my old amusements and attractions, which had such a strong hold over me, and, while I had been impatient of delay from the moment I had come to that first sudden decision, I now began to burn with desire for baptism, and to throw out hints and try to determine when I would be received into the church. My desire became much greater still, by the end of October, for I made the mission with the men of the parish, listening twice a day to sermons by 2 Paulist fathers and hearing Mass and kneeling at benediction before the Christ who was gradually revealing himself to me. When the Sermon on Hell began, I was naturally making mental comparisons with the one in Joyce's portrait of the artist and reflecting on it in a kind of detached manner, as if I were a third and separate person watching myself hearing this sermon and seeing how it affected me. As a matter of fact, this was the sermon which should have done me the most good and did, in fact, do so. My opinion is that it is a very extraordinary thing for anyone to be upset by such a topic. Why should anyone be shattered by the thought of hell? It is not compulsory for anyone to go there. Those who do so by their own choice, and against the will of God, and they can only get into hell by defying and resisting all the work of providence and grace. It is their own will that takes them there, not God's. In damning them he is only ratifying their own decision, a decision which he has left entirely to their own choice. Nor will he ever hold our weakness alone responsible for our damnation. Our weakness should not terrify us, it is the source of our strength. Libuter gloriaber in infirmitatibus meis ut inhabitat in me virtus Christi. Power is made perfect in infirmity, and our very helplessness is all the more potent a claim on that divine mercy who calls to himself the poor, the little ones, the heavily burdened. My reaction to the Sermon on Hell was, indeed, what spiritual writers call confusion, but it was not the hectic, emotional confusion that comes from passion and from self-love. It was a sense of quiet sorrow and patient grief at the thought of these tremendous and terrible sufferings which I deserved and into which I stood a very good chance of entering, in my present condition, but at the same time, the magnitude of the punishment gave me a special and particular understanding of the greatness of the evil of sin. But the final result was a great deepening and awakening of my soul, a real increase in spiritual profundity and an advance in faith and love and confidence in God, to whom alone I could look for salvation from these things. And therefore I all the more earnestly desired baptism. I went to Father Moore after the Sermon on Hell and said that I hoped he was going to baptize me really soon. He laughed, and said that it would not be much longer. By now, it was the beginning of November. Meanwhile, there had been another thought, half forming itself in the back of my mind, an obscure desire to become a priest. This was something which I tended to hold separate from the thought of my conversion, and I was doing my best to keep it in the background. I did not mention it either to Father Ford or Father Moore, for the chief reason that in my mind it constituted a kind of admission that I was taking the thought more seriously than I wanted to. It almost amounted to a first step towards application for admission to a seminary. However, it is a strange thing, there was also in my mind a kind of half-formed conviction that there was one other person I should consult about becoming a priest before I took the matter to the rectory. This man was a layman, and someone I had never yet seen, and it was altogether strange that I should be inclined so spontaneously to put the matter up to him, as if he were the only logical one to give me advice. In the end, he was the one I first consulted, I mean, the one from whom I first seriously asked advice, for I had long been talking about it to my friends, before I came around to him. This man was Daniel Walsh, about whom I had heard a great deal from Lax and Gertie. Gertie had taken his course on St. Thomas Aquinas in the Graduate School of Philosophy, and now as the new school year began, my attention centered upon this one course. It had nothing directly to do with my preparation for the exams for the MA degree in January. By now degrees and everything else to do with a university career had become very unimportant in comparison with the one big thing that occupied my mind and all my desires. I registered for the course, and Dan Walsh turned out to be another one of those destined in a providential way to shape and direct my vocation. For it was he who pointed out my way to the place where I now am. When I was writing about Columbia and its professors, I was not thinking of Dan Walsh, and he really did not belong to Columbia at all. He was on the faculty of the Sacred Heart College at Manhattanville, and came to Columbia twice a week to lecture on St. Thomas and Duns Scotus. His class was a small one and was, as far as Columbia was concerned, pretty much of an academic bypath. And that was in a sense an additional recommendation. It was off that broad and noisy highway of pragmatism which leads between its banks of artificial flowers to the gates of despair. Walsh himself had nothing of the supercilious self-assurance of the ordinary professor. He did not need this frail and artificial armor for his own insufficiency. He did not need to hide behind tricks and vanities any more than Mark Van Doren did. He never even needed to be brilliant. In his smiling simplicity he used to efface himself entirely in the solid and powerful mind of St. Thomas. Whatever brilliance he allowed himself to show forth in his lectures was all thrown back upon its source, the angel of the schools. Dan Walsh had been a student and collaborator of Gilson's and knew Gilson and Maritang well. In fact, later on he introduced me to Maritang at the Catholic Book Club, where this most saintly philosopher had been giving a talk on Catholic action. I only spoke a few conventional words to Maritang, but the impression you got from this gentle, stooping Frenchman with much grey hair, was one of tremendous kindness and simplicity and godliness. And that was enough. You did not need to talk to him. I came away feeling very comforted that there was such a person in the world, and confident that he would include me in some way in his prayers. But Dan himself had caught a tremendous amount of this simplicity and gentleness and godliness too, and perhaps the impression that he made was all the more forceful because his square jaw had a kind of potential toughness about it. Yet no, there he sat, this little, stocky man, who had something of the appearance of a good-natured prize fighter, smiling and talking with the most childlike delight and cherubic simplicity about the Summa Theologica. His voice was low and, as he spoke, he half apologetically searched the faces of his hearers for signs of understanding and, when he found it, he seemed surprised and delighted. I very quickly made friends with him, and told him all about my thesis and the ideas I was trying to work with, and he was very pleased. And one of the things he sensed at once was something that I was far from being able to realize, but it was that the bent of my mind was essentially Augustinian. I had not yet followed Brahmachary's advice to read St. Augustine, and I did not take Dan's evaluation of my ideas as having all the directive force that was potentially in it, for it did not even come clothed in suggestion or advice. Of course, to be called Augustinian by a Thomist might not in every case be a compliment. But coming from Dan Walsh, who was a true Catholic philosopher, it was a compliment indeed. For he, like Gilson, had the most rare and admirable virtue of being able to rise above the petty differences of schools and systems, and seeing Catholic philosophy in its wholeness, in its variegated unity, and in its true Catholicity. In other words, he was able to study St. Thomas and St. Bonaventure and Duns Scotus side by side, and to see them as complementing and reinforcing one another, as throwing diverse and individual light on the same truths from different points of view, and thus he avoided the evil of narrowing and restricting Catholic philosophy and theology to a single school, to a single attitude, a single system. I pray to God that there may be raised up more like him in the Church and in our universities, because there is something stifling and intellectually deadening about textbooks that confine themselves to giving a superficial survey of the field of philosophy according to Thomist principles and then discard all the rest in a few controversial objections. Indeed, I think it a great shame and a danger of no small proportions, that Catholic philosophers should be trained in division against one another, and brought up to the bitterness and smallness of controversy, because this is bound to narrow their views and dry up the unction that should vivify all philosophy in their souls. Therefore, to be called an Augustinian by Dan Walsh was a compliment, in spite of the traditional opposition between the Thomist and Augustinian schools, Augustinian being taken not as confined to the philosophers of that religious order, but as embracing all the intellectual descendants of St. Augustine. It is a great compliment to find oneself numbered as part of the same spiritual heritage as St. Anselm, St. Bernard, St. Bonaventure, Hugh, and Richard of St. Victor, and Duns Scotus also. And from the tenor of his course, I realized that he meant that my bent was not so much towards the intellectual, dialectical, speculative character of Thomism, as towards the spiritual, mystical, voluntaristic, and practical way of St. Augustine and his followers. His course and his friendship were most valuable in preparing me for the step I was about to take. But as time went on, I decided to leave the notion of becoming a priest out of the way for the time being. So I never even mentioned it to Dan in those days. As November began, my mind was taken up with this one thought, of getting baptized and entering at last into the supernatural life of the Church. In spite of all my studying and all my reading and all my talking, I was still infinitely poor and wretched in my appreciation of what was about to take place within me. I was about to set foot on the shore at the foot of the high, seven-circled mountain of a purgatory steeper and more arduous than I was able to imagine, and I was not at all aware of the climbing I was about to have to do. The essential thing was to begin the climb. Baptism was that beginning, and a most generous one, on the part of God. For, although I was baptized conditionally, I hope that His mercy swallowed up all the guilt and temporal punishment of my 23 black years of sin in the waters of the font, and allowed me a new start. But my human nature, my weakness, and the cast of my evil habits still remain to be fought and overcome. Towards the end of the first week in November, Father Moore told me I would be baptized on the 16th. I walked out of the rectory that evening happier and more contented than I had ever been in my life. I looked at a calendar to see what saint had that day for a feast, and it was marked for Saint Gertrude. It was only in the last days before being liberated from my slavery to death, that I had the grace to feel something of my own weakness and helplessness. It was not a very vivid light that was given to me on the subject, but I was really aware, at last, of what a poor and miserable thing I was. On the night of the 15th of November, the eve of my baptism and first communion, I lay in my bed awake and timorous for fear that something might go wrong the next day. And to humiliate me still further, as I lay there, Fear came over me that I might not be able to keep the Eucharistic fast. It only meant going from midnight to 10 o'clock without drinking any water or taking any food, yet all of a sudden this little act of self-denial, which amounts to no more, in reality, than a sort of an abstract token, a gesture of goodwill, grew in my imagination until it seemed to be utterly beyond my strength, as if I were about to go without food and drink for 10 days, instead of 10 hours. I had enough sense left to realize that this was one of those curious psychological reactions with which our nature, not without help from the devil, tries to confuse us and avoid what reason and our will demand of it, and so I forgot about it all and went to sleep. In the morning, when I got up, having forgotten to ask Father Moore if washing your teeth was against the Eucharistic fast or not, I did not wash them, and, facing a similar problem about cigarettes, I resisted the temptation to smoke. I went downstairs and out into the street to go to my happy execution and rebirth. The sky was bright and cold. The river glittered like steel. There was a clean wind in the street. It was one of those fall days full of life and triumph, made for great beginnings, and yet I was not altogether exalted, for there were still in my mind these vague, half-animal apprehensions about the externals of what was to happen in the church. Would my mouth be so dry that I could not swallow the host? If that happened, what would I do? I did not know. Gertie joined me as I was turning into Broadway. I do not remember whether Ed Rice caught up with us on Broadway or not. Lax and Seymour came after we were in church. Ed Rice was my godfather. He was the only Catholic among us, the only Catholic among all my close friends. Lax, Seymour, and Gertie were Jews. They were very quiet, and so was I. Rice was the only one who was not cowed or embarrassed or shy. The whole thing was very simple. First of all, I knelt at the altar of Our Lady where Father Moore received my abjuration of heresy and schism. Then we went to the baptistry, in a little dark corner by the main door. I stood at the threshold. "Quid paris ab ecclesia Dei?" asked Father Moore. "Fidem. Fides quid tibi prestat. Vitam aeternam." Then the young priest began to pray in Latin, looking earnestly and calmly at the page of the ritual through the lenses of his glasses. And I, who was asking for eternal life, stood and watched him, catching a word of the Latin here and there. He turned to me. "Abrenuntius Satani." In a triple vow I renounced Satan and his pomps and his works. "Dost thou believe in God the Father Almighty, Creator of heaven and earth?" Credo. "Dost thou believe in Jesus Christ his only Son, who was born, and suffered?" Credo. "Dost thou believe in the Holy Spirit, in the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the remission of sins, the resurrection of the body and eternal life?" Credo. What mountains were falling from my shoulders! What scales of dark night were peeling off my intellect, to let in the inward vision of God and His truth. But I was absorbed in the liturgy, and waiting for the next ceremony. It had been one of the things that had rather frightened me, or rather, which frightened the legion that had been living in me for 23 years. Now the priest blew into my face. He said, "Exio, spiritus immundo. Depart from him, thou impure spirit, and give place to the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete." It was the exorcism. I did not see them leaving, but there must have been more than 7 of them. I had never been able to count them. Would they ever come back? Would that terrible threat of Christ be fulfilled, that threat about the man whose house was clean and garnished, only to be reoccupied in the first devil and many others worse than himself? The priest, and Christ in him, for it was Christ that was doing these things through his visible ministry, in the sacrament of my purification, breathed again into my face. "Thomas, receive the good Spirit through this breathing, and receive the blessing of God." Peace be with thee. Then he began again to pray, and signed me with crosses, and presently came the salt which he put on my tongue, the salt of wisdom, that I might have the savour of divine things, and finally he poured the water on my head, and named me Thomas, if thou be not already baptized. After that, I went into the confessional, where one of the other assistants was waiting for me. I knelt in the shadows. Through the dark, close-meshed wire of the grill between us, I saw Father McGuff, his head bowed, and resting on his hand, inclining his ear towards me. Poor man, I thought. He seemed very young and he had always looked so innocent to me that I wondered how he was going to identify and understand the things I was about to tell him. But one by one, that is, species by species, as best I could, I tore out all those sins by their roots, like teeth. Some of them were hard, but I did it quickly, doing the best I could to approximate the number of times all these things had happened. There was no counting them, only guessing. I did not have any time to feel how relieved I was when I came stumbling out, as I had to go down to the front of the church where Father Moore would see me and come out to begin his, and my, Mass. But ever since that day, I have loved confessionals. Now he was at the altar, in his white vestments, opening the book. I was kneeling right at the altar rail. The bright sanctuary was all mine. I could hear the murmur of the priest's voice, and the responses of the server, and it did not matter that I had no one to look at, so that I could tell when to stand up and kneel down again, for I was still not very sure of these ordinary ceremonies. But when the little bells were rung I knew what was happening. And I saw the raised host, the silence and simplicity with which Christ once again triumphed, raised up, drawing all things to himself, drawing me to himself. Presently the priest's voice was louder, saying the Pater Noster. Then, soon, the server was running through the confiteor in a rapid murmur. That was for me. Father Moore turned around and made a big cross in absolution, and held up the little host. Behold the Lamb of God, behold him who taketh away the sins of the world. And my first communion began to come towards me, down the steps. I was the only one at the altar rail. Heaven was entirely mine, that heaven in which sharing makes no division or diminution. But this solitariness was a kind of reminder of the singleness with which this Christ, hidden in the small host, was giving himself for me, and to me, and, with himself, the entire Godhead and Trinity, a great new increase of the power and grasp of their indwelling that had begun only a few minutes before at the font. I left the altar rail and went back to the pew where the others were kneeling like four shadows, four unrealities, and I hid my face in my hands. In the temple of God that I had just become, the one eternal and pure sacrifice was offered up to the God dwelling in me, the sacrifice of God to God, and me sacrificed together with God, incorporated in his incarnation. Christ born in me, a new Bethlehem, and sacrificed in me, his new Calvary, and risen in me, offering me to the Father, in himself, asking the Father, my Father, and his, to receive me into his infinite and special love, not the love he has for all things that exist, for mere existence is a token of God's love, but the love of those creatures who are drawn to him in and with the power of his own love for himself. For now I had entered into the everlasting movement of that gravitation which is the very life and spirit of God, God's own gravitation towards the depths of his own infinite nature, his goodness without end. And God, that center who is everywhere, and whose circumference is nowhere, finding me, through incorporation with Christ, incorporated into this immense and tremendous gravitational movement which is love, which is the Holy Spirit, loved me. And he called out to me from his own immense depths. 2. The waters of contradiction. How beautiful and how terrible are the words with which God speaks to the soul of those he has called to himself, and to the promised land which is participation in his own life, that lovely and fertile country which is the life of grace and glory, the interior life, the mystical life. They are words lovely to those who hear and obey them, but what are they to those who hear them without understanding or response? For the land which thou goest to possess is not like the land of Egypt from whence thou earnest out, where, when the seed is sown, waters are brought in to water it after the manner of gardens. But it is a land of hills and plains, expecting rain from heaven. And the Lord thy God doth always visit it, and his eyes are on it from the beginning of the year unto the end thereof. If then you obey my commandments, which I command you this day, that you love the Lord your God and serve him with all your heart, and with all your soul. He will give to your land the early rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your corn, and your wine, and your oil, and your hay out of the fields to feed your cattle, and that you may eat and be filled. Beware lest perhaps your heart be deceived and you depart from the Lord and serve strange gods and adore them, and the Lord being angry shut up heaven and the rain come not down, nor the earth yield her fruit, and you perish quickly from the excellent land which the Lord will give you. I had come, like the Jews, through the Red Sea of baptism. I was entering into a desert, a terribly easy and convenient desert, with all the trials tempered to my weakness, where I would have a chance to give God great glory by simply trusting and obeying him, and walking in the way that was not according to my own nature and my own judgment. And it would lead me to a land I could not imagine or understand. It would be a land that was not like the land of Egypt from which I had come out, the land of human nature blinded and fettered by perversity and sin. It would be a land in which the work of man's hands and man's ingenuity counted for little or nothing, but where God would direct all things, and where I would be expected to act so much and so closely under his guidance that it would be as if he thought with my mind, as if he willed with my will. It was to this that I was called. It was for this that I had been created. It was for this Christ had died on the cross, and for this that I was now baptized, and had within me the living Christ, melting me into himself in the fires of his love. This was the call that came to me with my baptism, bringing with it a most appalling responsibility if I failed to answer it. Yet, in a certain sense, it was almost impossible for me to hear and answer it. Perhaps it demanded a kind of miracle of grace for me to answer it at once, spontaneously, and with complete fidelity, and, oh, what a thing it would have been if I had done so. For it was certainly true that the door into immense realms was opened to me on that day. And that was something I could not help realizing, however obscurely and vaguely. The realization, indeed, was so remote and negative that it only came to me by way of contrast with the triviality and bathos of normal human experience, the talk of my friends, the aspect of the city, and the fact that every step down Broadway took me further and further into the abyss of anticlimax. Father Moore had caught us just as we were going out the door and rushed us into the rectory for breakfast, and that was a good thing. It had something of the character of my good mother, the church, rejoicing at having found her lost groat. We all sat around the table and there was nothing incongruous about the happiness I then felt at all this gaiety, because charity cannot be incongruous with itself, and certainly everybody was glad at what had been done, first of all myself and Father Moore, and then, in different degrees, Lax, Gertie, Seymour, and Rice. But after that we went out, and discovered that we had nowhere to go. This eruption of the supernatural had upset the whole tenor of a normal, natural day. It was after 11 o'clock, and nearly time for lunch, and we had just had breakfast. How could we have lunch? And if, at 12 o'clock, we did not have lunch, what was there for us to do? And then once and for all, the voice that was within me spoke again, and I looked once again into the door which I could not understand, into the country that was meaningless because it was too full of meanings that I could never grasp. The land which thou goest to possess is not like the land of Egypt from whence thou earnest out. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor your ways my ways, saith the Lord. Seek the Lord while he may be found, call upon him while he is near. Why do you spend money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which doth not satisfy you? I heard all this, and yet somehow I seemed not to be able to grasp or understand it. Perhaps, in a way, there was a kind of moral impossibility of my doing what I should have done, because I simply did not yet know what it was to pray, to make sacrifices, to give up the world, to lead what is called the supernatural life. What were the things I should have done, and that it could not even occur to me to do? I should have begun at once, in the first place, to go to communion every day. That did occur to me, but at first I thought that was not generally done. Besides, I believed you had to go to confession every time you wanted to go to communion. Of course, the simple way out of that would have been to keep going to Father Moore and asking him questions. That was the second thing I should have done. I should have sought constant and complete spiritual direction. 6 weeks of instructions, after all, were not much, and I certainly had nothing but the barest rudiments of knowledge about the actual practice of Catholic life, and if I had not made the absolutely tragic assumption that now my period of training was finished and done with, I would not have made such a mess of that first year after my baptism. Probably the very worst thing I could have done was to hesitate about asking questions that occurred to me, and to have been too ashamed of my weakness to approach Father Moore about the real, fundamental needs of my soul. Direction was the thing I most needed, and which I was least solicitous to avail myself of. And as far as I remember, I only got around to asking Father Moore some trivial questions. What was a scapular? What was the difference between a breviary and a missal, and where could I get a missal? The idea of the priesthood had been put aside, for the time being. I had good enough motives for doing so. It was too soon, perhaps, to think of that. Nevertheless, when I ceased to think of myself explicitly as a possible candidate for a high and arduous and special vocation in the Church, I tended automatically to slacken my will and to relax my vigilance, and to order my acts to nothing but an ordinary life. I needed a high ideal, a difficult aim, and the priesthood provided me with one. And there were many concrete factors in this. If I were going to enter a seminary or a monastery someday, I would have to begin to acquire some of the habits of religious or seminarians, to live more quietly, to give up so many amusements and such worldliness, and to be very careful to avoid things that threaten to provoke my passions to their old riot. But without this ideal, I was in real and constant danger of carelessness and indifference, and the truth is, that after receiving the immense grace of baptism, after all the struggles of persuasion and conversion, and after all the long way I had come, through so much of the no-man's land that lies around the confines of hell, instead of becoming a strong and ardent and generous Catholic, I simply slipped into the ranks of the millions of tepid and dull and sluggish and indifferent Christians, who live a life that is still half animal, and who barely put up a struggle to keep the breath of grace alive in their souls. I should have begun to pray, really pray. I had read books all about mysticism, and what is more, at the moment of baptism, had I but known it, the real mystical life, the life of sanctifying grace and the infused theological virtues and the gifts of the Holy Ghost, was laid open to me in all its fullness. I had only to enter into it and help myself, and I would soon have advanced rapidly in prayer. But I did not. I did not even know what was ordinary mental prayer, and I was quite capable of practicing that from the start, but what is even worse, it was 4 or 5 months before I even learned how to say the rosary properly, although I had one and used occasionally to say the Paters and Aves without knowing what else was required. One of the big defects of my spiritual life in that first year was a lack of devotion to the Mother of God. I believed in the truths which the Church teaches about Our Lady, and I said the Hail Mary when I prayed, but that is not enough. People do not realize the tremendous power of the Blessed Virgin. They do not know who she is, that it is through her hands all graces come because God has willed that she thus participate in his work for the salvation of men. To me, in those days, although I believed in her, Our Lady occupied in my life little more than the place of a beautiful myth, for in practice I gave her no more than the kind of attention one gives to a symbol or a thing of poetry. She was the Virgin who stood in the doors of the medieval cathedrals. She was the one I had seen in all the statues in the Musée de Cluny, and whose pictures, for that matter, had decorated the walls of my study at Oakham. But that is not the place that belongs to Mary in the lives of men. She is the mother of Christ still, his mother in our souls. She is the mother of the supernatural life in us. Sanctity comes to us through her intercession. God has willed that there be no other way. But I did not have that sense of dependence or of her power. I did not know what need I had of trust in her. I had to find out by experience. What could I do without love of the Mother of God, without a clear and lofty spiritual objective, without spiritual direction, without daily communion, without a life of prayer? But the one thing I needed most of all was a sense of the supernatural life, and systematic mortification of my passions and of my crazy nature. I made the terrible mistake of entering upon the Christian life as if it were merely the natural life invested with a kind of supernatural mode by grace. I thought that all I had to do was to continue living as I had lived before, thinking and acting as I did before, with the one exception of avoiding mortal sin. It never occurred to me that if I continued to live as I had lived before, I would be simply incapable of avoiding mortal sin. For before my baptism I had lived for myself alone. I had lived for the satisfaction of my own desires and ambitions, for pleasure and comfort and reputation and success. Baptism had brought with it the obligation to reduce all my natural appetites to subordination to God's will, for the wisdom of the flesh is an enemy to God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither can it be. And they who are in the flesh cannot please God, and if you live according to the flesh, you shall die, but if by the Spirit you mortify the deeds of the flesh, you shall live. For whosoever are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God. Spiritu ambulate, et desideria carnis non perficieties. St. Thomas explains the words of the Epistle to the Romans very clearly and simply. The wisdom of the flesh is a judgment that the ordinary ends of our natural appetites are the goods to which the whole of man's life are to be ordered. Therefore it inevitably inclines the will to violate God's law. In so far as men are prepared to prefer their own will to God's will, they can be said to hate God, for of course they cannot hate him in himself. But they hate him in the commandments which they violate. But God is our life, God's will is our food, our meat, our life's bread. To hate our life is to enter into death, and therefore the prudence of the flesh is death. The only thing that saved me was my ignorance. Because in actual fact, since my life after my baptism was pretty much what it had been before baptism, I was in the condition of those who despise God by loving the world and their own flesh rather than Him. And because that was where my heart lay, I was bound to fall into mortal sin, because almost everything that I did tended, by virtue of my habitual intention to please myself before all else, to obstruct and deaden the work of grace in my soul. But I did not clearly realize all this. Because of the profound and complete conversion of my intellect, I thought I was entirely converted. Because I believed in God, and in the teachings of the Church, and was prepared to sit up all night arguing about them with all comers, I imagined that I was even a zealous Christian. But the conversion of the intellect is not enough. And as long as the will, the domina voluntas, did not belong completely to God, even the intellectual conversion was bound to remain precarious and indefinite. For although the will cannot force the intellect to see an object other than it is, it can turn it away from the object altogether, and prevent it from considering that thing at all. Where was my will? Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also, and I had not laid up any treasures for myself in heaven. They were all on earth. I wanted to be a writer, a poet, a critic, a professor. I wanted to enjoy all kinds of pleasures of the intellect and of the senses, and in order to have these pleasures I did not hesitate to place myself in situations which I knew would end in spiritual disaster, although generally I was so blinded by my own appetites that I never even clearly considered this fact until it was too late, and the damage was done. Of course, as far as my ambitions went, their objects were all right in themselves. There is nothing wrong in being a writer or a poet, at least I hope there is not, but the harm lies in wanting to be one for the gratification of one's own ambitions, and merely in order to bring oneself up to the level demanded by his own internal self-idolatry. Because I was writing for myself and for the world, the things I wrote were rank with the passions and selfishness and sin from which they sprang. An evil tree brings forth evil fruits, when it brings forth fruit at all. I went to Mass, of course, not merely every Sunday, but sometimes during the week as well. I was never long from the sacraments. Usually I went to confession and communion, if not every week, every fortnight. I did a fair amount of reading that might be called spiritual, although I did not read spiritually. I devoured books, making notes here and there and remembering whatever I thought would be useful in an argument, that is, for my own aggrandizement, in order that I myself might take these things and shine by their light, as if their truth belonged to me. And I occasionally made a visit to a church in the afternoons, to pray or do the Stations of the Cross. All this would have been enough for an ordinary Catholic, with a lifetime of faithful practice of his religion behind him, but for me it could not possibly be enough. A man who has just come out of the hospital, having nearly died there, and having been cut to pieces on an operating table, cannot immediately begin to lead the life of an ordinary working man. And after the spiritual mangle I have gone through, it will never be possible for me to do without the sacraments daily, and without much prayer and penance and meditation and mortification. It took me time to find it out, but I write down what I have found out at last, so that anyone who is now in the position that I was in then may read it and know what to do to save himself from great peril and unhappiness. And to such a one I would say, whoever you are, the land to which God has brought you is not like the land of Egypt from which you came out. You can no longer live here as you lived there. Your old life and your former ways are crucified now, and you must not seek to live any more for your own gratification, but give up your own judgment into the hands of a wise director, and sacrifice your pleasures and comforts for the love of God, and give the money you no longer spend on those things, to the poor. Above all, eat your daily bread without which you cannot live, and come to know Christ, whose life feeds you in the host, and he will give you a taste of joys and delights that transcend anything you have ever experienced before, and which will make the transition easy. 2. The first morning of 1939 was a grey morning. It was to turn out a grey year, very grey. But now a cold wind was blowing in off the sea, where I walked, among the white empty houses, to the naked place where stands the church of St. Ignatius Martyr. The wind did something to help me to wake up, but it did not improve my temper much. The new year was beginning badly. The night before, being New Year's Eve, we had had a party in the house of Seymour's mother-in-law, who was a doctor, in Long Beach. It had been a mixed-up, desultory affair, in which we remained in a place that served as the doctor's waiting room, sitting on the floor, playing different kinds of drums and drinking I forget what. But whatever it was we drank, it put me in a bad temper. The only person in the place not more or less fed up with everything was Brahmachari, who had taken his turban off and sat in a chair and did not mind the noise. Later on, however, John Slate, who was also in a bad mood, having had a tooth torn out of his head, tried to tie me up in Brahmachari's turban, so the monk quietly went home, that is, to Seymour's house, and slept. Later on, I threw a can of pineapple juice at a street light and also went to bed. I was sleeping in the same room with Brahmachari, and consequently when it began to get light, he sat up and started chanting his morning prayers and I woke up. Since I could not get back to sleep even when his prayers trailed off into contemplation, I was going to an earlier mass than I had expected. But it was a good thing. As usual, I found out that the only good thing about such days, or any other days, was Mass. What a strange thing that I did not see how much that meant, and come at last to the realization that it was God alone I was supposed to live for, God that was supposed to be the center of my life and of all that I did. It was to take me nearly a year to untangle that truth from all my disorganized and futile desires, and sometimes it seems to me that the hangovers I had while I was finding it out had something to do with what was going on in the history of the world. For that was to be 1939, the year when the war that everybody had been fearing finally began to teach us with its inexorable logic that the dread of war is not enough. If you don't want the effect, do something to remove the causes. There is no use loving the cause and fearing the effect and being surprised when the effect inevitably follows the cause. By this time, I should have acquired enough sense to realize that the cause of wars is sin. If I had accepted the gift of sanctity that had been put in my hands when I stood by the font in November 1938, what might have happened in the world? People have no idea what one saint can do, for sanctity is stronger than the whole of hell. The saints are full of Christ in the plenitude of his kingly and divine power, and they are conscious of it, and they give themselves to him, that he may exercise his power through their smallest and seemingly most insignificant acts, for the salvation of the world. But the world did not get very much of that out of me. The end of January came. I remember, when I took my exams for the MA, I went to communion 2 days in a row, and both days I was very happy, and also I did quite well in the examinations. So after that I thought it was necessary for me to go to Bermuda for a week, and sit in the sun, and go swimming, and ride bicycles along those empty white roads, rediscovering the sights and smells that had belonged to a year of my early childhood. I met a lot of people who liked to ride around all night in a carriage singing, someone's in the kitchen with Dinah, strumming on the old banjo. The weather was so good that I came back to New York brown and full of health, with my pocket full of snapshots of the strangers with whom I had been dancing and sailing in yachts. And I was just in time to see Brahmachari leave for India, at last, on the Rex. He was sailing with the cardinals who were off to elect the new pope. Then I went to Greenwich Village and signed a lease for a one-room apartment and started work on my Ph.D. I suppose the apartment on Perry Street was part of the atmosphere appropriate to an intellectual such as I imagined myself to be, and, as a matter of fact, I felt much more important in this large room with a bath and fireplace and French windows leading out onto a rickety balcony than I had felt in the little place 10 feet wide behind the Columbia Library. Besides, I now had a shiny new telephone all my own which rang with a deep, discreet, murmuring sort of a bell as if to invite me suavely to expensive and sophisticated pursuits. I don't, as a matter of fact, remember anything very important happening over that telephone, except that I used to make dates with a nurse who was stationed in one of the clinics out at the World's Fair which opened that year on Flushing Meadows. Also, it was the occasion of a series of furiously sarcastic letters to the telephone company because of various kinds of troubles, mechanical and financial. The one I most talked to, over this phone, was Lax. He had a phone which did not even cost him anything, for he was living in the Hotel Taft, tutoring the children of the manager, and having access to an icebox full of cold chicken at all hours of the day and night. The two principal items of news which he communicated to me, from his point of vantage, were, first, the appearance of Joyce's Finnegan's Wake and, second, the election of Pope Pius XII. It was one of those first spring mornings when the new, warm sun is full of all kinds of delights, that I heard about the Pope. I had been sitting on the balcony in a pair of blue dungarees, drinking Coca-Cola and getting the sun. When I say sitting on the balcony, I mean sitting on the good boards and letting my feet dangle through the place where the boards had broken. This was what I did a great deal of the time, in the mornings, that spring, surveying Perry Street from the east, where it ran up short against a block of brick apartments, to the west, where it ended at the river, and you could see the black funnels of the anchor liners. When I wasn't sitting on this balcony doing nothing, I was in the room, in the deepest armchair, studying the letters of Gerard Manley Hopkins and his notebooks and trying to figure out various manuals on prosody and covering little white index cards with notes. For it was my plan to write a PhD dissertation on Hopkins. The typewriter that was always open on the desk was sometimes busy when I got a book to review, for I had been doing occasional reviews for the Sunday book sections of the Times and Herald Tribune. But what was better, I sometimes managed to grind out, with labor and anguish, some kind of a poem. I had never been able to write verse before I became a Catholic. I had tried, but I had never really succeeded, and it was impossible to keep alive enough ambition to go on trying. I had started once or twice at Oakham, and I had written 2 or 3 miserable things at Cambridge. At Columbia, when I thought I was a red, I got one stupid idea for a poem, about workers working on a dock and bombing planes flying overhead, you know, ominous. When it got on paper it was so silly that not even the magazines on the 4th floor would print it. The only other verse I had ever been able to turn out before my baptism was an occasional line for the jester. In November 1938, I acquired a sudden facility for rough, raw Skeltonic verses, and that lasted about a month, and died. They were not much, but one of them took a prize which it did not deserve. But now I had many kinds of sounds ringing in my ears and they sometimes asked to get on paper. When their rhythms and tones followed Andrew Marvell, the results were best. I always liked Marvell. He did not mean as much to me as Donne or Crashaw, when Crashaw wrote well, but nevertheless there was something about his temper for which I felt a special personal attraction. His moods were more clearly my own than Crashaw's or even Donne's. When I lived on Perry Street, it was hard to write poems. The lines came slow, and when it was all done, there were very few of them. They were generally rhymed iambic tetrameter, and because I was uneasy with any rhyme that sounded hackneyed, rhyming was awkward and sometimes strange. I would get an idea, and walk around the streets, among the warehouses, towards the poultry market at the foot of 12th Street, and I would go out on the chicken dock trying to work out 4 lines of verse in my head, and sit in the sun. And after I had looked at the fireboats and the old empty barges and the other loafers and the Stevens Institute on its bluff across the river in Hoboken, I would write the poem down on a piece of scrap paper and go home and type it out. I usually sent it at once to some magazine. How many envelopes I fed to the green mailbox at the corner of Perry Street just before you got to 7th Avenue. And everything I put in there came back, except for the book reviews. The more I failed, the more I was convinced that it was important for me to have my work printed in magazines like the Southern Review or Partisan Review or the New Yorker. My chief concern was now to see myself in print. It was as if I could not be quite satisfied that I was real until I could feed my ambition with these trivial glories, and my ancient selfishness was now matured and concentrated in this desire to see myself externalized in a public and printed and official self which I could admire at my ease. This was what I really believed in: reputation, success. I wanted to live in the eyes and the mouths and the minds of men. I was not so crude that I wanted to be known and admired by the whole world. There was a certain naive satisfaction in the idea of being only appreciated by a particular minority, which gave a special fascination to the search within me. But when my mind was absorbed in all that, how could I lead a supernatural life, the life to which I was called? How could I love God, when everything I did was done not for Him but for myself, and not trusting in His aid, but relying on my own wisdom and talents? Lax rebuked me for all this. His whole attitude about writing was purified of such stupidity, and was steeped in holiness, in charity, in disinterestedness. Characteristically he conceived the function of those who knew how to write, and who had something to say, in terms of the salvation of society. Lax's picture of America, before which he has stood for 12 years with his hands hanging in helplessness at his sides, is the picture of a country full of people who want to be kind and pleasant and happy and love good things and serve God, but do not know how. And they do not know where to turn to find out. They are surrounded by all kinds of sources of information which only conspire to bewilder them more and more. And Lax's vision is a vision of the day when they will turn on the radio and somebody will start telling them what they have really been wanting to hear and needing to know. They will find somebody who is capable of telling them of the love of God in language that will no longer sound hackneyed or crazy, but with authority and conviction, the conviction born of sanctity. I am not sure whether this conception of his necessarily implied a specific vocation, a definite and particular mission, but in any case, he assumed that it was the sort of thing that should be open to me, to Gibney, to Seymour, to Mark Van Doren, to some writers he admired, perhaps even to somebody who did not know how to talk, but could only play a trumpet or a piano. And it was open to himself also, but for himself, he was definitely waiting to be sent. In any case, although I had gone before him to the fountains of grace, Lax was much wiser than I, and had clearer vision, and was, in fact, corresponding much more truly to the grace of God than I, and he had seen what was the only important thing. I think he has told what he had to say to many people besides myself, but certainly his was one of the voices through which the insistent Spirit of God was determined to teach me the way I had to travel. Therefore, another one of those times that turned out to be historical, as far as my own soul is concerned, was when Lax and I were walking down 6th Avenue, one night in the spring. The street was all torn up and trenched and banked high with dirt and marked out with red lanterns where they were digging the subway, and we picked our way along the fronts of the dark little stores, going downtown to Greenwich Village. I forget what we were arguing about, but in the end Lax suddenly turned around and asked me the question. What do you want to be, anyway? I could not say, I want to be Thomas Merton, the well-known writer of all those book reviews in the back pages of the Times Book Review, or Thomas Merton, the assistant instructor of freshman English at the New Life Social Institute for Progress and Culture, so I put the thing on the spiritual plane, where I knew it belonged, and said, I don't know, I guess what I want is to be a good Catholic. What do you mean, you want to be a good Catholic? The explanation I gave was lame enough, and expressed my confusion, and betrayed how little I had really thought about it at all. Lax did not accept it. What you should say, he told me, what you should say is that you want to be a saint. A saint? The thought struck me as a little weird. I said, how do you expect me to become a saint? By wanting to, said Lax, simply. I can't be a saint, I said, I can't be a saint. And my mind darkened with a confusion of realities and unrealities, the knowledge of my own sins, and the false humility which makes men say that they cannot do the things that they must do, cannot reach the level that they must reach, the cowardice that says, I am satisfied to save my soul, to keep out of mortal sin, but which means, by those words, I do not want to give up my sins and my attachments. But Lax said, no. All that is necessary to be a saint is to want to be one. Don't you believe that God will make you what He created you to be, if you will consent to let Him do it? All you have to do is desire it. A long time ago, St. Thomas Aquinas had said the same thing, and it is something that is obvious to everybody who ever understood the Gospels. After Lax was gone, I thought about it, and it became obvious to me. The next day I told Mark Van Doren. Lax is going around saying that all a man needs to be a saint is to want to be one. Of course, said Mark. All these people were much better Christians than I. They understood God better than I. What was I doing? Why was I so slow, so mixed up, still, so uncertain in my directions and so insecure? So at great cost I bought the first volume of the works of St. John of the Cross and sat in the room on Perry Street and turned over the first pages, underlining places here and there with a pencil. But it turned out that it would take more than that to make me a saint, because these words I underlined, although they amazed and dazzled me with their import, were all too simple for me to understand. They were too naked, too stripped of all duplicity and compromise for my complexity, perverted by many appetites. However, I am glad that I was at least able to recognize them, obscurely, as worthy of the greatest respect. 3. When the summer came I sublet the apartment on Perry Street to Seymour's wife and went upstate, into the hills behind Olean. Lax's brother-in-law had a cottage, on top of a hill, from which you could see miles over New York and Pennsylvania, miles of blue hilltops and wooded ridges, miles of forest smudged here and there, in the dry weeks, with smoke and gashed open, in the neighboring valley, by the lumbermen. All day and all night the silence of the wood was broken by the coughing of oil pumps, and when you passed through the trees you could see long metal arms moving back and forth clumsily in the shadows of the glade, because the hills were full of oil. So Benji, Lax's brother-in-law, gave us this place, and let us live there, trusting more than he should have in our ability to live in a house for more than a week without partially destroying it. Lax and I and Rice moved into the cottage, and looked around for places to put our typewriters. There was one big room with a huge stone fireplace and the works of Rabelais and a table which we presently ruined, feeding ourselves on it with hamburgers and canned beans and untold quarts of milk. There was a porch which looked out over the hills and where we eventually erected a trapeze. It was very pleasant to sit on the step of this porch, and look at the valley in the quiet evening, and play the drums. We had a pair of bongos, a Cuban double drum, which is played two-handed and gives several different tones, depending where and how you hit it. In order to make sure we would have plenty of books, we went down to the library at St. Bonaventure's College where this time, being baptized, I was no longer scared of the friars. The librarian was Father Irenaeus, who looked up at us through his glasses and recognized Lax with ingenuous surprise. He always seemed to be surprised and glad to see everybody. Lax introduced us to him. This is Ed Rice. This is Tom Merton. Ah. Mr. Rice. Mr. Myrtle. Father Irenaeus took us both in, with the eyes of a rather bookish child, and shook hands without embarrassment. Merton, said Lax. Tom Merton. Yes, glad to know you, Mr. Myrtle, said Father Irenaeus. They were at Columbia too, said Lax. Ah, Columbia, said Father Irenaeus. I studied at the Columbia Library School, and then he took us into his own library and with reckless trust abandoned all the shelves to us. It never occurred to him to place any limit upon the appetites of those who seemed to like books. If they wanted books, well, this was a library. He had plenty of books, that was what a library was for. You could take as many as you liked, and keep them until you were through. He was astonishingly free of red tape, this happy little Franciscan. When I got to know the friars a little better, I found out that this trait was fairly universal. Those who love rigid and methodical systems have their life of penance all cut out for them if they enter the Franciscans, and especially if they become superiors. But as far as I know, Father Irenaeus has never been robbed of his books on a larger scale than any other librarian, and on the whole, the little library at St. Bonaventure's was always one of the most orderly and peaceful I have ever seen. Presently we came out of the stacks with our arms full. "May we take all these, Father?" "Sure, sure, that's fine, help yourself." We signed a vague sort of a ticket, and shook hands. "Goodbye, Mr. Myrtle," said the friar, and stood in the open door and folded his hands as we started down the steps with our spoils. I still did not know that I had discovered a place where I was going to find out something about happiness. The books we took back to the cottage were hardly opened all summer, but anyway, they were there, lying around, in case we needed something to read. But really they were not necessary, for we eventually found places that proved very suitable for our typewriters, and all started writing novels. Rice wrote a novel called The Blue Horse. It took him about 10 days. It was about 150 pages long, illustrated. Lax wrote several fragments of novels which presently coalesced into one called The Spangled Palace. But the thing I got started on grew longer and longer and longer, and eventually it was about 500 pages long, and was called first Straits of Dover and then The Night Before the Battle, and then The Labyrinth. In its final form, it was shorter, and had been half rewritten, and it went to several publishers but to my great sorrow never got printed. At least I was sorry about it in those days, but now I am full of self-congratulation at the fact that those pages escaped the press. It was partly autobiographical, and therefore it took in some of the ground that this present book had covered, but it took in much more of the ground that I have avoided covering this time. Besides, I found the writing of it easier and more amusing if I mixed up a lot of imaginary characters in my own story. It is a pleasant way to write. When the truth got dull, I could create a diversion with a silly man called Terence Metrotone. I later changed him to Terence Park, after I showed the first draft of the book to my uncle, who abashed me by concluding that Terence Metrotone was a kind of an acrostic for myself that was, as a matter of fact, very humiliating, because I had made such a fool of the character. The mere pleasure of sitting on top of this wooded mountain, with miles of country and cloudless sky to look at, and birds to listen to all day, and the healthy activity of writing page after page of novel, out under a tree facing the garage, made those weeks happy ones, in a natural sort of a way. We could have made even more of it than we did. I think we all had a sort of a feeling that we could be hermits up on that hill, but the trouble was that none of us really knew how, and I, who was in a way the most articulate, as well as the least sensible, whenever it came to matters of conduct and decisions concerning good and evil, still had the strongest urges to go down into the valleys and see what was on at the movies, or play the slot machines, or drink beer. The best we could do about expressing our obscure desire of living lives that were separate and in some sense dedicated was to allow our beards to grow, which they did more or less slowly. Lax ended up with the best. It was black and solemn. Rice's was rather ragged, but it looked fine when he grinned, because he had big teeth and slanting eyes like an Eskimo. I myself entertained the secret belief that I looked like Shakespeare. I was still wearing the thing when I went to New York, later, and I took it to the World's Fair. I was standing thus bearded in a sideshow that had something to do with Africa, and a young man who was not an explorer, but wore a white explorer's outfit, took me to be indeed an explorer because of the beard. Or at least he plied me with some knowing questions about Central Africa. I think we were both trading on our knowledge of that wonderful movie, Dark Rapture. The cottage would have made a good hermitage, and I now wish we had more exploited its possibilities. Lax was the only one who had the sense to get up, sometimes, very early in the morning, about sunrise. For my own part I usually slept until about 8, then fried a couple of eggs and swallowed a bowl of cornflakes and started at once to write. The closest I got to using the solitude for meditation was when I spent a few afternoons under a little peach tree in the high grass of what might have been a lawn, and read, at last, St. Augustine's Confessions and parts of St. Thomas's Summa. I had accepted Locke's principle about sanctity being possible to those who willed it, and filed it away in my head with all my other principles, and still I did nothing about using it. What was this curse that was on me, that I could not translate belief into action, and my knowledge of God into a concrete campaign for possessing Him, whom I knew to be the only true good? No, I was content to speculate and argue, and I think the reason is that my knowledge was too much a mere matter of natural and intellectual consideration. After all, Aristotle placed the highest natural felicity in the knowledge of God which was accessible to him, a pagan, and I think he was probably right. The heights that can be reached by metaphysical speculation introduce a man into a realm of pure and subtle pleasure that offers the most nearly permanent delights you can find in the natural order. When you go one step higher, and base your speculations on premises that are revealed, the pleasure gets deeper and more perfect still. Yet even though the subject matter may be the mysteries of the Christian faith, the manner of contemplating them, speculative and impersonal, may still not transcend the natural plane, at least as far as practical consequences go. In such an event, you get, not contemplation, but a kind of intellectual and aesthetic gluttony, a high and refined and even virtuous form of selfishness. And when it leads to no movement of the will towards God, no efficacious love of Him, it is sterile and dead, this meditation, and could even accidentally become, under certain circumstances, a kind of a sin, at least an imperfection. Experience has taught me one big moral principle, which is this: it is totally impractical to plan your actions on the basis of a vast two-columned list of possibilities, with mortal sins on one side and things that are not a mortal sin on the other, the one to be avoided, the other to be accepted without discussion. Yet this hopelessly misleading division of possibilities is what serves large numbers of Catholics as a whole moral theology. It is not so bad when they are so busy working for a living that the range of possibilities is more or less cut down and determined, but heaven help them when they go on their vacation, or when Saturday night comes around. It is one reason for the number of drunken Irishmen in the world on Saturday nights for, as we know, and it is quite true, incomplete drunkenness is per se a venial sin. Therefore apply the two-column principle. You run your finger down the column of mortal sins purse. Going to a movie in which a man and woman maul each other at close range for hundreds of feet of film is not a mortal sin purse. Neither is incomplete drunkenness, nor gambling, and so on. Therefore all these belong to the order of pursuits which are not illicit. Therefore they are licit. Therefore if anyone says, no matter with what qualifications, that you ought not to do these things, he is a heretic. If people are not careful, they get themselves into the position of arguing that it is virtuous to go to the movies, to gamble, to get half drunk. I know what I am talking about, because that was the way I was still trying to live in those days. Do you want to see the two-column principle in operation? Here is an example of a lot of things which were not mortal sins in themselves. What they were per accidents I am afraid to say, I leave them up to the mercy of God, but they were done by one whom He was calling to a life of perfection, a life dedicated to the joy of serving and loving Him alone. A carnival came to Bradford. To us that meant a couple of Ferris wheels and a bingo game and the whip and a man wearing a white uniform and a crash helmet being fired out of a cannon into a net. We got into the car and started out along the Rock City Road, through the dark woods alive with the drumming of the oil pumps. It was a big carnival. It seemed to fill the bottom of a narrow valley, one of the zigzag valleys in which Bradford is hidden, and the place blazed with lights. The stacks of the oil refinery stood up, beyond the lights, like the guardians of hell. We walked into the white glare and the noise of crazy electric music and the thick sweet smell of candy. Hey, fellows, come over this way if you please. We turned our beards shyly towards the man in shirt sleeves, hatted with a felt hat, leaning out of his booth. We could see the colored board, the numbers. We approached. He began to explain to us that, out of the kindness of his big foolish heart, he was conducting this game of chance which was so easy and simple that it really amounted to a kind of public charity, a means for endowing intelligent and honest young men like ourselves with a handsome patrimony. We listened to his explanation. It was not one of those games where you won a box of popcorn, that was evident. In fact, although it started at a quarter, the ante doubled at every throw, of course, so did the prize, and the prize was in dollars. All you have to do is roll the little ball into these holes A and D. And he explained just what holes you had to roll the little ball into. Each time you had to get a new and different combination of numbers. You put down a quarter, said our benefactor, and you are about to win $2.50. If you should happen to miss it the first time, it will be all the better for you, because for 50 cents you'll win $5. For $1 you'll take 10, for 2 you'll take 20. We put down our quarters, and rolled the little balls into the wrong holes. Good for you, said the man, now you stand a chance of winning twice as much. And we all put down 50 cents. Fine, keep it up, you're getting ready to win more and more each time, you can't miss, it's inevitable. He pocketed a dollar bill from each of us. That's the way, men, that's the way, he exclaimed, as we all rolled the little ball into the wrong holes again. I paused and asked him to go over the rules of the game a second time. He did, and I listened closely. It was as I thought. I hadn't the vaguest idea what he was talking about. You had to get certain combinations of numbers, and for my own part I was completely unable to figure out what the combinations were. He simply told us what to shoot for, and then rapidly added up all the numbers and announced, "You just missed it. Try again, you're so close you can't fail." And the combination changed again. In about 2.5 minutes he had taken all our money except for $1 which I was earnestly saving for the rest of the carnival and for beer. How, he asked us, could we have the heart to quit now? Here we were right on the point of cleaning up, getting back all our losses, and winning a sum that made us dizzy, $350. Men, he said, you can't quit now, you're just throwing away your money if you quit. It doesn't make sense, does it? You didn't come all the way out here just to throw away your dough? Use your heads, boys. Can't you see you've got to win? Rice got that big grin on his face that meant let's get out of here. We haven't any more money, someone said. Have you any traveler's checks? The philanthropist inquired. No. But I never saw anyone so absorbed and solemn as Lax was, at that moment, in his black beard, with his head bowed over all those incomprehensible numbers. So he looked at me and I looked at him, and the man said, "If you want to run home and get a little more money, I'll hold the game open for you, how's that?" We said, "Hold the game open, we'll be back." We got into the car and drove, in the most intense silence, 15 miles, or whatever the distance was to the cottage, and 15 miles back, with $35 and all the rest of the money we had, but the 35 alone were for the game. When the benefactor of the poor saw the three of us come through that gate again, he really looked surprised and a little scared. The expressions on our faces must have been rather frightening, and perhaps he imagined that we had gone home not only to get our money but our guns. We walked up to the booth. "You held this game open for us, huh?" "Yes, indeed, men, the game is open." "Explain it over again." He explained it over again. He told us what we had to get to win, it seemed impossible to miss. We put the money down on the counter and Lax rolled the little ball, into the wrong holes. "Is that all, boys?" said the Prince of Charity. "That's all." We turned on our heels and went away. With the money I had kept in my pocket we went into the other places we would have done well to keep out of, and saw all of the carnival, and then went into Bradford where, drinking beer in a bar, we began to feel better and started to assuage our wounds by telling a lot of fancy lies to some girls we met in the bar. They were maids who worked at the TB sanatorium at Rocky Crest, on the mountain about 1.5 miles from the cottage. I remember that as the evening went on, there was a fairly large mixed audience of strangers gathered around the table where we were holding forth about the amusement ring which we managed and controlled. It was called the Panama American Entertainment Corporation, and was so magnificent that it made the present carnival in Bradford look like a sideshow. However, the effect was somewhat spoiled when a couple of Bradford strong men came up with no signs of interest in our story, and said, "If we see you guys around here again with those beards we are going to knock your heads off." So Rice stood up and said, "Yeah? Do you want to fight?" Everybody went out into the alley, and there was a great deal of talk back and forth, but no fight, which was a good thing. They were quite capable of making us eat those beards. We eventually found our way home, but Rice did not dare try to drive the car into the garage for fear he would miss the door. He stopped short in the driveway and we opened the doors of the car and rolled out and lay on the grass, looking blindly up into the stars while the earth rolled and pitched beneath us like a foundering ship. The last thing I remember about that night was that Rice and I eventually got up and walked into the house, and found Lax sitting in one of the chairs in the living room, talking aloud, and uttering a lot of careful and well-thought-out statements directed to a pile of dirty clothes, bundled up and ready for the laundry, which somebody had left in another armchair on the other side of the room. 4. When we went back to New York, in the middle of August, the world that I had helped to make was finally preparing to break the shell and put forth its evil head and devour another generation of men. At Olean we never read any newspapers, and we kept away from radios on principle, and for my own part the one thing that occupied my mind was the publication of the new novel. Having found an old copy of Fortune lying around Benji's premises, I had read an article in it on the publishing business, and on the basis of that article I had made what was perhaps the worst possible choice of a publisher. The kind of people who would readily reprint everything in the Saturday Evening Post in diamond letters on sheets of gold. They were certainly not disposed to be sympathetic to the wild and rambling thing I had composed on the mountain. And it was going to take them a good long time to get around to telling me about it. For my own part, I was walking around New York in the incomparable agony of a new author waiting to hear the fate of his first book. An agony which is second to nothing except the torments of adolescent love. And because of my anguish I was driven, naturally enough, to fervent though interested prayer. But after all, God does not care if our prayers are interested. He wants them to be. Ask and you shall receive. It is a kind of pride to insist that none of our prayers should ever be petitions for our own needs. For this is only another subtle way of trying to put ourselves on the same plane as God, acting as if we had no needs, as if we were not creatures, not dependent on Him and dependent, by His will, on material things too. So I knelt at the altar rail in the little Mexican church of Our Lady of Guadalupe on 14th Street, where I sometimes went to communion, and asked with great intensity of desire for the publication of the book, if it should be for God's glory. The fact that I could even calmly assume that there was some possibility of the book giving glory to God shows the profound depths of my ignorance and spiritual blindness, but anyway, that was what I asked. But now I realize that it was a very good thing that I made that prayer. It is a matter of common belief among Catholics that when God promises to answer our prayers, He does not promise to give us exactly what we ask for. But we can always be certain that if He does not give us that, it is because He has something much better to give us instead. That is what is meant by Christ's promise that we will receive all that we ask in His name. Quodcum petimus adversus utilitatem salutis, non petimus in nomine Salvatoris. I think I prayed as well as I could, considering what I was, and with considerable confidence in God and in Our Lady, and I knew I would be answered. I am only just beginning to realize how well I was answered. In the first place, the book was never published, and that was a good thing. But in the second place, God answered me by a favor which I had already refused and had practically ceased to desire. He gave me back the vocation that I had half-consciously given up, and He opened to me again the doors that had fallen shut when I had not known what to make of my baptism and the grace of that first communion. But before He did this, I had to go through some little darkness and suffering. I think those days at the end of August 1939 were terrible for everyone. They were grey days of great heat and sultriness, and the weight of physical oppression by the weather added immeasurably to the burden of the news from Europe that got more ominous day by day. Now it seemed that at last there really would be war in earnest. Some sense of the craven and perverted aesthetic excitement with which the Nazis were waiting for the thrill of this awful spectacle made itself felt negatively, and with hundredfold force, in the disgust and nausea with which the rest of the world expected the embrace of this colossal instrument of death. It was a danger that had, added to it, an almost incalculable element of dishonor and insult and degradation and shame. And the world faced not only destruction, but destruction with the greatest possible defilement of that which is most perfect in man, his reason and his will, his immortal soul. All this was obscure to most people, and made itself felt only in a mixture of disgust and hopelessness and dread. They did not realize that the world had now become a picture of what the majority of its individuals had made of their own souls. We had given our minds and wills up to be raped and defiled by sin, by hell itself, and now, for our inexorable instruction and reward, the whole thing was to take place all over again before our eyes, physically and morally, in the social order, so that some of us at least might have some conception of what we had done. In those days, I realized it myself. I remember one of the nights at the end of August when I was riding on the subway, and suddenly noticed that practically nobody in the car was reading the evening paper, although the wires were hot with news. The tension had become so great that even this toughest of cities had had to turn aside and defend itself against the needles of such an agonizing stimulation. For once everybody else was feeling what Lax and I and Gibney and Rice had been feeling for 2 years about newspapers and news. There was something else in my own mind, the recognition, I myself am responsible for this. My sins have done this. Hitler is not the only one who has started this war, I have my share in it too. It was a very sobering thought, and yet its deep and probing light by its very truth eased my soul a little. I made up my mind to go to confession and communion on the first Friday of September. The nights dragged by. I remember one, when I was driving in from Long Island where I had been having dinner at Gibney's house at Port Washington. The man with whom I was riding had a radio in the car, and we were riding along the empty parkway, listening to a quiet, tired voice from Berlin. These commentators' voices had lost all their pep. There was none of that lusty and doctrinaire elation with which the news broadcasters usually convey the idea that they know all about everything. This time you knew that nobody knew what was going to happen, and they all admitted it. True, they were all agreed that the war was now going to break out. But when? Where? They could not say. All the trains to the German frontier had been stopped. All air service had been discontinued. The streets were empty. You got the feeling that things were being cleared for the first great air raid, the one that everyone had been wondering about, that H.G. Wells and all the other people had written about, the one that would wipe out London in one night. The Thursday night before the first Friday of September I went to confession at St. Patrick's Cathedral and then, with characteristic stupidity, stopped in at Dillon's, which was a bar where we went all the time, across the street from the stage door of the Centre Theatre. Gibney and I used to sit there waiting for the show to end, and we would hang around until 1 or 2 in the morning with several girls we knew who had bits to play in it. This evening, Before the show was out, I ran into Ginny Burton, who was not in the show, but could have been in many better shows than that, and she said she was going home to Richmond over Labor Day. She invited me to come with her. We arranged to meet in Pennsylvania Station the following morning. When it was morning, I woke up early and heard the radios. I could not quite make out what they were saying, but the voices were not tired anymore. There was much metallic shouting which meant something had really happened. On my way to Mass, I found out what it was. They had bombed Warsaw, and the war had finally begun. In the Church of St. Francis of Assisi, near the Pennsylvania Station, there was a high Mass. The priest stood at the altar under the domed mosaic of the apse and his voice rose in the solemn cadences of the preface of the Mass, those ancient and splendid and holy words of the immortal Church. Vir dignum et justum est aequam et salutare nos tibi semper et ubique gratia sagira, Domini Sanct, Pater Omnipotens, Etern Deus. It was the voice of the Church, the bride of Christ who is in the world yet not of it, whose life transcends and outlives wars and persecutions and revolutions and all the wickedness and cruelty and rapacity and injustice of men. It is truly meet and just always and in all things to give thee thanks, Holy Lord, omnipotent Father, eternal God, a tremendous prayer that reduces all wars to their real smallness and insignificance in the face of eternity. It is a prayer that opens the door to eternity, that springs from eternity and goes again into eternity, taking our minds with it in its deep and peaceful wisdom. Always and in all things to give thee thanks, omnipotent Father. Was it thus that she was singing, this Church, this one body, who had already begun to suffer and to bleed again in another war? She was thanking him in the war, in her suffering, not for the war and for the suffering, but for his love which she knew was protecting her, and us, in this new crisis. And raising up her eyes to him, she saw the eternal God alone through all these things, was interested in his action alone, not in the bungling cruelty of secondary causes, but only in his love, his wisdom. And to him the Church, his bride, gave praise through Christ, through whom all the angelic hierarchies praise him. I knelt at the altar rail and on this the first day of the Second World War received from the hand of the priest, Christ in the host, the same Christ who was being nailed again to the cross by the effect of my sins, and the sins of the whole selfish, stupid, idiotic world of men. There was no special joy in that weekend in Virginia. On the Saturday afternoon when we started out from Richmond to go to Abana, where Ginny's family had a boat they were going to sail in a regatta, we got the news about the sinking of the Atbania, and then, that evening, I suddenly developed a pain in an impacted wisdom tooth. It raged all night and the next day I staggered off to the regatta, worn out with sleeplessness and holding a jaw full of pain. Down at the dock where there was a gas pump for the motor boats and a red tank full of Coca-Cola on ice, we stood out of the sun in the doorway of a big shed smelling of ropes and pitch, and listened to a man talking on the radio from London. His voice was reassuring. The city had not yet been bombed. We started out of the cove, and passed through the mouth into the open estuary of the Rappahannock, blazing with sun, and everybody was joking about the Bremen. The big German liner had sailed out of New York without warning and had disappeared. Every once in a while some high drawling southern female voice would cry, "There's the Bremen." I had a bottle of medicine in my pocket, and with a match and a bit of cotton I swabbed the furious impacted tooth. Nevertheless, when I got back to New York, it turned out that the war was not going to be so ruthless after all, at least so it seemed. The fighting was fierce in Poland, but in the West there was nothing doing. And now that the awful tension was over, people were quieter and more confident than they had been before the fighting had started. I went to a dentist who hammered and chipped at my jaw until he got the wisdom tooth out of my head, and then I went back to Perry Street and lay on my bed and played some ancient records of Bix Beiderbecke, Paul Whiteman's trumpet player, and swabbed my bleeding mouth with purple disinfectant until the whole place reeked of it. I had 5 stitches in my jaw. The days went by. The city was quiet and confident. It even began to get gay again. Whatever happened, it was evident that America was not going to get into the war right away, and a lot of people were saying that it would just go on like this for years, a sort of state of armed waiting and sniping, with the big armies lined up in their impregnable fortified areas. It was as if the world were entering upon a strange new era in which the pretense of peace had defined itself out into what it was, a state of permanent hostility that was nevertheless not quite ready to fight. And some people thought we were just going to stay that way for 20 years. For my own part, I did not think anything about it, except that the grim humor of Russia's position in the war could not help but strike me, for now, after a loud outcry and a great storm of crocodile tears over Chamberlain's betrayal of Czechoslovakia the year before, the Reds were comfortably allied with Germany and blessing, with a benign smile, the annihilation of Poland, ready themselves to put into effect some small designs of their own regarding the Finns. The party line had evolved indeed, and turned itself into many knots since the days of the 1935 peace strike and the Oxford Pledge. We had once been led to believe that all wars were wars of aggression, and wars of aggression were the direct product of capitalism, masking behind fascism and all the other movements with colored shirts, and therefore no one should fight at all. It now turned out that the thing to do was support the aggressive war of the Soviets against Finland and approve the Russian support of German aggression in Poland. The September days went by, and the first signs of fall were beginning to be seen in the clearing of the bright air. The days of heat were done. It was getting on toward that season of new beginnings, when I would get back to work on my PhD, and when I hoped possibly to get some kind of job as an instructor at Columbia, in the college or in extension. These were the things I was thinking about when one night Rice and Bob Gertie and I were in Nick's on Sheridan Square, sitting at the curved bar while the room rocked with jazz. Presently Gibney came in with Peggy Wells, who was one of the girls in that show at the Center Theatre, the name of which I have forgotten. We all sat together at a table and talked and drank. It was just like all the other nights we spent in those places. It was more or less uninteresting, but we couldn't think of anything else to do, and there seemed to be no point in going to bed. After Rice and Gertie went home, Gibney and Peggy and I still sat there. Finally it got to be about 4 o'clock in the morning. Gibney did not want to go out on Long Island, and Peggy lived uptown in the 80s. They came to Perry Street, which was just around the corner. It was nothing unusual for me to sleep on the floor, or in a chair, or on a couch too narrow and too short for comfort. That was the way we lived, and the way thousands of other people like us lived. One stayed up all night, and finally went to sleep wherever there happened to be room for one man to put his tired carcass. It is a strange thing that we should have thought nothing of it, when if anyone had suggested sleeping on the floor as a penance, for the love of God, we would have felt that he was trying to insult our intelligence and dignity as men. What a barbarous notion! Making yourself uncomfortable as a penance. And yet we somehow seemed to think it quite logical to sleep that way as part of an evening dedicated to pleasure. It shows how far the wisdom of the world will go in contradicting itself. From him that hath not, it shall be taken away even that which he hath. I suppose I got some 5 or 6 hours of fitful sleep, and at about 11 we were all awake, sitting around disheveled and half stupefied, talking and smoking and playing records. The thin, ancient, somewhat elegiac cadences of the long-dead Beiderbecke sang in the room. From where I sat, on the floor, I could see beyond the roofs to a patch of clear fall sky. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon I went out to get some breakfast, returning with scrambled eggs and toast and coffee in an armful of cardboard containers, different shapes and sizes, and pockets full of new packs of cigarettes. But I did not feel like smoking. We ate and talked, and finally cleared up all the mess, and someone had the idea of going for a walk to the chicken dock. So we got ready to go. Somewhere in the midst of all this, an idea had come to me, an idea that was startling enough and momentous enough by itself, but much more astonishing in the context. Perhaps many people will not believe what I am saying. While we were sitting there on the floor playing records and eating this breakfast, the idea came to me: I am going to be a priest. I cannot say what caused it. It was not a reaction of especially strong disgust at being so tired and so uninterested in this life I was still leading, in spite of its futility. It was not the music, not the fall air, for this conviction that had suddenly been planted in me full grown was not the sick and haunting sort of a thing that an emotional urge always is. It was not a thing of passion or of fancy. It was a strong and sweet and deep and insistent attraction that suddenly made itself felt, but not as movement of appetite towards any sensible good. It was something in the order of conscience, a new and profound and clear sense that this was what I really ought to do. How long the idea was in my mind before I mentioned it, I cannot say. But presently I said casually, "You know, I think I ought to go and enter a monastery and become a priest." Gibney had heard that before, and thought I was fooling. The statement aroused no argument or comment, and anyway, it was not one to which Gibney was essentially unsympathetic. As far as he was concerned, any life made sense except that of a businessman. As we went out the door of the house I was thinking, I am going to be a priest. When we were on the chicken dock, my mind was full of the same idea. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon Gibney left and went home to Port Washington. Peggy and I sat looking at the dirty river for a while longer. Then I walked with her to the subway. In the shadows under the elevated drive over 10th Avenue I said, "Peggy, I mean it, I am going to enter a monastery and be a priest." She didn't know me very well, and anyway, she had no special ideas about being a priest. There wasn't much she could say. Anyway, what did I expect her to say? I was glad, at last, to be alone. On that big wide street that is a continuation of 8th Avenue, where the trucks run down very fast and loud, I forget its name, there was a little Catholic library and a German bakery where I often ate my meals. Before going to the bakery to get dinner and supper in one, I went to the Catholic library, St. Veronica's. The only book about religious orders they seemed to have was a little green book about the Jesuits, but I took it and read it while I ate in the bakery. Now that I was alone, the idea assumed a different and more cogent form. Very well, I had accepted the possibility of the priesthood as real and fitting for me. It remained for me to make it, in some sense, more decisive. What did that mean? What was required? My mind groped for some sort of an answer. What was I supposed to do, here and now? I must have been a long time over the little book and these thoughts. When I came out into the street again, it was dusk. The side streets, in fact, were already quite dark. I suppose it was around 7 o'clock. Some kind of an instinct prompted me to go to 16th Street, to the Jesuit Church of St. Francis Xavier. I had never been there. I don't know what I was looking for. Perhaps I was thinking primarily of talking to someone of the fathers there, I don't know. When I got to 16th Street, the whole building seemed dark and empty, and as a matter of fact the doors of the church were locked. Even the street was empty. I was about to go away disappointed, when I noticed a door to some kind of a basement under the church. Ordinarily I would never have noticed such a door. You went down a couple of steps, and there it was, half hidden under the stairs that led up to the main door of the church. There was no sign that the door was anything but locked and bolted fast. But something prompted me, try that door. I went down the 2 steps, put my hand on the heavy iron handle. The door yielded and I found myself in a lower church, and the church was full of lights and people, and the Blessed Sacrament was exposed in a monstrance on the altar, and at last I realized what I was supposed to do, and why I had been brought here. It was some kind of a novena service, maybe a holy hour, I don't know, but it was nearly ending. Just as I found a place and fell on my knees, they began singing the Tantum Ergo. All these people, workmen, poor women, students, clerks, singing the Latin hymn to the Blessed Sacrament written by St. Thomas Aquinas. I fixed my eyes on the monstrance, on the white host. And then it suddenly became clear to me that my whole life was at a crisis. Far more than I could imagine or understand or conceive was now hanging upon a word, a decision of mine. I had not shaped my life to this situation, I had not been building up to this. Nothing had been further from my mind. There was, therefore, an added solemnity in the fact that I had been called in here abruptly to answer a question that had been preparing, not in my mind, but in the infinite depths of an eternal providence. I did not clearly see it then, but I think now that it might have been something in the nature of a last chance. If I had hesitated or refused at that moment, what would have become of me? But the way into the new land, the promised land, the land that was not like the Egypt where I persisted in living, was now thrown open again, and I instinctively sensed that it was only for a moment. It was a moment of crisis, yet of interrogation, a moment of searching, but it was a moment of joy. It took me about a minute to collect my thoughts about the grace that had been suddenly planted in my soul, and to adjust the weak eyes of my spirit to its unaccustomed light, and during that moment my whole life remained suspended on the edge of an abyss, but this time, the abyss was an abyss of love and peace, the abyss was God. It would be in some sense a blind, irrevocable act to throw myself over. But if I failed to do that, I did not even have to turn and look behind me at what I would be leaving. Wasn't I tired enough of all that? So now the question faced me. Do you really want to be a priest? If you do, say so. The hymn was ending. The priest collected the ends of the humeral veil over his hands that held the base of the monstrance, and slowly lifted it off the altar, and turned to bless the people. I looked straight at the host, and I knew, now, who it was that I was looking at, and I said, "Yes, I want to be a priest, with all my heart I want it. If it is your will, make me a priest, make me a priest." When I had said them, I realized in some measure what I had done with those last 4 words, what power I had put into motion on my behalf, and what a union had been sealed between me and that power by my decision. Part 3. 1. Magnetic North. Once again, classes were beginning at the university. The pleasant fall winds played in the yellowing leaves of the poplars in front of the college dormitories, and many young men came out of the subways and walked earnestly and rapidly about the campus with little blue catalogues of courses under their arms, and their hearts warm with the desire to buy books. But now, in this season of new beginnings, I really had something new to begin. A year ago the conviction had developed in my mind that the one who was going to give me the best advice about where and how to become a priest was Dan Walsh. I had come to this conclusion before I had ever met him, or sat and listened to his happy and ingenuous lectures on St. Thomas. So on this September day, in 1939, the conviction was to bear its fruit. Dan was not on the Columbia campus that day. I went into one of the phone booths at Livingston Hall and called him up. He was a man with rich friends, and that night he had been invited to dinner with some people on Park Avenue, although there was certainly nothing of Park Avenue about him and his simplicity. But we arranged to meet downtown, and at about 10 o'clock that evening I was standing in the lobby of one of those big, shiny, stuffy apartments, waiting for him to come down out of the elevator. As soon as we walked out into the cool night, Dan turned to me and said, "You know, the first time I met you I thought you had a vocation to the priesthood." I was astonished and ashamed. Did I really give that impression? It made me feel like a whited sepulchre, considering what I knew was inside me. On the whole, perhaps it would have been more reassuring if he had been surprised. He was not surprised, he was very pleased. And he was glad to talk about my vocation, and about the priesthood and about religious orders. They were things to which he had given a certain amount of thought, and on the whole, I think that my selection of an advisor was a very happy one. It was a good inspiration and, in fact, it was to turn out much better than I realized at first. The quietest place we could think of in that neighborhood was the men's bar at the Biltmore, a big room full of comfortable chairs, hushed and paneled and half empty. We sat down in one of the far corners, and it was there, too, being gathered together in his name and in his charity, that Christ impressed the first definite form and direction upon my vocation. It was very simply done. We just talked about several different religious orders, and Dan suggested various priests I might consult and finally promised to give me a note of introduction to one of them. I had read a little here and there about the Jesuits, the Franciscans, the Dominicans, the Benedictines, leafing through the Catholic Encyclopedia in the reference library in South Hall, and shopping around in the stacks. I had put my nose into the rule of Saint Benedict and not derived much benefit from so cursory an acquaintance. All I remembered was that the saint seemed a little vexed at the fact that the monks of his day could not be persuaded to go without wine. I had looked into a little French book about the Dominicans, and there I met with a piece of information that gave me pause. It said they all slept together in a common dormitory, and I thought, who wants to sleep in a common dormitory? The picture in my mind was that of the long, cold, green upstairs room in the lycée, with row after row of iron beds and a lot of skinny people in nightshirts. I spoke to Dan Walsh about the Jesuits, but he said he did not know any Jesuits, and for my own part, the mere fact that he did not seem to have any particular reaction, positive or negative, to that order, did away with the weak and vague preference which I had hitherto given it in my own mind. I had instinctively turned that way first of all, because I had read the life of Gerard Manley Hopkins and studied his poems, but there had never been any real attraction calling me to that kind of a life. It was geared to a pitch of active intensity and military routine which were alien to my own needs. I doubt if they would have kept me in their novitiate, but if they had, they would probably have found me a great misfit. What I needed was the solitude to expand in breadth and depth and to be simplified out under the gaze of God more or less the way a plant spreads out its leaves in the sun. That meant that I needed a rule that was almost entirely aimed at detaching me from the world and uniting me with God, not a rule made to fit me to fight for God in the world. But I did not find out all that in one day. Dan spoke of the Benedictines. In itself, the vocation attracted me, a liturgical life in some big abbey in the depths of the country. But in actual fact it might just mean being nailed down to a desk in an expensive prep school in New Hampshire for the rest of my life, or, worse still, being a parish priest remotely attached to such a prep school, and living in more or less permanent separation from the claustral and liturgical center which had first attracted me. "What do you think of the Franciscans?" said Dan. As soon as I mentioned St. Bonaventure's, it turned out that he had many friends there and knew the place fairly well. In fact, they had given him some sort of an honorary degree there that summer. Yes, I liked the Franciscans. Their life was very simple and informal, and the atmosphere of St. Bonaventure's was pleasant and happy and peaceful. One thing that attracted me to them was a sort of freedom from spiritual restraint, from systems and routine. No matter how much the original rule of St. Francis has changed, I think his spirit and his inspiration are still the fundamental thing in Franciscan life. And it is an inspiration rooted in joy, because it is guided by the prudence and wisdom which are revealed only to the little ones, the glad wisdom of those who have had the grace and the madness to throw away everything in one uncompromising rush, and to walk around barefooted in the simple confidence that if they get into trouble, God will come and get them out of it again. This is not something that is confined to the Franciscans, it is at the heart of every religious vocation, and if it is not, the vocation does not mean much. But the Franciscans, or at least Saint Francis, reduced it to its logical limits, and at the same time invested it with a kind of simple 13th century lyricism which made it doubly attractive to me. However, the lyricism must be carefully distinguished from the real substance of the Franciscan vocation, which is that tremendous and heroic poverty of body and spirit which makes the friar literally a tramp. For, after all, mendicant is only a fancy word for tramp, and if a Franciscan cannot be a tramp in this full and complete and total mystical sense, he is bound to be a little unhappy and dissatisfied. As soon as he acquires a lot of special articles for his use and comfort and becomes sedate and respectable and spiritually sedentary, he will, no doubt, have an easy and pleasant time, but there will be always gnawing in his heart the nostalgia for that uncompromising destitution which alone can give him joy because it flings him headlong into the arms of God. Without poverty, Franciscan lyricism sounds tinny and sentimental and raw and false. Its tone is sour, and all its harmonies are somewhat strained. I am afraid that at that time, it was the lyricism that attracted me more than the poverty, but really I don't think I was in a position to know any better. It was too soon for me to be able to make the distinction. However, I remember admitting that one of the advantages of their rule, as far as I was concerned, was that it was easy. After all, I was really rather frightened of all religious rules as a whole, and this new step, into the monastery, was not something that presented itself to me, all at once, as something that I would just take in my stride. On the contrary, my mind was full of misgivings about fasting and enclosure and all the long prayers and community life and monastic obedience and poverty, and there were plenty of strange specters dancing about in the doors of my imagination, all ready to come in, if I would let them in. And if I did, they would show me how I would go insane in a monastery, and how my health would crack up, and my heart would give out. And I would collapse and go to pieces and be cast back into the world a hopeless moral and physical wreck. All this, of course, was based on the assumption that I was in weak health, for that was something I still believed. Perhaps it was to some extent true, I don't know. But the fear of collapse had done nothing, in the past years, to prevent me from staying up all night and wandering around the city in search of very unhealthy entertainments. Nevertheless, as soon as there was question of a little fasting or going without meat or living within the walls of a monastery, I instantly began to fear death. What I eventually found out was that as soon as I started to fast and deny myself pleasures and devote time to prayer and meditation and to the various exercises that belong to the religious life, I quickly got over all my bad health, and became sound and strong and immensely happy. That particular night I was convinced that I could not follow anything but the easiest of religious rules. When Dan began to talk about the one religious order that filled him with the most enthusiasm, I was able to share his admiration, but I had no desire to join it. It was the order of Cistercians, the Cistercians of the strict observance. The very title made me shiver, and so did their commoner name, the Trappists. Once, 6 years before, and it seemed much longer than that, when I had barely glanced at the walls of the Trappist monastery of Tre Fontaine, outside Rome, the fancy of becoming a Trappist had entered my adolescent mind, but if it had been anything but a pure daydream, it would not have got inside my head at all. Now, when I was actually and seriously thinking of entering a monastery, the very idea of Trappists almost reduced me to a jelly. Last summer, said Dan, I made a retreat at a Trappist monastery in Kentucky. It is called Our Lady of Gethsemani. Did you ever hear of it? And he began to tell me about the place, how he had been staying with some friends, and they had driven him over to the monastery. It was the first time they had ever been there, Although they lived in Kentucky, they hardly knew the Trappists existed. His hostess had been very piqued at the signs about women keeping out of the enclosure under pain of excommunication, and she had watched with awe as the heavy door closed upon him, engulfing him in that terrible, silent building. From where I sit and write at this moment, I look out the window, across the quiet guest house garden, with the 4 banana trees and the big red and yellow flowers around Our Lady's statue. I can see the door where Dan entered and where I entered. Beyond the porter's lodge is a low green hill where there was wheat this summer. And out there, yonder, I can hear the racket of the diesel tractor. I don't know what they are plowing. Dan had stayed in the Trappist monastery a week. He told me of the life of the monks. He told me of their silence. He said they never conversed, and the impression I got was that they never spoke at all, to anybody. Don't they even go to confession? I asked. Of course. And they can talk to the abbot. The retreat master talked to the guests. He was Father James. He said that it was a good thing the monks didn't have to talk. With all the mixture of men they have there, they get along better without it. Lawyers and farmers and soldiers and schoolboys, they all live together, and go everywhere together and do everything together. They stand in choir together, and go out to work together and sit together in the same place when they read and study. It's a good thing they don't talk. Oh, so they sing in choir. Sure, said Dan, they sing the canonical hours in High Mass. They are in choir several hours a day. I was relieved to think that the monks got to choir and exercised their vocal cords. I was afraid that so much silence would wither them up altogether. And they work in the fields, said Dan. They have to make their own living by farming and raising stock. They grow most of what they eat, and bake their own bread, and make their own shoes. I suppose they fast a lot, I said. Oh, yes, they fast more than half the year, and they never eat meat or fish, unless they get sick. They don't even have eggs. They just live on vegetables and cheese and things like that. They gave me a cheese when I was there, and I took it back to my friend's house. When we got there, they handed it to the colored butler. They said to him, "Do you know what that is?" "That's monk's cheese." He couldn't figure it out, and he looked at it for a while, and then he got an idea. So he looked up with a big smile and said, "Oh, I know what you all mean, monks. Them's like goats." But I was thinking about all that fasting. The life took my breath away, but it did not attract me. It sounded cold and terrible. The monastery now existed in my mind as a big grey prison with barred windows, filled with dour and emaciated characters with their hoods pulled down over their faces. "They are very healthy," said Dan, "and they are big strong men. Some of them are giants. Since I came to the monastery I have tried to pick out Dan's giants. I can account for 1 or 2 easily enough. But I think he must have seen the rest of them in the dark, or perhaps they are to be explained by the fact that Dan himself is not very tall." I sat in silence. In my heart, there was a kind of mixture of exhilaration and dejection, exhilaration at the thought of such generosity, and depression because it seemed such a drastic and cruel and excessive rejection of the rights of nature. Dan said, "Do you think you would like that kind of a life?" "Oh, no," I said, "not a chance. That's not for me. I'd never be able to stand it. It would kill me in a week. Besides, I have to have meat. I can't get along without meat, I need it for my health." "Well," said Dan, "it's a good thing you know yourself so well." For a moment it occurred to me that he was being ironical, but there was not a shadow of irony in his voice, and there never was. He was far too good and too kind and too simple for irony. He thought I knew what I was talking about, and took my word for it. And so the conclusion of that evening was that I decided to go and see the Franciscans, and after all, we both agreed that they seemed to be the best for me. So he gave me a note to his friend Father Edmund, at the monastery of St. Francis of Assisi on 31st Street. 2. The Franciscan Monastery on 31st Street, New York, is a grey unprepossessing place, crowded in among big buildings, and inhabited by very busy priests. Not the least busy of them in those days was Father Edmund, Dan Walsh's friend, and yet he was not too busy to talk to me practically any time I came around to see him. He was a big amiable man full of Franciscan cheerfulness, kind, disciplined by hard work yet not hardened by it, for his priesthood, which kept him close to Christ and to souls more than softened and humanized him. From the first moment I met him, I knew I had a good friend in Father Edmund. He questioned me about my vocation, asking me how long it was since my baptism, and what it was that attracted me to the Franciscans, and what I was doing at Columbia, and when I had talked to him for a while, he began to encourage me in the idea of becoming a friar. "I don't see any reason why you shouldn't eventually make application to enter the novitiate next August," he said. Next August. That was a long way off now that my mind was made up. I was impatient to get started. However, I had not expected to be admitted immediately by any order. But I asked him, "Father, isn't there some chance of my entering sooner?" "We admit all our novices together, in a group," he said. "They start out at Patterson, in August, then they go on together all the way through until ordination. It's the only way we can handle them. If you entered at any other time, you would miss out all along the line." "Have you had much philosophy?" I told him of Dan Walsh's courses, and he thought for a moment. "Perhaps there might be a chance of starting you out in the novitiate in February," he said, but he did not seem to be very hopeful. No doubt what he was thinking of was that I might skip a half-year of philosophy and so catch up with the others at the House of Studies upstate, where they would be sent after the year's noviceship. "Are you living with your parents?" he asked me. I told him they had long been dead, and that none of my family was left, except an uncle and a brother. "Is your brother a Catholic too?" "No, Father." "Where is he? What does he do?" "He goes to Cornell. He is supposed to get out of there next June." "Well," said Father Edmund, "what about yourself? Have you got enough to live on? You aren't starving or anything, are you?" "Oh, no, Father, I can get along. I've got a chance of a job teaching English in Extension at Columbia this year, and besides that they gave me a grant in aid to pay for my courses for the doctorate." "You take that job," said the friar, "that will do you a lot of good. And get busy on that doctorate, too. Do all the work you can, and study a little philosophy. Study won't hurt you at all. After all, you know, if you come into the order you'll probably end up teaching at St. Bona's or Siena. You'd like that, wouldn't you?" "Oh, sure," I said, and that was the truth. I walked down the steps of the monastery into the noisy street, with my heart full of happiness and peace. What a transformation this made in my life! Now, at last, God had become the center of my existence. And it had taken no less than this decision to make him so. Apparently, in my case, it had to be that way. I was still without any formal spiritual direction, but I went frequently to confession, especially at St. Francis Church, where the friars were more inclined to give me advice than secular priests had been. And it was in one of the confessionals at St. Francis that a good priest one day told me, very insistently, "Go to communion every day, every day." By that time, I had already become a daily communicant, but his words comforted and strengthened me, and his emphasis made me glad. And indeed I had reason to be, for it was those daily communions that were transforming my life almost visibly, from day to day. I did not realize any of this on those beautiful mornings. I scarcely was aware that I was so happy. It took someone else to draw my attention to it. I was coming down 7th Avenue one morning. It must have been in December or January. I had just come from the little church of Our Lady of Guadalupe, and from communion, and was going to get some breakfast at a lunch wagon near Loew's Sheridan Theatre. I don't know what I was thinking of, but as I walked along I nearly bumped into Mark, who was on his way to the subway, going to Columbia for his morning classes. "Where are you going?" he said. The question surprised me, as there did not seem to be any reason to ask where I was going, and all I could answer was, "To breakfast." Later on, Mark referred again to the meeting and said, "What made you look so happy, on the street, there?" So that was what had impressed him, and that was why he had asked me where I was going. It was not where I was going that made me happy, but where I was coming from. Yet, as I say, this surprised me too, because I had not really paid any attention to the fact that I was happy, which indeed I was. Now every day began with Mass and Communion, either at Our Lady of Guadalupe or St. Francis of Assisi Church. After that I went back to Perry Street, and got to work rewriting the novel which had been handed back to me politely by one of those tall, thin, anxious young men with horn-rimmed glasses who are to be found in the offices of publishers. He had asked me if I was trying to write in some new experimental style, and then ducked behind his desk as if I might pull a knife on him for his impertinence. About 12 I would go out to get a sandwich at some drugstore, and read in the paper about the Russians and the Finns or about the French sitting in the Maginot Line, and sending out a party of 6 men somewhere in Lorraine to fire 3 rifle shots at an imaginary German. In the afternoon I usually had to go to Columbia and sit in a room and hear some lecture on English literature, after which I went to the library and read St. Thomas Aquinas' commentary on Aristotle's Metaphysics, which I had reserved for me on my desk in the graduate reading room. This was a matter of great consternation to some sisters of St. Joseph who occupied nearby desks and who, after a while, became timidly friendly when they learned that I was going to become a Franciscan in the summer. At about 3 in the afternoon I was in the habit of going to Corpus Christi, or to Our Lady of Lourdes, which was even closer, and doing the Stations of the Cross. This meditative and easy prayer provided me with another way, more valuable than I realized, of entering into participation in the merits of Christ's Passion, and of renewing within me the life that had been set alight by that morning's communion. In those days it took a little effort to walk to a church and go around the 14 stations saving vocal prayers, for I was still not used to praying. Therefore, doing the Stations of the Cross was still more laborious than consoling, and required a sacrifice. It was much the same with all my devotions. They did not come easily or spontaneously, and they very seldom brought with them any strong sensible satisfaction. Nevertheless, the work of performing them ended in a profound and fortifying peace, a peace that was scarcely perceptible, but which deepened and which, as my passions subsided, became more and more real, more and more sure, and finally stayed with me permanently. It was also at this time that I first attempted any kind of mental prayer. I had bought a copy of the Spiritual Exercises of St. Ignatius many months before, and it had remained idle on the shelf, except that when I came back from Olean and took over the apartment from Seymour's wife, to whom I had sublet it, I found a couple of little pencil marks in the margin opposite passages that might be interpreted as sinister and Jesuitical. One of them was about death, and the other had something to do with pulling all the blinds down when you wanted to meditate. For my own part I had long been a little scared of the spiritual exercises, having somewhere acquired a false impression that if you did not look out they would plunge you head first into mysticism before you were aware of it. How could I be sure that I would not fly up into the air as soon as I applied my mind to the first meditation? I have since found out that there is very little danger of my ever flying around the premises at mental prayer. The spiritual exercises are very pedestrian and practical, their chief purpose being to enable all the busy Jesuits to get their minds off their work and back to God with a minimum of wasted time. I wish I had been able to go through the exercises under the roof of some Jesuit house, directed by one of their priests. However, I went about it under my own direction, studying the rules of procedure that were given in the book, and following them in so far as I managed to grasp what they were all about. I never even breathed a word about what I was doing to any priest. As far as I remember, I devoted a whole month to the exercises, taking 1 hour each day. I took a quiet hour, in the afternoon, in my room on Perry Street, and since I now lived in the back of the house, there were no street noises to worry me. It was really quite silent. With the windows closed, since it was winter, I could not even hear any of the neighborhood's 5,000 radios. The book said the room should be darkened, and I pulled down the blinds so that there was just enough light left for me to see the pages, and to look at the crucifix on the wall over my bed. And the book also invited me to consider what kind of a position I should take for my meditation. It left me plenty of freedom of choice, so long as I remained more or less the way I was, once I had settled down, and did not go promenading around the room scratching my head and talking to myself. So I thought and prayed a while over this momentous problem, and finally decided to make my meditation sitting cross-legged on the floor. I think the Jesuits would have had a nasty shock if they had walked in and seen me doing their spiritual exercises sitting there like Mahatma Gandhi. But it worked very well. Most of the time I kept my eyes on the crucifix or on the floor, when I did not have to look at the book. And so, having prayed, sitting on the floor, I began to consider the reason why God had brought me into the world. Man was created to this end, that he should praise God, our Lord, and reverence and serve him, and by doing these things, should save his soul. And all the other things on the face of the earth were created for man, to help him in attaining the end for which he was created. Whence it follows that man must use these things only in so far as they help him towards his end, and must withdraw himself from them in so far as they are obstacles to his attaining his end. Wherefore it is necessary that we make ourselves indifferent to all created things, in so far as it is permitted to our free will, in such a way that, as far as we are concerned, we should not desire health rather than sickness, riches rather than poverty, honor rather than ignominy, a long life rather than a short life, and so on, desiring and choosing only those things which more efficaciously lead us to the end for which we were created. The big and simple and radical truths of the foundation were, I think, too big and too radical for me. By myself, I did not even scratch the surface of them. I vaguely remember fixing my mind on this notion of indifference to all created things in themselves, to sickness and health, and being mildly appalled. Who was I to understand such a thing? If I got a cold, I nearly choked myself with aspirins and hot lemonade, and dived into bed with undisguised alarm. And here was a book that might perhaps be telling me that I ought to be able to remain as cool as an icebox in the presence of a violent death. How could I figure out just what and how much that word indifferent meant, if there was no one to tell me? I did not have any way of seeing the distinction between indifference of the will and indifference of the feelings, the latter being practically a thing unknown, even in the experience of the saints. So, worrying about this big difficulty of my own creation, I missed the real fruit of this fundamental meditation, which would have been an application of its notions to all the things to which I myself was attached, and which always tended to get me into trouble. However, the real value of the exercises for me came when I got to the various contemplations, especially the mysteries of the life of Christ. I docilely followed all St. Ignatius's rules about the composition of place and sat myself down in the holy house at Nazareth with Jesus and Mary and Joseph, and considered what they did, and listened to what they said, and so on. And I elicited affections, and made resolutions, and ended with a colloquy, and finally made a brief retrospective examination of how the meditation had worked out. All this was so new and interesting, and the labor of learning it engrossed me so much, that I was far too busy for distractions. The most vital part of each meditation was always the application of the senses, hearing the yelling of the damned in hell, smelling their burning rottenness, seeing the devils coming at you to drag you down with the rest, and so on. As far as I remember, there was one theological point that made a very deep impression on me, greater than anything else. Somewhere in the first week, after having considered the malice of mortal sin, I had turned to the evil of venial sin. And there, suddenly, while the horror of mortal sin had remained somewhat abstract to me, simply because there were so many aspects and angles to the question, I clearly saw the malice of venial sin precisely as an offense against the goodness and loving kindness of God, without any respect to punishment. I left that meditation with a deep conviction of the deordination and malice there is in preferring one's own will and satisfaction to the will of God for whose love we were created. In the big meditation on the two standards, where you are supposed to line up the army of Christ in one field and the army of the devil in the other, and ask yourself which one you choose, I got into too much of a Cecil B. DeMille atmosphere to make much out of it. But in the considerations on a choice of a state in life which followed, a strange thing happened, which scared me a little. It was the only incident that savored of externally supernatural intervention in the retreat. I had already made my choice of a state of life. I was going to be a Franciscan. Consequently, I embarked on these thoughts without too much personal concern. I was meandering around in considerations of what a man ought to do with his earthly possessions, a meditation that might have been useful to someone who really had some possessions to dispose of, when my doorbell rang. I pressed the button that opened the street door below, and went to the head of the stairs, thinking that perhaps it was Gibney or somebody like that. It was a little man in a mouse-colored overcoat, whom I had never before seen. "Are you Thomas Merton?" he said to me, as he arrived on my landing. I did not deny it, and he entered my room and sat down on the bed. "Did you write that review of that book about D.H. Lawrence in the Times book section last Sunday?" he asked me. I thought I was in for it. I had favorably reviewed a book on Lawrence by Tyndall, under whom I had done my thesis at Columbia. He had written just the kind of a book that was calculated to drive all the people who had made a messiah out of Lawrence clean out of their wits with pain and rage. I had already got an angry letter in the mail for even reviewing such a book, and I thought that now somebody had come around to shoot me if I did not recant. "Yes," I said, "I wrote the review." "Didn't you like it?" "Oh, I didn't read it," said the little man, "but Mr. Richardson read it, and he told me all about it." "Who is Mr. Richardson?" "You don't know him?" "He lives in Norwalk. I was talking to him about your review only yesterday." "I don't know anybody in Norwalk," I said. I could not figure out whether this Mr. Richardson liked the review or not, and did not bother. It did not seem to have any bearing on the man's visit after all. "I have been traveling around all day," he said, thoughtfully. "I was in Elizabeth, New Jersey, then in Bayonne, New Jersey, then in Newark. Then, when I was coming back on the Hudson Tube, I thought of Mr. Richardson and how he had been talking about you, and I thought I would come and see you." So there he was. He had been in Elizabeth and Bayonne and Newark, and now he was sitting on my bed, with his mouse-colored overcoat and his hat in his hand. "Do you live in New Jersey?" I said, out of politeness. "Oh, no, of course not, I live in Connecticut," he said quickly. But I had opened out only an avenue to further confusion. He went into intricate geographical details about where he lived and how he happened to be associated with this Mr. Richardson of Norwalk, and then he said, "When I saw the ad in the paper, I decided to go over to New Jersey. The ad. Yes, the ad about the job I was looking for in Elizabeth, and didn't get. And now I haven't even enough money to get back to Connecticut. I finally began to see what it was all about. The visitor was stumbling around in a long, earnest, and infinitely complicated account of all the jobs he had failed to get in New Jersey, and I, with a strange awe and excitement, began to think two things: how much money have I got to give him, and how did he happen to walk in here just when I was in the middle of that meditation about giving all your goods to the poor? The possibility that he might even be an angel, disguised in that mouse-colored coat, struck me with a force that was all the more affecting because it was so obviously absurd. And yet the more I think about it, the more I am convinced of the propriety of God sending me an angel with instructions to try and fool me by talking like a character in one of those confusing short stories that get printed in the New Yorker. Anyway, I reached into my pockets and started emptying them, putting quarters and pennies and nickels on the desk. Of course, if the man was an angel, then the whole affair was nothing but a setup, and I should give him everything I had on me, and go without supper. Two things restrained me. First, the desire of supper, and, second, the fact that the stranger seemed to be aware that I was somewhat moved with secret thoughts, and apparently interpreted them as annoyance. Anyway, figuring that I was in some way upset, he showed himself to be in a hurry to take the little I had already collected for him, as if that were plenty. He hastened away, stuffing $1 bill and the change into his pockets, leaving me in such a state of bewilderment that I positively could not sit down cross-legged and continue the meditation. I was still wondering if I should not run down the street after him and give him the other $1 which I still had. But still, applying St. Ignatius' standard to the present circumstances, I had done fairly well. I had given him about 3/5 of my liquid capital. Perhaps, in a way, it is better that I didn't give him everything and go without supper. I would have preened myself with such consummate and disgusting vanity, assuming I did not die of fear, and call up one of my friends to lend me something, that there would have been no merit in it at all. For all that, even if his story was disconnected and very silly, and even if he was not an angel, he was much more than that if you apply Christ's own standard about whatsoever you have done to the least of his little ones. Anyway, it certainly put some point into that meditation. 3. That was also the season in which, 3 nights a week, I taught a class in English composition, in one of the rooms in the School of Business at Columbia. Like all extension classes, it was a mixture of all flesh. There was a tough and bad-tempered chemist who was a center of potential opposition, because he was taking the course under duress. It was required of all the students who were following a systematic series of courses in anything at all. There was an earnest and sensitive Negro youth who sat in the front row, dressed in a neat gray suit, and peered at me intently through his glasses all the time the class was going on. There was an exchange student from the University of Rome, and there was one of those middle-aged ladies who had been taking courses like this for years and who handed in neat and punctilious themes and occupied, with a serene and conscious modesty, her rightful place as the star of the class. This entitled her to talk more than anybody else and ask more unpredictable questions. Once, after I had been insisting that they should stick to concrete and tangible evidence, in describing places and things, an Irishman called Finnegan, who had been sitting in bewilderment and without promise in one of the back rows, suddenly blossomed out with a fecundity in minute and irrelevant material detail that it was impossible to check. He began handing in descriptions of shoe factories that made you feel as if you were being buried under 50 tons of machinery. And I learned, with wonder and fear, that teachers have a mysterious and deadly power of letting loose psychological forces in the minds of the young. The rapidity, the happy enthusiasm with which they responded to hints and suggestions, but with the wrong response, was enough to make a man run away and live in the woods. But I liked teaching very much, especially teaching this kind of a class, in which most of the students had to work for their living, and valued their course because they had to pay for it out of their own savings. Teaching people like that is very flattering. The class is always so eager to get anything you have to give them, and the mere fact that they want so much, is liable to give you the impression that you are capable of giving them all they want. For my part, I was left more or less free to go ahead and teach them according to my own ideas. Now, if people are going to write, they must first of all have something to write about, and if a man starts out to teach English composition, he implicitly obliges himself to teach the students how to get up enough interest in things to write about them. But it is also impossible for people to learn to write unless they also read. And so a course in composition, if it is not accompanied somewhere along the line by a course in literature, should also take a little time to teach people how to read, or at least how to get interested in a book. Therefore, I spent most of the time throwing out ideas about what might or might not be important in life and in literature, and letting them argue about it. The arguments got better when they also included discussion of the students' favorite ideas, as expressed on paper. It soon turned out that although they did not all have ideas, they all had a definite hunger for ideas and for convictions, from the young man who wrote a theme about how happy he had been one summer when he had had a job painting a church, to the quiet Catholic housewife who sat in one of the middle rows viewing me with a reassuring smile and an air of friendly complicity whenever the discussion got around near the borders of religion. So it was a very lively class, on the whole. But it was only to last a term. And when January came around, they told me, down in the office, that they were going to give me a class in straight, unalleviated grammar in the spring session. Grammar was something I knew absolutely nothing about, and only the most constant vigilance had kept it out of sight in the composition class. Besides, since I was entering the monastery in the summer, I assured myself that I ought to take a last vacation, and I was already leafing through books about Mexico and Cuba, trying to decide where I would spend the money that I was no longer going to need to support myself in the world. I told the heads of my department that I could not teach grammar in the spring, because I wanted to prepare myself for life in the cloister. They asked me what made me want to do such a thing as that, and sadly shook their heads, but did not try to argue me out of it. They told me I could come back if I changed my mind, and it almost sounded as if they were saying, "We'll take you back when you've been disillusioned and given up this fantastic notion as a bad job." Since I still had some money coming to me from the university on my grant in aid, I signed up for 2 courses in the spring. One of them was a seminar on St. Thomas, with Dan Walsh, which ended up with 2 of us sitting and reading the De Etscentia with Dan in his room, in a house run by an old lady who had made a kind of career for herself by harboring the New York Giants under her roof in the baseball season. While I was still wondering whether I could afford to go to Mexico or only to Cuba, Lent came in sight, and so I put it off until after Lent. And then, one day, when I was working in the library, I suddenly began to get pains in my stomach, and to feel weak and sick. I put away my books, and went to see a doctor, who put me on a table, and poked at my stomach and said, without hesitation, "Yes, you've got it. Appendicitis. Yes. You'd better have that thing out right away." Well, you might as well. What's the use of waiting? You would only get into trouble with it. And immediately he called up the hospital. I walked down the brownstone stairs of the doctor's house, thinking that it would be nice, in the hospital, with nuns to look after me, but at the same time I was already having visions of mishaps, fatal accidents, slips of the knife that would land me in the grave. I made a lot of prayers to Our Lady of Lourdes and went home to Perry Street to get a toothbrush and a copy of Dante's Paradiso. And so I started back uptown. In the 14th Street subway station there was a drunk. And he was really drunk. He was lying prostrate in the middle of the turnstiles, in everybody's way. Several people pushed him and told him to get up and get out of there, but he could not even get himself up on his feet. I thought to myself, if I try to lift him out of there, my appendix will burst, and I too will be lying there in the turnstiles along with him. With my nervousness tempered by a nice warm feeling of smugness and self-complacency, I took the drunk by the shoulders and laboriously hauled him backwards out of the turnstiles and propped him up against the wall. He groaned feebly in protest. Then, mentally congratulating myself for my great solicitude and charity towards drunks, I entered the turnstile and went down to take the train to the hospital on Washington Heights. As I looked back, over my shoulder, from the bottom of the stairs, I could see the drunk slowly and painfully crawling back towards the turnstile, where he once again flung himself down, prostrate, across the opening, and blocked the passage as he had done before. It was night when I got out of the station uptown, and started to climb scores of monumental steps to the top of the bluff where St. Elizabeth's Hospital was. Ice was shining in the branches of the trees, and here and there bright icicles would break off and fall and shatter in the street. I climbed the steps of the hospital, and entered the clean shiny hall and saw a crucifix and a Franciscan nun, all in white, and a statue of the Sacred Heart. I was very sick when I came out of the ether, and I filled myself full of sorts by taking a clandestine drink of water before I should have done so. But one of the nuns who was on night duty brought me a glass of what tasted like, and turned out to be, anisette. It braced me up considerably. After that, when I could eat again, I began to sit up and read Dante in bed, and the rest of the 10 days were indeed a paradise. Every morning, early, after I had washed my teeth and the nurse had fixed my bed, I would lie quiet, in happy expectancy, for the sound of the little bell coming down the hall which meant, communion. I could count the doors the priest entered, as he stopped at the different rooms and wards. Then, with the nuns kneeling in the door, he came to my bedside with the ciborium. Corpus Domini Nostri Jesu Christi custodiat animam tuum in vitam aeternam. And he was gone. You could hear the bell disappear down the corridor. Under the sheet my hands folded quietly with my rosary between my fingers. It was a rosary John Paul had given me for Christmas. Since he did not know the difference between one rosary and another, he had let himself be cheated in some pious store, and bought some beads that looked good but which fell to pieces in 6 months. It was the kind of rosary that was meant to be looked at rather than used. But the affection which it represented was as strong as the rosary itself was weak, and so, while the beads held together, I used them in preference to the strong, cheap, black wooden beads made for workmen and old Irish washwomen which I had bought for 25 cents in the basement of Corpus Christi during the mission. "You go to communion every day," said the Italian in the next bed. He had got himself full of pneumonia shoveling snow all night for the WPA. "Yes," I said, "I am going to be a priest." "You see this book," I said to him, later in the day. "That's Dante's Paradiso." "Dante," he said, an Italian. And he lay on the bed with his eyes staring at the ceiling and said nothing more. This lying in bed and being fed, so to speak, with a spoon was more than luxury, it was also full of meaning. I could not realize it at the time, and I did not need to, but a couple of years later I saw that this all expressed my spiritual life as it was then. For I was now, at last, born, but I was still only newborn. I was living, I had an interior life, real, but feeble and precarious. And I was still nursed and fed with spiritual milk. The life of grace had at last, it seemed, become constant, permanent. Weak and without strength as I was nevertheless walking in the way that was liberty and life. I had found my spiritual freedom. My eyes were beginning to open to the powerful and constant light of heaven, and my will was at last learning to give in to the subtle and gentle and loving guidance of that love which is life without end. For once, for the first time in my life, I had been, not days, not weeks, but months, a stranger to sin. And so much health was so new to me, that it might have been too much for me. And therefore I was being fed not only with the rational milk of every possible spiritual consolation, but it seemed that there was no benefit, no comfort, no innocent happiness, even of the material order, that could be denied me. So I was all at once surrounded with everything that could protect me against trouble, against savagery, against suffering. Of course, while I was in the hospital, there were some physical pains, some very small inconveniences, but on the whole, everybody who has had an ordinary appendix operation knows that it is really only a picnic. And it was certainly that for me. I finished the whole Paradiso, in Italian, and read part of Maritain preface to Metaphysics. After 10 days I got out and went to Douglaston, to the house where my uncle and aunt still lived and where they invited me to rest until I was on my feet again. So that meant 2 more weeks of quiet, and undisturbed reading. I could shut myself up in the room that had once been Pop's den, and make meditations, and pray, as I did, for instance, on the afternoon of Good Friday. And for the rest my aunt was willing to talk all day about the Redemptorists whose monastery had been just down the street when she had been a little girl in Brooklyn. Finally, in the middle of Easter week, I went to my doctor and he ripped off the bandages and said it was all right for me to go to Cuba. I think it was in that bright island that the kindness and solicitude that surrounded me wherever I turned my weak steps, reached their ultimate limit. It would be hard to believe that anyone was so well taken care of as I was, and no one has ever seen an earthly child guarded so closely and so efficiently and cherished and guided and watched and led with such attentive and prevenient care as surrounded me in those days. For I walked through fires and put my head into the mouths of such lions as would bring grey hairs even to the head of a moral theologian, and all the while I was walking in my new simplicity and hardly knew what it was all about. So solicitous were my surrounding angels to whisk the scandals out from the path of my feet, and to put pillows under my knees wherever I seemed about to stumble. I don't believe that a saint who had been elevated to the state of mystical marriage could walk through the perilous streets and dives of Havana with notably less contamination than I seem to have contracted. And yet this absence of trouble, this apparent immunity from passion or from accident, was something that I calmly took for granted. God was giving me a taste of that sense of proprietorship to which grace gives a sort of a right in the hearts of all His children. For all things are theirs, and they are Christ's, and Christ is God's. They own the world, because they have renounced proprietorship of anything in the world, and of their own bodies, and have ceased to listen to the unjust claims of passion. Of course, with me there was no question of any real detachment. If I did not listen to my passions it was because, in the merciful dispensation of God, they had ceased to make any noise, for the time being. They did wake up, momentarily, but only when I was well out of harm's way in a very dull and sleepy city called Camagüey, where practically everybody was in bed by 9 o'clock at night, and where I tried to read St. Teresa's autobiography in Spanish under the big royal palms in a huge garden which I had all to myself. I told myself that the reason why I had come to Cuba was to make a pilgrimage to Our Lady of Cabra. And I did, in fact, make a kind of a pilgrimage. But it was one of those medieval pilgrimages that was 9/10 vacation and 1/10 pilgrimage. God tolerated all this and accepted the pilgrimage on the best terms in which it could be interpreted, because He certainly beset me with graces all the way around Cuba. Graces of the kind that even a person without deep spirituality can appreciate as graces, and that is the kind of person I was then and still am. Every step I took opened up a new world of joys, spiritual joys, and joys of the mind and imagination and senses in the natural order, but on the plane of innocence, and under the direction of grace. There was a partial natural explanation for this. I was learning a thing that could not be completely learned except in a culture that is at least outwardly Catholic. One needs the atmosphere of French or Spanish or Italian Catholicism before there is any possibility of a complete and total experience of all the natural and sensible joys that overflow from the sacramental life. But here, at every turn, I found my way into great, cool, dark churches, some of them with splendid altars shining with carven retables or rich with mahogany and silver, and wonderful red gardens of flame flowered before the saints or the Blessed Sacrament. Here in niches were those lovely, dressed-up images, those little carved virgins full of miracle and pathos and clad in silks and black velvet, throned above the high altars. Here, inside chapels, were those pietas fraught with fierce, Spanish drama, with thorns and nails whose very sight pierced the mind and heart, and all around the church were many altars to white and black saints, and everywhere were Cubans in prayer, for it is not true that the Cubans neglect their religion, or not as true as Americans complacently think, basing their judgments on the lives of the rich, sallow young men who come north from the island and spend their days in arduous gambling in the dormitories of Jesuit colleges. But I was living like a prince in that island, like a spiritual millionaire. Every morning, getting up about 7 or half past, and walking out into the warm sunny street, I could find my way quickly to any one of a dozen churches, new churches, or as old as the 17th century. Almost as soon as I went in the door I could receive communion, if I wished, for the priest came out with a ciborium loaded with hosts before Mass and during it and after it, and every 15 or 20 minutes a new Mass was starting at a different altar. These were the churches of the religious orders, Carmelites, Franciscans, the American Augustinians at El Santo Cristo, or the Fathers of Mercy. Everywhere I turned, there was someone ready to feed me with the infinite strength of the Christ who loved me, and who was beginning to show me with an immense and subtle and generous lavishness how much he loved me. And there were 1,000 things to do, 1,000 ways of easily making a thanksgiving. Everything lent itself to communion. I could hear another Mass, I could say the Rosary, do the Stations of the Cross, or if I just knelt where I was, everywhere I turned my eyes I saw saints in wood or plaster or those who seemed to be saints in flesh and blood, and even those who were probably not saints, were new enough and picturesque enough to stimulate my mind with many meanings and my heart with prayers. And as I left the church there was no lack of beggars to give me the opportunity of almsgiving, which is an easy and simple way of wiping out sins. Often I left one church and went to hear another Mass in another church, especially if the day happened to be Sunday, and I would listen to the harmonious sermons of the Spanish priests, the very grammar of which was full of dignity and mysticism and courtesy. After Latin, it seems to me there is no language so fitted for prayer and for talk about God as Spanish, for it is a language at once strong and supple, it has its sharpness, it has the quality of steel in it, which gives it the accuracy that true mysticism needs, and yet it is soft, too, and gentle and pliant, which devotion needs, and it is courteous and suppliant and courtly, and it lends itself surprisingly little to sentimentality. It has some of the intellectuality of French but not the coldness that intellectuality gets in French, and it never overflows into the feminine melodies of Italian. Spanish is never a weak language, never sloppy, even on the lips of a woman. The fact that while all this was going on in the pulpit, there would be Cubans ringing bells and yelling lottery numbers outside in the street seemed to make no difference. For a people that is supposed to be excitable, the Cubans have a phenomenal amount of patience with all the things that get on American nerves and drive people crazy, like persistent and strident noise. But for my own part, I did not mind any of that any more than the natives did. When I was sated with prayers, I could go back into the streets, walking among the lights and shadows, stopping to drink huge glasses of iced fruit juices in the little bars, until I came home again and read Maritang or Saint Teresa until it was time for lunch. And so I made my way to Matanzas and Camagüey and Santiago, riding in a wild bus through the olive-grey Cuban countryside, full of sugarcane fields. All the way I said rosaries and looked out into the great solitary ceiba trees, half expecting that the Mother of God would appear to me in one of them. There seemed to be no reason why she should not, for all things in heaven were just a little out of reach. So I kept looking, and half expecting. But I did not see Our Lady appear, beautiful, in any of the ceiba trees. At Matanzas I got mixed up in the paseo where the whole town walks around and around the square in the evening coolness, the men in one direction and the girls in the other direction, and immediately I made friends with about 51 different people of all ages. The evening ended up with me making a big speech in broken Spanish, surrounded by men and boys in a motley crowd that included the town reds and the town intellectuals and the graduates of the Marist Fathers School and some law students from the University of Havana. It was all about faith and morals and made a big impression and, in return, their acceptance of it made a big impression on me, too, for many of them were glad that someone, a foreigner, should come and talk about these things. And I heard someone who had just arrived in the crowd say, "Es Catolico, es Americano." "Man," said the other, "he is a Catholic and a very good Catholic," and the tone in which he said this made me so happy that, when I went to bed, I could not sleep. I lay in the bed and looked up through the mosquito netting at the bright stars that shone in upon me through the wide open window that had no glass and no frame, but only a heavy wooden shutter against the rain. In Camagüey I found a church to La Soledad, Our Lady of Solitude, a little dressed-up image up in a shadowy niche. You could hardly see her. La Soledad. One of my big devotions, and you never find her, never hear anything about her in this country, except that one of the old California missions was dedicated to her. Finally my bus went roaring across the dry plain towards the blue wall of mountains, Orient, the end of my pilgrimage. When we had crossed over the divide and were going down through the green valleys towards the Caribbean Sea, I saw the yellow Basilica of Our Lady of Cabra, standing on a rising above the tin roofs of the mining village in the depths of a deep bowl of green, backed by cliffs and sheer slopes robed in jungle. There you are, Caridad del Cabra. It is you that I have come to see. You will ask Christ to make me his priest, and I will give you my heart, lady, and if you will obtain for me this priesthood, I will remember you at my first Mass in such a way that the Mass will be for you and offered through your hands in gratitude to the Holy Trinity, who has used your love to win me this great grace." The bus tore down the mountainside to Santiago. The mining engineer who had got on at the top of the divide was talking all the way down in English he had learned in New York, telling me of the graft that had enriched the politicians of Cuba and of Orient. In Santiago I ate dinner on the terrace of a big hotel in front of the cathedral. Across the square was the shell of a 5-story building that looked as if it had been gutted by a bomb, but the ruin had happened in an earthquake not so very long before. It was long enough ago so that the posters on the fence that had been put up in front of it had time to get tattered, and I was thinking, perhaps it is now getting to be time for another earthquake. And I looked up at the 2 towers of the cathedral, ready to sway and come booming down on my head. The bus that took me to Cabra the next morning was the most dangerous of all the furious buses that are the terror of Cuba. I think it made most of the journey at 80 miles an hour on 2 wheels, and several times I thought it was going to explode. I said rosaries all the way up to the shrine, while the trees went by in a big greenish-yellow blur. If Our Lady had tried to appear to me, I probably would never even have gotten a glimpse of her. I walked up the path that wound around the mound on which the basilica stands. Entering the door, I was surprised that the floor was so shiny and the place was so clean. I was in the back of the church, up in the apse, in a kind of oratory behind the high altar, and there, facing me, in a little shrine, was La Caridad, the little, cheerful, black Virgin, crowned with a crown and dressed in royal robes, who is the Queen of Cuba. There was nobody else in the place but a pious middle-aged lady attendant in a black dress who was eager to sell me a lot of medals, and so I knelt before La Caridad and made my prayer and made my promise. I sneaked down into the basilica after that, and knelt where I could see La Caridad and where I could really be alone and pray, but the pious lady, impatient to make her deal, or perhaps afraid that I might get up to some mischief in the basilica, came down and peeked through the door. So, disappointed and resigned, I got up and came out and bought a medal and got some change for the beggars and went away, without having a chance to say all that I wanted to say to La Caridad or to hear much from her. Down in the village I bought a bottle of some kind of gaseosa and stood under the tin roof of the porch of the village store. Somewhere in one of the shacks, on a harmonium, was played, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. And I went back to Santiago. But while I was sitting on the terrace of the hotel, eating lunch, La Caridad del Cabra had a word to say to me. She handed me an idea for a poem that formed so easily and smoothly and spontaneously in my mind that all I had to do was finish eating and go up to my room and type it out, almost without a correction. So the poem turned out to be both what she had to say to me and what I had to say to her. It was a song for La Caridad del Cabra, and it was, as far as I was concerned, something new, and the first real poem I had ever written, or anyway the one I liked best. It pointed the way to many other poems, it opened the gate, and set me traveling on a certain and direct track that was to last me several years. The poem said, "The white girls lift their heads like trees. The black girls go reflected like flamingos in the street. The white girls sing as shrill as water, the black girls talk as quiet as clay. The white girls open their arms like clouds, the black girls close their eyes like wings. Angels bow down like bells, angels look up like toys. Because the heavenly stars stand in a ring. And all the pieces of the mosaic, earth, get up and fly away like birds." When I went back to Havana, I found out something else, too, and something vastly more important. It was something that made me realize, all of a sudden, not merely intellectually, but experimentally, the real uselessness of what I had been half deliberately looking for, the visions in the ceiba trees. And this experience opened another door, not a way to a kind of writing but a way into a world infinitely new, a world that was out of this world of ours entirely and which transcended it infinitely, and which was not a world, but which was God Himself. I was in the church of St. Francis at Havana. It was a Sunday. I had been to communion at some other church, I think at El Cristo, and now I had come here to hear another Mass. The building was crowded. Up in front, before the altar, there were rows and rows of children, crowded together. I forget whether they were first communicants or not, but they were children around that age. I was far in the back of the church, but I could see the heads of all those children. It came time for the consecration. The priest raised the host, then he raised the chalice. When he put the chalice down on the altar, suddenly a friar in his brown robe and white cord stood up in front of the children, and all at once the voices of the children burst out. Creo en Dios. I believe in God the Father Almighty, the Creator of heaven and earth. The Creed. But that cry, Creo en Dios. It was loud and bright and sudden and glad and triumphant, it was a good big shout, that came from all those Cuban children, a joyous affirmation of faith. Then, as sudden as the shout and as definite, and 1,000 times more bright, there formed in my mind an awareness, an understanding, a realization of what had just taken place on the altar, at the consecration, a realization of God made present by the words of consecration in a way that made Him belong to me. But what a thing it was, this awareness, it was so intangible, and yet it struck me like a thunderclap. It was a light that was so bright that it had no relation to any visible light, and so profound and so intimate that it seemed like a neutralization of every lesser experience. And yet the thing that struck me most of all was that this light was in a certain sense ordinary. It was a light, and this most of all was what took my breath away, that was offered to all, to everybody, and there was nothing fancy or strange about it. It was the light of faith deepened and reduced to an extreme and sudden obviousness. It was as if I had been suddenly illuminated by being blinded by the manifestation of God's presence. The reason why this light was blinding and neutralizing was that there was and could be simply nothing in it of sense or imagination. When I call it a light, that is a metaphor which I am using, long after the fact. But at the moment, another overwhelming thing about this awareness was that it disarmed all images, all metaphors, and cut through the whole skein of species and phantasms with which we naturally do our thinking. It ignored all sense experience in order to strike directly at the heart of truth, as if a sudden and immediate contact had been established between my intellect and the truth, who was now physically, really and substantially before me on the altar. But this contact was not something speculative and abstract. It was concrete and experimental and belonged to the order of knowledge, yes, but more still to the order of love. Another thing about it was that this light was something far above and beyond the level of any desire or any appetite I had ever yet been aware of. It was purified of all emotion and cleansed of everything that savored of sensible yearnings. It was love as clean and direct as vision, and it flew straight to the possession of the truth it loved. And the first articulate thought that came to my mind was, "Heaven is right here in front of me, heaven, heaven." It lasted only a moment, but it left a breathless joy and a clean peace and happiness that stayed for hours, and it was something I have never forgotten. The strange thing about this light was that although it seemed so ordinary in the sense I have mentioned, and so accessible, there was no way of recapturing it. In fact, I did not even know how to start trying to reconstruct the experience or bring it back if I wanted to, except to make acts of faith and love. But it was easy to see that there was nothing I could do to give any act of faith that peculiar quality of sudden obviousness. That was a gift and had to come from somewhere else, beyond and above myself. However, let no one think that just because of this light that came to me one day, at Mass, in the Church of St. Francis at Havana, I was in the habit of understanding things that clearly, or that I was far advanced in prayer. No, my prayer continued to be largely vocal. And the mental prayer I made was not systematic, but the more or less spontaneous meditating and effective prayer that came and went, according to my reading, here and there. And most of the time my prayer was not so much prayer as a matter of anticipating, with hope and desire, my entrance into the Franciscan novitiate, and a certain amount of imagining what it was going to be like, so that often I was not praying at all, but only daydreaming. 4. The months passed quickly, but not quickly enough for me. Already it was June 1940, but the 2 months that remained until the date in August when the doors of the novitiate would open to receive 30 or 40 new postulants seemed infinitely far away. I did not stay long in New York when I came back from Cuba. I was there only a few days, in which I went to the monastery on 31st Street, and learned from Father Edmund that my application for admission had been accepted, and that some of the necessary papers had arrived. It was a very good thing that this was so, because postulants entering a religious order need documents from every diocese where they have lived for a morally continuous year since their 14th year, as well as a birth certificate and a lot of other things as well. But this was precisely the time when the German armies were pouring into France. At the moment when I stepped off the boat in New York, they had made their first great break through the French lines, and it had at last become obvious that the impregnable defense of the Maginot Line was a myth. Indeed, it was only a matter of very few days before the fierce armored divisions of the Nazis, following in the path broken out before them by the Luftwaffe, pierced the demoralized French army and embraced the betrayed nation in arms of steel. They had Paris within a fortnight, and then they were at the lawyer, and finally the papers were full of blurred wire photos of the dumb, isolated dining car in the park at Compiègne where Hitler made the French eat the document on which the 1918 armistice had been written. So, too, if my father and mother's marriage certificate from St. Anne's in Soho, London, had not come in that year, it might never have come at all. I don't know if the parish records of St. Anne's survived the blitzkrieg that was about to be let loose over the head of the huge, dark city full of sins and miseries, in whose fogs I had once walked with such wise complacency. Everything seemed clear. A month would go by, and then another, and soon I would be walking, with my suitcase, up some drab, unimaginable street in Paterson, New Jersey, to a small brick monastery which I could not very well envisage. But the drabness of the city would be left behind at the door, and I knew, although I had no special illusions about St. Anthony's novitiate either, that inside I would find peace. And I would begin my retreat, and after a month or so I would put on the brown robe and white cord of a friar, and I would be walking in sandals with a shaved head, in silence, to a not too beautiful chapel. But anyway, there I would have God, and possess Him, and belong to Him. Meanwhile, I would go upstate. The best thing I could think of was to join Lax and Rice and Gertie and Gibney and the red-headed southerner Jim Knight, who were all living at the cottage on the hill over Olean. But on the way, I went through Ithaca to see my brother at Cornell. Perhaps this was the last time I would see John Paul before I entered the novitiate. I could not tell. This was the year he was supposed to graduate from Cornell, but it turned out that things had gone wrong, and he was not graduating after all. The bored, lost, perplexed expression that wrinkled his forehead, the restlessness of his walk, and the joyless noisiness of his laughter told me all I needed to know about my brother's college career. I recognized all the tokens of the spiritual emptiness that had dogged my own steps from Cambridge to Columbia. He had a big second-hand Buick in which he drove up and down all day under the heavy hanging branches of the campus trees. His life was a constant reckless peregrination back and forth between the college and the town in the valley below it, from his classes to Willard Straight Hall to sit on the terrace with the co-eds and drink sodas in the sun, and look at the vast, luminous landscape as bright and highly colored as a plate in the National Geographic magazine. He wandered from the university library to his rooms in the town, and thence to the movies, and thence to all those holes in the wall whose names I have forgotten or never knew, where Cornell students sit around tables in a dull, ember semi-darkness and fill the air with their noise and the smoke of their cigarettes and the din of their appalling wit. I only stayed with him at Ithaca a couple of days, and when I got up in the morning to go to Mass and Communion, he came down and knelt with me and heard Mass, and watched me go to Communion. He told me he had been talking to the chaplain of the Catholic students, but I could not make out whether his real attraction was the faith, or the fact that the chaplain was interested in flying. And John Paul himself, as it turned out, was going down most days to the Ithaca airport and learning to fly a plane. After we had had breakfast, he went back to the campus to take an examination in some such subject as Oriental history or Russian literature, and I got on a bus that would take me to Elmira, where I would get the train to Olean. The cottage was crowded, and that meant that there were far more dirty dishes piling up in the kitchen after those perilous meals of fried, suspicious meats. But everybody was busy with something, and the woods were quiet, and the sun was as bright as ever on the wide, airy landscape of rolling mountains before our faces. Presently Seymour came from New York, with Helen his wife, and Peggy Wells came to the cottage, and later came Nancy Flagg, who went to Smith and for whom Lax had written a poem in the New Yorker. Gibney and Seymour climbed into the tops of 30-foot trees and built a platform there about 10 feet long between the trees, reached by a ladder up the side of one of the trees. It was so high that Lax would not even climb it. Meanwhile, in the early mornings, outside the room where the girls lived, you would see Peggy Wells sitting and reading one of those fancy editions of the Bible as literature out loud to herself. And when Nancy Flagg was there, she sat in the same sun, and combed her long hair, which was marvelous red gold, and I hope she never cut it short, for it gave glory to God. And on those days I think Peggy Wells read the Bible out loud to Nancy Flagg. I don't know. Later Peggy Wells walked through the woods by herself puzzling over Aristotle's categories. Rice and Knight and Gertie sat apart, mostly in or around the garage, typing or discussing novels or commercial short stories, and Lax grew his beard, and thought, and sometimes put down on paper thoughts for a story, or talked with Nancy Flagg. For my own part, I found a good place where I could sit on a rail of the fence along the stony driveway, and look at the far hills, and say the rosary. It was a quiet, sunny place, and the others did not come by that way much, and you could not hear the sounds of the house. This was where I was happiest, in those weeks in June. It was too far from town to go down to communion every morning, I had to hitchhike down. And that was one reason why I asked one of my friends, Father Joseph, a friar who had come to St. Bonaventure's from New York to teach summer school, if I could not come down there for a couple of weeks. Seeing that I was going to enter the order in August, it was not hard to persuade the guardian to let me come down and stay in the big, dilapidated room in the gymnasium that was occupied by 3 or 4 poor students and seminarians who had odd jobs around the place as telephone operators and garage hands, for the summer. At that time all the clerics from the different houses of studies in the province came to St. Bonaventure's for the summer, and I suppose they are doing it again, now that the war is over. So in those weeks I really began to enter into Franciscan life, and get some taste of it as it is led in this country, and to know some of its pleasant and cheerful and easy-going informality. Summer school had not yet started, and the clerics had plenty of time to sit around on the steps of the library and gymnasium and tell me stories about how it had been with them in the novitiate. I began to get a picture of a life that was, in their estimation, somewhat severe, but was full of its own lighter moments. St. Anthony's Monastery, they said, was the hottest place they had ever seen, in the summer time, and the chapel was stuffy, and was filled with a sickening smell of wax from all the burning candles. Then there was a certain amount of work to be done. You had to scrub floors and wash dishes and work in the garden. But then you got some time to yourself, and there was recreation too. I got dark hints of humiliations that were to be expected, here and there, but they all agreed that the novice master was a good sort of a fellow, and they liked him. They told me I would too. The general impression I got was that all the unpleasantness and hardship was crowded into the year of the canonical novitiate, and that after that things opened out and became easy and pleasant as they were now, and certainly these clerics as I saw them were leading a life that could not by any stretch of the imagination be called hard. Here they were living at this college, among these beautiful green hills, surrounded by woods and fields, in a corner of America where the summer is never hot, and which they would leave long before the cold weather came. They had whole mornings and afternoons to read or study, and there were hours in which they could play baseball or tennis or go for walks in the woods, or even go into town, walking 2 by 2, solemnly in black suits and Roman collars. They told me elaborate stories of the ways there were of getting around even the easy regulations that prohibited too much familiarity with seculars, and of course the good Catholic families in the town were falling over themselves in their anxiety to invite the young Franciscans to come and sit in their parlors and be made much of, with cookies and soft drinks. For my part, I was already deciding in my mind that I would make use of all these opportunities to get away and read and pray and do some writing, when I was in my brown robe and wearing those same sandals. Meanwhile, I got up when the clerics did. I suppose it was not much earlier than 6 in the morning, and went to Mass with them, and received communion after them all, and then went to breakfast with the farm hands, where a little nun in a white and blue habit brought us cornflakes and fried eggs, for the cooking was done by some sisters of one of those innumerable little Franciscan congregations. After breakfast, I would walk over to the library, breathing the cold morning air as the dew melted on the lawns. Father Irenaeus gave me the key to the philosophy seminar room, and there I could spend the morning all alone reading St. Thomas, at my leisure, with a big, plain wooden crucifix at the end of the room for me to look at when I raised my eyes from the book. I don't think I had ever been so happy in my life as I now was in that silent library, turning over the pages of the first part of the Summa Theologica, and here and there making notes on the goodness, the all-presence, the wisdom, the power, the love of God. In the afternoons, I would walk in the woods, or along the Allegheny River that flowed among the trees, skirting the bottom of the wide pastures. Turning over the pages of Butler's Lives of the Saints, I had looked for some name to take in religion. Indeed, that was a problem over which I had wasted an undue amount of time. The province was a big one, and there were so many friars in it that they had run out of all the names, and you could not take a name that was already taken by someone else. I knew in advance that I could not be a John Baptist or an Augustine or Jerome or Gregory. I would have to find some outlandish name like Paphnutius, which was Father Irenaeus' suggestion. Finally I came across a Franciscan called B.L. John Spaniard and I thought that would sound fine. I considered the possibility of myself running around in a brown robe and sandals, and imagined I heard the novice master saying, "Frater John Spaniard, go over there and scrub that floor." Or else he would put his head out of his room and say to one of the other novices, "Go and get Frater John Spaniard and bring him here," and then I would come humbly along the corridor in my sandals, or rather our sandals, with my eyes down, with the rapid but decorous gait of a young friar who knew his business, Frater John Spaniard. It made a pleasant picture. When I went back to the cottage on the hill, and timidly admitted that I thought I might take the name of Frater John Spaniard, Seymour at least thought it was a good choice. Seymour had a weakness for anything that seemed to have some sort of dash about it, and maybe in the back of his mind he was thinking of Torquemada and the Inquisition, although I don't think the John Spaniard in question had much to do with that. But I have forgotten where that saint actually did belong in history. All this fuss about choosing a fancy name may seem like nothing but harmless foolishness, and I suppose that is true. But nevertheless I now realize that it was a sign of a profound and radical defect in the vocation which so filled my heart and occupied my imagination in those summer days of 1940. It is true I was called to the cloister. That has been made abundantly clear. But the dispositions with which I was now preparing to enter the Franciscan novitiate were much more imperfect than I was able to realize. In choosing the Franciscans, I had followed what was apparently a perfectly legitimate attraction, an attraction which might very well have been a sign of God's will, even though it was not quite as supernatural as I thought. I had chosen this order because I thought I would be able to keep its rule without difficulty, and because I was attracted by the life of teaching and writing which it would offer me, and much more by the surroundings in which I saw I would probably live. God very often accepts dispositions that are no better than these, and even some that are far worse, and turns them into a true vocation in His own time. But with me, it was not to be so. I had to be led by a way that I could not understand, and I had to follow a path that was beyond my own choosing. God did not want anything of my natural tastes and fancies and selections until they had been more completely divorced from their old track, their old habits, and directed to Himself, by His own working. My natural choice, my own taste in selecting a mode of life, was altogether untrustworthy. And already my selfishness was asserting itself, and claiming this whole vocation for itself, by investing the future with all kinds of natural pleasures and satisfactions which would fortify and defend my ego against the troubles and worries of life in the world. Besides, I was depending almost entirely on my own powers and on my own virtues, as if I had any, to become a good religious, and to live up to my obligations in the monastery. God does not want that. He does not ask us to leave the world as a favor to himself. God calls men, not only religious, but all Christians, to be the salt of the earth. But the savor of the salt, says Saint Augustine, is a supernatural life, and we lose our savor if, ceasing to rely on God alone, we are guided, in our actions, by the mere desire of temporal goods or the fear of their loss. Be ye not solicitous, therefore, saying what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewith shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the heathen seek. For your Father knoweth that you have need of all these things. And he said to all, If any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily, and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, for he that shall lose his life, for my sake, shall save it. No matter what religious order a man enters, whether its rule be easy or strict in itself does not much matter. If his vocation is to be really fruitful, it must cost him something, and must be a real sacrifice. It must be a cross, a true renunciation of natural goods, even of the highest natural goods. Since I was the person that I happened to be, and since I was so strongly attached to material goods, and so immersed in my own self, and so far from God, and so independent of Him, and so dependent on myself and my own imaginary powers, it was necessary that I should not enter a monastery feeling the way I did about the Franciscans. The truth of the matter is simply this: becoming a Franciscan, especially at that precise moment of history, meant absolutely no sacrifice at all, as far as I was concerned. Even the renunciation of legitimate pleasures of the flesh did not cost me as much as it might seem. I had suffered so much tribulation and unrest on their account that I rejoiced in the prospect of peace, in a life protected from the heat and anguish of passion by the vow of chastity. So even this was a boon rather than a matter of pain, all the more so because I imagined, in my stupid inexperience, that the fight against concupiscence had already been won, and that my soul was free, and that I had little or nothing to worry about any more. No, all I would have to do would be to enter the novitiate, and undergo 1 year of inconveniences so slight that they would hardly be noticeable, and after that everything would be full of fine and easy delights, plenty of freedom, plenty of time to read and study and meditate, and ample liberty to follow my own tastes and desires in all things of the mind and spirit. Indeed, I was entering upon a life of the highest possible natural pleasures, for even prayer, in a certain sense, can be a natural pleasure. Above all, it must be remembered that the world was at war, and even now, at the cottage, we sat around the fireplace at night and talked about the selective service law that would soon be passed in Washington, wondering how it would be, and what we should do about it. For Lax and Gibney this law involved a complicated problem of conscience. They were even asking themselves whether the war was licit at all, and if so, whether they could be justified in entering it as combatants. For my own part, no problems even arose, since I would be in a monastery, and the question would be settled automatically. I think it is very evident that such a vocation demanded more of a trial. God was not going to let me walk out of the miseries of the world into a refuge of my own choosing. He had another way prepared for me. He had several questions he wanted to ask me about this vocation of mine, questions which I would not be able to answer. Then, when I failed to answer them, he would give me the answers, and I would find the problem solved. It was a strange thing. I did not take it as a warning, but one night I was reading the 9th chapter of the book of Job, and was amazed and stunned by a series of lines which I could not forget. And Job answered and said, Indeed I know that it is so, and that man cannot be justified compared with God. If he will contend with him, he cannot answer him, 1 for 1,000. He is wise in heart and mighty in strength, who hath resisted him and hath had peace. Who shake the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble. Who commandeth the sun and it riseth not, and shutteth up the stars as it were under a seal. It was a cool summer evening. I was sitting in the driveway outside the wide open garage which had become a general dormitory, since we now had no car to put there. Rice and Lax and Seymour and I had all brought our beds out there to sleep in the air. With the book in my lap I looked down at the lights of the cars crawling up the road from the valley. I looked at the dark outline of the wooded hills and at the stars that were coming out in the eastern sky. The words of the Vulgate text rang and echoed in my heart, Qui facet Arcturum ct Oriona, who maketh Arcturus and Orion and Hyades and the inner parts of the south. There was something deep and disturbing in the lines. I thought they only moved me as poetry, and yet I also felt, obscurely enough, that there was something personal about them. God often talks to us directly in Scripture. That is, He plants the words full of actual graces as we read them, and sudden undiscovered meanings are sown in our hearts, if we attend to them, reading with minds that are at prayer. I did not yet have the art of reading that way, but nevertheless these words had a dark fire in them with which I began to feel myself burned and seared. If he come to me, I shall not see him; if he depart, I shall not understand. If he examine me on a sudden, who shall answer him? Or who can say, Why dost thou so? There was something in the words that seemed to threaten all the peace that I had been tasting for months past, a kind of forewarning of an accusation that would unveil forgotten realities. I had fallen asleep in my sweet security. I was living as if God only existed to do me temporal favors. God whose wrath no man can resist, and under whom they stoop that bear up the world. What am I then, that I should answer him and have words with him? And if he should hear me when I call, I should not believe that he had heard my voice. For he shall crush me in a whirlwind and multiply my wounds even without cause. Even without cause. And my uneasy spirit was already beginning to defend itself against this unfair God who could not be unjust, could not be unfair. If I would justify myself, my own mouth shall condemn me; if I would shew myself innocent, he shall prove me wicked, and multiply my wounds even without cause. I closed the book. The words struck deep. They were more than I would ever be able to understand. But the impression they made should have been a kind of warning that I was about to find out something about their meaning. The blow fell suddenly. I was within a few weeks of entering the novitiate. Already I was receiving those last-minute letters from the novice master, with the printed lists of things I was expected to bring with me to the monastery. They were few enough. The only perplexing item on the list was one umbrella. The list made me happy. I read it over and over. I began to feel the same pleased excitement that used to glow in the pit of my stomach when I was about to start out for camp in the summer, or to go to a new school. Then God asked me a question. He asked me a question about my vocation. Rather, God did not have to ask me any questions. He knew all that he needed to know about my vocation. He allowed the devil, as I think, to ask me some questions, not in order that the devil should get any information, but in order that I might learn a thing or two. There is a certain kind of humility in hell which is one of the worst things in hell, and which is infinitely far from the humility of the saints, which is peace. The false humility of hell is an unending, burning shame at the inescapable stigma of our sins. The sins of the damned are felt by them as vesture of intolerable insults from which they cannot escape, Nessus shirts that burn them up forever and which they can never throw off. The anguish of this self-knowledge is inescapable even on earth, as long as there is any self-love left in us, because it is pride that feels the burning of that shame. Only when all pride, all self-love has been consumed in our souls by the love of God, are we delivered from the thing which is the subject of those torments. It is only when we have lost all love of ourselves for our own sakes that our past sins cease to give us any cause for suffering or for the anguish of shame. For the saints, when they remember their sins, do not remember the sins but the mercy of God, and therefore even past evil is turned by them into a present cause of joy and serves to glorify God. It is the proud that have to be burned and devoured by the horrible humility of hell. But as long as we are in this life, even that burning anguish can be turned into a grace, and should be a cause of joy. But anyway, one day I woke up to find out that the peace I had known for 6 months or more had suddenly gone. The Eden I had been living in had vanished. I was outside the wall. I did not know what flaming swords barred my way to the gate whose rediscovery had become impossible. I was once more out in the cold and naked and alone. Then everything began to fall apart, especially my vocation to the monastery. Not that it occurred to me to doubt my desire to be a Franciscan, to enter the cloister, to become a priest. That desire was stronger than ever now that I was cast out into the darkness of this cold solitude. It was practically the only thing I had left, the only thing to cover me and keep me warm, and yet it was small comfort, because the very presence of the desire tortured me by contrast with the sudden hopelessness that had come storming up out of the hidden depths of my heart. My desire to enter the cloister was small comfort indeed, for I had suddenly been faced with the agonizing doubt, the unanswerable question, do I really have that vocation? I suddenly remembered who I was, who I had been. I was astonished. Since last September I seemed to have forgotten that I had ever sinned. And now I suddenly realized that none of the men to whom I had talked about my vocation, neither Dan Walsh nor Father Edmund, knew who I really was. They knew nothing about my past. They did not know how I had lived before I entered the church. They had simply accepted me because I was superficially presentable. I had a fairly open sort of a face and seemed to be sincere and to have an ordinary amount of sense and goodwill. Surely that was not enough. Now the terrible problem faced me. I have got to go and let Father Edmund know about all this. Perhaps it will make a big difference. After all, it is not enough merely to desire to enter the monastery. An attraction to the cloister is not even the most important element in a religious vocation. You have to have the right moral and physical and intellectual aptitudes. And you have to be accepted, and accepted on certain grounds. When I looked at myself in the light of this doubt, it began to appear utterly impossible that anyone in his right mind could consider me fit material for the priesthood. I immediately packed my bag and started out for New York. It seemed a long, long journey as the train crawled along the green valleys. As we were coming down the Delaware towards Callicoon, where the Franciscans had their minor seminary, the sky had clouded over. We were slowing down, and the first houses of the village were beginning to file past on the road beside the track. A boy who had been swimming in the river came running up a path through the long grass, from the face of the thunderstorm that was just about to break. His mother was calling to him from the porch of one of the houses. I became vaguely aware of my own homelessness. When we had gone around the bend and I could see the stone tower of the seminary on the hilltop among the trees, I thought, I will never live in you, it is finished. I got into New York that evening and called up Father Edmund, but he was too busy to see me. So I went out to the house at Douglaston. When are you going to the novitiate? My aunt asked me. Maybe I'm not going, I said. They did not ask me any questions. I went to communion and prayed earnestly that God's will should be done, and it was. But I was far from being able to understand it then. Father Edmund listened to what I had to say. I told him about my past and all the troubles I had had. He was very friendly and very kind. But if I had had any hope that he would wave all my doubts aside with a smile, I was soon disappointed. He said, "Well, Tom, listen, suppose you let me think it over and pray a bit. Come back in a couple of days. All right. In a couple of days. Come back tomorrow. So I waited for another day. My mind was full of anguish and restlessness. I prayed, my God, please take me into the monastery. But anyway, whatever you want, your will be done. Of course I understand the whole business now. My own mind was full of strange, exaggerated ideas. I was in a kind of a nightmare. I could not see anything straight. But Father Edmund saw clearly enough for all that. He saw that I was only a recent convert, not yet 2 years in the church. He saw that I had had an unsettled life, and that my vocation was by no means sure, and that I was upset with doubts and misgivings. The novitiate was full, anyway. And when a novitiate is crammed with postulants year after year, it is time for somebody to reflect about the quality of the vocations that are coming in. When there is such a crowd, you have to be careful that a few who are less desirable do not float in on the tide with the rest. So the next day he told me kindly enough that I ought to write to the provincial and tell him that I had reconsidered my application. There was nothing I could say. I could only hang my head and look about me at the ruins of my vocation. I asked a few faint-hearted questions, trying to feel my way and find out if my case were altogether hopeless. Naturally, Father did not want to commit himself or his order to anything, and I could not even get what might seem to be a vague promise for the future. There seemed to me to be no question that I was now excluded from the priesthood forever. I promised I would write at once, and that I would proclaim my undying loyalty to the friars minor in doing so. Do that, Father said. The provincial will be pleased. When I walked down the steps of the monastery, I was so dazed I didn't know what to do. All I could think of was to go over across 7th Avenue to the Church of the Capuchins, next to the station. I went inside the church, and knelt in the back end. Seeing there was a priest hearing confessions, I presently got up and took my place in the short line that led to his confessional. I knelt in the darkness until the slide snapped back with a bang and I saw a thin, bearded priest who looked something like James Joyce. All the Capuchins in this country have that kind of a beard. The priest was in no mood to stand for any nonsense, and I myself was confused and miserable, and couldn't explain myself properly, and so he got my story all mixed up. Evidently he decided that I was only complaining and trying to get around the decision that had been made by some religious order that had fired me out of their novitiate, probably for some good reason. The whole thing was so hopeless that finally, in spite of myself, I began to choke and sob and I couldn't talk anymore. So the priest, probably judging that I was some emotional and unstable and stupid character, began to tell me in very strong terms that I certainly did not belong in the monastery, still less the priesthood, and, in fact, gave me to understand that I was simply wasting his time and insulting the sacrament of penance by indulging my self-pity in his confessional. When I came out of that ordeal, I was completely broken in pieces. I could not keep back the tears, which ran down between the fingers of the hands in which I concealed my face. So I prayed before the tabernacle and the big stone crucified Christ above the altar. The only thing I knew, besides my own tremendous misery, was that I must no longer consider that I had a vocation to the cloister. 2. True North. It was very hot on Church Street. The street was torn up, and the dust swirled in the sun like gold around the crawling buses and the trucks and taxis. There were crowds of people on the sidewalks. I stood under the relatively cool, white walls of the new post office building. And then, suddenly, walking in the crowd, I saw my brother who was supposed to be at Ithaca. He was coming out of the building, and walking with more of a purpose, more of a swing. He almost ran into me. "Oh," he said, "hello. Are you going out to Douglaston? I'll give you a ride. I've got the car here, just around the corner." "What are you doing here?" I said. Under the arching door of the big building were placards about joining the Navy, the Army, the Marines. The only question in my mind was which one he had been trying to join. "Did you read about this new Naval Reserve scheme they've got?" he said. I knew something about it. That was what he was trying to get into. It was practically settled. "You go on a cruise," he said, "and then you get a commission. Is it as easy as that?" Well, I guess they're anxious to get men. Of course, you have to be a college man. When I told him I was not going to enter the novitiate after all, he said, "Why don't you come into the Naval Reserve?" "No," I said, "no, thanks." Presently he said, "What's that package you've got under your arm? Buy some books?" Yes. When he had unlocked the car, I ripped the paper off the package, and took out the cardboard box containing the set of 4 books, bound in black leather, marked in gold. I handed him one of the volumes. It was sleek and smelled new. The pages were etched in gold. There were red and green markers. "What are they?" said John Paul. "Breviaries." The 4 books represented a decision. They said that if I could not live in the monastery, I should try to live in the world as if I were a monk in a monastery. They said that I was going to get as close as possible to the life I was not allowed to lead. If I could not wear the religious habit, I would at least join a third order and would try my best to get a job teaching in some Catholic college where I could live under the same roof as the Blessed Sacrament. There could be no more question of living just like everybody else in the world. There could be no more compromises with the life that tried, at every turn, to feed me poison. I had to turn my back on these things. God had kept me out of the cloister, that was his affair. He had also given me a vocation to live the kind of a life that people led in cloisters. If I could not be a religious, a priest, that was God's affair. But nevertheless he still wanted me to lead something of the life of a priest or of a religious. I had said something to Father Edmund about it, in a general way, and he had agreed. But I did not tell him about the breviaries. It did not even occur to me to do so. I had said, "I am going to try to live like a religious." He thought that was all right. If I was teaching, and living in a college, that would be all right, it would be time. And he was glad I wanted to join the Third Order, although he did not seem to attach much importance to it. For my own part, I was not quite sure what a Third Order secular amounted to in modern America. But thinking of the Franciscan tertiaries of the Middle Ages, and of their great saints, I realized in some obscure way that there were, or at least should be, great possibilities of sanctification in a Third Order. I did have a sort of a suspicion that it might turn out, after all, to be little more, in the minds of most of its members, than a society for gaining indulgences. But in any case, I did not despise indulgences either, or any of the other spiritual benefits that came with the cord and scapular. However, it was going to be a long time before I got them, and in the meantime I did not hesitate to shape out the new life I thought God wanted of me. It was a difficult and uncertain business, and I was starting again to make a long and arduous climb, alone, and from what seemed to be a great depth. If I had ever thought I had become immune from passion, and that I did not have to fight for freedom, there was no chance of that illusion any more. It seemed that every step I took carried me painfully forward under a burden of desires that almost crushed me with the monotony of their threat, the intimate, searching familiarity of their ever-present disgust. I did not have any lofty theories about the vocation of a lay contemplative. In fact, I no longer dignified what I was trying to do by the name of a vocation. All I knew was that I wanted grace, and that I needed prayer, and that I was helpless without God, and that I wanted to do everything that people did to keep close to Him. It was no longer possible to consider myself, abstractly, as being in a certain state of life which had special technical relations to other states of life. All that occupied me now was the immediate practical problem of getting up my hill with this terrific burden I had on my shoulders, step by step, begging God to drag me along and get me away from my enemies and from those who were trying to destroy me. I did not even reflect how the breviary, the canonical office, was the most powerful and effective prayer I could possibly have chosen, since it is the prayer of the whole Church, and concentrates in itself all the power of the Church's impetration, centered around the infinitely mighty sacrifice of the Mass, the jewel of which the rest of the liturgy is the setting, the soul which is the life of the whole liturgy and of all the sacramentals. All this was beyond me, although I grasped it at least obscurely. All I knew was that I needed to say the breviary, and say it every day. Buying those books at Benziger's that day was one of the best things I ever did in my life. The inspiration to do it was a very great grace. There are few things I can remember that give me more joy. The first time I actually tried to say the office was on the feast of the cure of Ars, St. John Vianney. I was on the train, going back to Olean because the cottage was, for the time being, the safest place I could think of, and because anyway my best prospect for a job was at St. Bonaventure's. As soon as the train was well started on its journey, and was climbing into the hills towards Suffern, I opened up the book and began right away with matins, in the common of a confessor non pontiff. Venite exultimus Domino, jubilmus Deo salutari nostra. It was a happy experience, although its exultancy was subdued and lost under my hesitations and external confusion about how to find my way around in the jungle of the rubrics. To begin with, I did not know enough to look for the general rubrics at the beginning of the Pars Hem Alice, and anyway, when I did eventually find them, there was too much information in small print and obscure canonical Latin for me to make much out of them. The train climbed slowly into the Catskills, and I went on from psalm to psalm, smoothly enough. By the time I got to the lessons of the second nocturne, I had figured out whose feast it was that I was celebrating. This business of saying the office on the Erie train, going up through the Delaware Valley, was to become a familiar experience in the year that was ahead. Of course, I soon found out the ordinary routine by which matins and lauds are anticipated the evening of the day before. Usually, then, on my way from New York to Olean, I would be saying the little hours around 10 o'clock in the morning when the train had passed Port Jervis and was traveling at the base of the steep, wooded hills that hemmed in the river on either side. If I looked up from the pages of the book, I would see the sun blazing on the trees and moist rocks, and flashing on the surface of the shallow river and playing in the forest foliage along the line. And all this was very much like what the book was singing to me, so that everything lifted up my heart to God. Thou sendest forth springs in the vales, between the midst of the hills the waters shall pass. Over them the birds of the air shall dwell, from the midst of the rocks they shall give forth their voices. Thou waterest the hills from thy upper rooms, the earth shall be filled with the fruit of thy works. The trees of the field shall be filled, and the cedars of Libanus which he hath planted, there the sparrows shall make their nests. The highest of them is the house of the heron. The high hills are a refuge for the harts, the rocks for the urchins. All expect from thee that thou give them food in season. What thou givest them they shall gather up, when thou openest thy hand they shall all be filled with good. Thou shalt send forth thy Spirit and they shall be created, and thou shalt renew the face of the earth. Yes, and from the secret places of his essence, God began to fill my soul with grace in those days, grace that sprung from deep within me, I could not know how or where. But yet I would be able, after not so many months, to realize what was there, in the peace and the strength that were growing in me through my constant immersion in this tremendous, unending cycle of prayer, ever renewing its vitality, its inexhaustible, sweet energies, from hour to hour, from season to season in its returning round. And I, drawn into that atmosphere, into that deep, vast universal movement of vitalizing prayer, which is Christ praying in men to his Father, could not help but begin at last to live, and to know that I was alive. And my heart could not help but cry out within me, I will sing to the Lord as long as I live, I will sing praise to my God while I have my being. Let my speech be acceptable to him, but I will take delight in the Lord. Truly, he was sending forth his Spirit, uttering his divine word and binding me to himself through his Spirit proceeding from the word spoken within me. As the months went on, I could not help but realize it. Then, when I finished the little hours and closed the breviary at the end of none reciting the sacrosanct, and looked up out of the window to see the seminary of Callicoon momentarily appear on its distant hilltop, at the end of a long avenue of river, I no longer felt so much anguish and sorrow at not being in the monastery. But I am getting ahead of my story. For in these days, in the late summer of 1940, it was not yet that way. The breviary was hard to learn, and every step was labor and confusion, not to mention the mistakes and perplexities I got myself into. However, Father Irenaeus helped to straighten me out, and told me how the various feasts worked together, and how to say first vespers for the proper feast, and all the other things one needs to find out. Apart from him, however, I didn't even speak of the breviary to any other priest. I kept quiet about it, half fearing that someone would make fun of me, or think I was eccentric, or try to snatch my books away from me on some pretext. I would have been better off if I had been acting under the guidance of a director, but I had no understanding of such a thing in those days. Meanwhile, I put on my best blue suit and hitchhiked out to St. Bonaventure and spoke with Father Thomas Plasman, who was the president of the college, and the picture of benevolence. He listened kindly and soberly to my answers to his questions, filling a chair with his huge frame and looking at me through his glasses, out of a great kind face built on pontifical lines and all set for smiles paternal enough to embrace an archdiocese. Father Thomas would make a wonderful prelate, and, as a matter of fact, all the students and seminarians at St. Bonaventure held him in great awe for his learning and piety. Back in Olean his reputation was even greater. Once I had someone whisper to me that Father Thomas was the third best educated man in America. I was not able to find out who were the other two ahead of him, or how it was possible to determine who was the best educated, or what that might precisely mean. But in any case, he gave me a job at St. Bonaventure's, teaching English, for it fell out that Father Valentine Long, who wrote books and taught literature to the sophomores, had been transferred to Holy Name College, in Washington. In the second week of September, with a trunk full of books and a typewriter and the old portable phonograph that I had bought when I was still at Oakham, I moved into the little room that was assigned to me on the second floor of the big, red brick building that was both a dormitory and a monastery. Out of my window I could look beyond the chapel front to the garden and fields and the woods. There was a little astronomical observatory out there behind the greenhouses, and in the distance you could tell where the river was by the line of trees at the end of the pasture. And then, beyond that, were the high, wooded hills, and my gaze traveled up 5 Mile Valley beyond the farms to Martinez Rocks. My eyes often wandered out there, and rested in that peaceful scene, and the landscape became associated with my prayers, for I often prayed looking out of the window. And even at night, the tiny, glowing light of a far farmhouse window in 5 Mile Valley attracted my eye, the only visible thing in the black darkness, as I knelt on the floor and said my last prayer to Our Lady. And as the months went on, I began to drink poems out of those hills. Yet the room was not quiet, either. It was right on a corner next to the stairs, and when anybody on our floor was wanted on the telephone, someone would rush up the stairs and stick his head into the corridor right by my door and yell down the echoing hall. All day long I heard those voices bellowing, Hey, Cassidy. Hey, Cassidy, but I did not mind. It did not stop me from doing twice as much work in that room, in 1 year, as I had done in all the rest of my life put together. It amazed me how swiftly my life fell into a plan of fruitful and pleasant organization, here under the roof with these friars, in this house dedicated to God. The answer to this was, of course, the God who lived under that same roof with me, hidden in his sacrament, the heart of the house, diffusing his life through it from the chapel tabernacle, and also the office I recited every day was another answer. Finally, there was the fact of my seclusion. By this time, I had managed to get myself free from all the habits and luxuries that people in the world think they need for their comfort and amusement. My mouth was at last clean of the yellow, parching salt of nicotine, and I had rinsed my eyes of the grey slops of movies, so that now my taste and my vision were clean. And I had thrown away the books that soiled my heart. And my ears, too, had been cleansed of all wild and fierce noises and had poured into them peace, peace, except for that yell, "Hey, Cassidy," which, after all, did not make much difference. Best of all, my will was in order, my soul was in harmony with itself and with God, though not without battle, and not without cost. That was a price I had to pay, or lose my life altogether, so there was no alternative but wait in patience, and let myself be ground out between the upper and nether millstones of the two conflicting laws within me. Nor could I taste anything of the sense that this is really a martyrdom full of merit and pleasing to God. I was still too obsessed with the sheer, brute difficulty of it, and the crushing humiliation that faced me all the time. Peccatum meum contra me est semper. Yet, in spite of all that, there was in me the profound, sure certitude of liberty, the moral certitude of grace, of union with God, which bred peace that could not be shattered or overshadowed by any necessity to stand armed and ready for conflict. And this peace was all rewarding. It was worth everything. And every day it brought me back to Christ's altars, and to my daily bread, that infinitely holy and mighty and secret wholesomeness that was cleansing and strengthening my sick being through and through, and feeding, with his infinite life, my poor shredded sinews of morality. I was writing a book, it was not much of a book, and I had classes to prepare. It was the latter work that had the most in it of health and satisfaction and reward. I had 3 big classes of sophomores, 90 students in all, to bring through English literature from Beowulf to the Romantic Revival in 1 year. And a lot of them didn't even know how to spell. But that did not worry me very much, and it could not alter my happiness with Piers Plowman and the Nun's Priest's Tale and Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. I was back again in that atmosphere that had enthralled me as a child, the serene and simple and humorous Middle Ages. Not the lute and goblin and mothball Middle Ages of Tennyson, but the real Middle Ages, the 12th and 13th and 14th centuries, full of fresh air and simplicity, as solid as wheat bread and grape wine and water mills and ox-drawn wagons, the age of Cistercian monasteries and of the first Franciscans. And so, in my innocence, I stood up and talked about all these things in front of those rooms full of football players with long, unpronounceable names, and because they saw that I myself liked my own subject matter, they tolerated it, and even did a certain amount of work for me without too much complaint. The classes were a strange mixture. The best elements in them were the football players and the seminarians. The football players were mostly on scholarships, and they did not have much money, and they stayed in at night most of the time. As a group, they were the best-natured and the best-tempered and worked as hard as the seminarians. They were also the most vocal. They liked to talk about these books when I stirred them up to argue. They liked to open their mouths and deliver rough, earnest, and sometimes sardonic observations about the behavior of these figures in literature. Also, some of them were strong and pious Catholics with souls full of faith and simplicity and honesty and conviction, yet without the violence and intemperance that come from mere prejudice. At Columbia it had been pretty much the fashion to despise football players as stupid, and I don't maintain that they are, as a class, geniuses. But the ones at St. Bona's taught me much more about people than I taught them about books, and I learned to have a lot of respect and affection for these rough, earnest, good-natured, and patient men who had to work so hard and take so many bruises and curses to entertain the friars and the alumni on the football field, and to advertise the school. I wonder what has happened to them all, how many of them got shot up in Africa or the Philippines. What became of that black-haired, grinning Master Giacomo who confided to me all his ambitions about being a band leader, or that lanky, cat-faced villain Chapman whom I saw one night, after a dance, walking around chewing on a whole ham? What have they done with that big, quiet Irishman Quinn, or Woody McCarthy with his long bulbous nose and eyebrows full of perplexity and his sallies of gruff wit? Then there was Red Hagerman who was not a Catholic, and who looked like all the big cheerful muscle-bound football players they believed in the 1920s. He went off and got himself married towards the end of that year. Another one called Red was Red MacDonald, and he was one of the best students in the class, and one of the best people, a serious young Irishman with a wide-open face, all full of sincerity and hard work. Then there was the big round-faced Polish boy whose name I have forgotten, who grabbed hold of the tail of a cow which dragged him all around the pasture on the day of the sophomore beer party at the end of the year. The most intelligent students were the seminarians or the ones that were going to enter the seminary, and they were the quietest. They kept pretty much to themselves, and handed in neat papers which you could be relatively sure were their own original work. Probably by now they are all priests. The rest of the class was a mixture of all kinds of people, some of them disgruntled, some of them penniless and hard-working, some of them rich and dumb and too fond of beer. Some of them liked to play the drums and knew how. Others liked to play them and did not know how. Some of them were good dancers and danced a lot. Others just went uptown and played the slot machines until the last minute before midnight, when they came back to the college in a panic-stricken rush to get in before the time limit was up. One of them, Joe Nastri, thought he was a communist. I don't suppose he had a very clear idea of what a communist was. One day he went to sleep in class and one of the football players gave him the hot foot. Of all the crowd, it could not be said that they were very different from the students I had known in other colleges. With a few exceptions, they were certainly no holier. They got drunk just as much, but they made more noise about it, and had less money to spend, and were handicapped by the necessity of getting back to the dormitory at a certain time. Twice a week they had to get up and hear Mass, which was a burden to most of them. Only very few of them heard Mass and went to communion every day, outside of the seminarians. However, most of them clung with conviction to the Catholic faith, a loyalty which was resolute and inarticulate. It was hard to tell just how much that loyalty was a matter of conscious faith, and how much it was based on attachment to their class and social environment, but they were all pretty definite about being Catholics. One could not say of them that, as a whole, they led lives that went beyond the ordinary level demanded of a Christian. Some of the most intelligent of them often startled me with statements that showed they had not penetrated below the surface of Catholicism and did not really appreciate its spirit. One, for instance, argued that the virtue of humility was nonsense, and that it sapped a man of all his vitality and initiative. Another one did not think there were any such things as devils. All of them were serene in their conviction that the modern world was the highest point reached by man in his development, and that our present civilization left very little to be desired. I wonder if the events of 1943 and the 2 following years did anything to change their opinions. That winter, when I was talking about the England of Langland and Chaucer and Shakespeare and Webster, the war machine of totalitarian Germany had turned to devour that island, and morning after morning when I glanced at the New York Times in the library, between classes, I read the headlines about the cities that had been cut to pieces with bombs. Night after night the huge dark mass of London was bursting into wide areas of flame that turned its buildings into empty craters and carried those miles and miles of slums. Around St. Paul's the ancient city was devastated, and there was no acre of Westminster, Bloomsbury, Camden Town, Mayfair, Bayswater, Paddington that had not been deeply scarred. Coventry was razed to the ground. Bristol, Birmingham, Sheffield, Newcastle were all raided, and the land was full of blood and smoke. The noise of that fearful chastisement, the fruit of modern civilization, penetrated to the ears and minds of very few at St. Bonaventure's. The friars understood something of what was going on, but they lost themselves, for the most part, in futile political arguments if they talked about it at all. But the students were more concerned with the movies and beer and the mousy little girls that ran around Olean in ankle socks, even when the snow lay deep on the ground. I think it was in November that we all lined up, students and secular professors, in De La Roche Hall and gave our names in to be drafted. The whole process was an extremely quiet and unmomentous one. The room was not even crowded. You didn't even have the boredom of waiting. I gave my name and my age and all the rest, and got a small white card. It was quickly over. It did not bring the war very close. Yet it was enough to remind me that I was not going to enjoy this pleasant and safe and stable life forever. Indeed, perhaps now that I had just begun to taste my security, it would be taken away again, and I would be cast back into the midst of violence and uncertainty and blasphemy and the play of anger and hatred and all passion, worse than ever before. It would be the wages of my own 25 years. This war was what I had earned for myself and the world. I could hardly complain that I was being drawn into it. 2. If we were all being pulled into the vortex of that fight, it was being done slowly and gradually. I was surprised when my brother was cast back into the solid area of peace, relative peace. It was one rainy night in the fall that he appeared in Olean in a new shiny Buick convertible roadster with a long black hood and a chassis that crouched low on the road, built for expensive and silent speed. The thing was all fixed up with searchlights, and as for my brother, he was not in uniform. What about the Navy? I asked him. It turned out that they were not giving out commissions in the Naval Reserve as freely as he had supposed, and he had had some differences of opinion with his commanding officers and, at the end of a cruise to the West Indies and after an examination of some sort, both my brother and the Naval Reserve were mutually delighted to end their association with one another. I was not sorry. What are you going to do now? Wait until you are drafted? I suppose so, he said. And in the meantime? Maybe I'll go to Mexico, he said. I want to take some pictures of those Mayan temples. And, as a matter of fact, that was where he went when the weather got cold, to Yucatan, to find out one of those lost cities in the jungle and take a pile of Kodachromes of those evil stones, soaked in the blood that was once poured out in libation to the devils by forgotten generations of Indians. He did not get rid of any of his restlessness in Mexico or Yucatan. He only found more of it among those blue volcanoes. Snow comes early to St. Bonaventure's, and when the snow came, I used to say the little hours of the breviary walking in the deep untrodden drifts along the wood's edge, towards the river. No one would ever come and disturb me out there in all that silence, under the trees, which made a noiseless, rudimentary church over my head, between me and the sky. It was wonderful out there when the days were bright, even though the cold bit down into the roots of my fingernails as I held the open breviary in my hands. I could look up from the book, and recite the parts I already knew by heart, gazing at the glittering, snow-covered hills, white and gold and planted with bare woods, standing out bright against the blinding blue sky. Oh, America, how I began to love your country. What miles of silences God has made in you for contemplation. If only people realized what all your mountains and forests are really for. The new year came, 1941. In its January, I was to have my 26th birthday, and enter upon my 27th, most momentous year. Already, in February, or before that, the idea came to me that I might make a retreat in some monastery for Holy Week and Easter. Where would it be? The first place that came into my mind was the Trappist Abbey Dan Walsh had told me about, in Kentucky. And as soon as I thought about it, I saw that this was the only choice. That was where I needed to go. Something had opened out, inside me, in the last months, something that demanded at least a week in that silence, in that austerity, praying together with the monks in their cold choir. And my heart expanded with anticipation and happiness. Meanwhile, suddenly, one day, towards the beginning of Lent, I began to write poems. I cannot assign any special cause for the ideas that began to crowd on me from every side. I had been reading the Spanish poet, Lorca, with whose poetic vein I felt in the greatest sympathy, but that was not enough, in itself, to account for all the things I now began to write. In the first weeks of Lent, the fasting I took on myself, which was not much, but at least it came up to the standard required by the Church for an ordinary Christian, and did not evade its obligations under some privilege to which I was not entitled, instead of cramping my mind, freed it, and seemed to let loose the string of my tongue. Sometimes I would go several days at a time, writing a new poem every day. They were not all good, but some of them were better than I had written before. In the end, I did not altogether reject more than half a dozen of them. And, having sent many of the others to various magazines, I at last had the joy of seeing one or two of them accepted. Towards the beginning of March, I wrote to the Trappists at Gethsemani asking if I could come down there for a retreat during Holy Week. I had barely received their reply, telling me they would be glad to have me there, when another letter came. It was from the draft board, telling me that my number was up for the army. I was surprised. I had forgotten about the draft, or rather I had made calculations that put all this off until at least after Easter. However, I had thought out my position with regard to the war, and knew what I had to do in conscience. I made out my answers to the questionnaires with peace in my heart, and not much anticipation that it would make any difference to my case. It was about 8 years since we had all stood under the banner in the gymnasium at Columbia, and the Reds had shouted and stamped on the platform, and we had all loudly taken a pledge that we weren't going to fight in any war whatever. Now America was moving into position to enter a war as the ally of countries that had been attacked by the Nazis, and the Nazis had, as their ally, Communist Russia. Meanwhile in those 8 years, I had developed a conscience. If I had objected to war before, it was more on the basis of emotion than anything else. And my unconditional objection had, therefore, been foolish in more ways than one. On the other hand, I was not making the mistake of switching from one emotional extreme to the other. This time, as far as I was able, I felt that I was called upon to make clear my own position as a moral duty. To put it in terms less abstract and stuffy, God was asking me, by the light and grace that He had given me, to signify where I stood in relation to the actions of governments and armies and states in this world overcome with the throes of its own blind wickedness. He was not asking me to judge all the nations of the world, or to elucidate all the moral and political motives behind their actions. He was not demanding that I pass some critical decision defining the innocence and guilt of all those concerned in the war. He was asking me to make a choice that amounted to an act of love for His truth, His goodness, His charity, His gospel, as an individual, as a member of His mystical body. He was asking me to do, to the best of my knowledge, what I thought Christ would do. For a war to be just, it must be a war of defense. A war of aggression is not just. If America entered the war now, would it be a war of aggression? I suppose if you wanted to get subtle about it, you could work out some kind of an argument to that effect. But I personally could not see that it would be anything else than legitimate self-defense. How legitimate? To answer that, I would have had to be a moral theologian and a diplomat and a historian and a politician and probably also a mind reader. And still I would not have had more than a probable answer. Since there was such strong probable evidence that we were really defending ourselves, that settled the question as far as I was concerned. I had more of a doubt on the question of whether it was really necessary or not. Did we really have to go to war? A lot of people were asking themselves that question. An argument about it was rather hot among some of the friars at St. Bonaventure's. As far as I could see, it was a question that no private individual was capable of answering, and the situation was getting to be grave enough for it to be necessary to leave the government to make its own choice. The men in Washington presumably knew what was going on better than we did, and if, in a situation as obscure as this one was, and as perilous, they thought war was getting to be necessary, what could we do about it? If they called us to the army, I could not absolutely refuse to go. The last and most crucial doubt about the war was the morality of the means used in the fight, the bombing of open cities, the wholesale slaughter of civilians. To my mind, there was very little doubt about the immorality of the methods used in modern war. Self-defense is good, and a necessary war is licit, but methods that descend to wholesale barbarism and ruthless, indiscriminate slaughter of non-combatants practically without defense are hard to see as anything else but mortal sins. This was the hardest question of all to decide. Fortunately, the draft law was framed in such a way that I did not have to decide it. For there was a provision made for those who were willing to help the country without doing any killing. As I say, I couldn't tell just how much those provisions would mean in actual practice, but they looked nice on paper, and the least I could do was take advantage of them. And therefore I made out my papers with an application to be considered as a non-combatant objector, that is, one who would willingly enter the army, and serve in the medical corps, or as a stretcher bearer, or a hospital orderly or any other thing like that, so long as I did not have to drop bombs on open cities, or shoot at other men. After all, Christ did say, "Whatsoever you have done to the least of these my brethren, you did it to me." I know that it is not the mind of the Church that this be applied literally to war, or rather, that war is looked upon as a painful but necessary social surgical operation in which you kill your enemy not out of hatred but for the common good. That is all very fine in theory. But as far as I could see, since the government was apparently holding out an opportunity to those who wanted to serve in the army without killing other men, I could avoid the whole question and follow what seemed to me to be a much better course. After all, I might be able to turn an evil situation into a source of much good. In the medical corps, if that was where they put me, I would not be spared any of the dangers that fell upon other men, and at the same time I would be able to help them, to perform works of mercy, and to overcome evil with good. I would be able to leaven the mass of human misery with the charity and mercy of Christ, and the bitter, ugly, filthy business of the war could be turned into the occasion for my own sanctification and for the good of other men. If you set aside the practically insoluble question of cooperation that might be brought up, it seemed to me that this was what Christ himself would have done, and what he wanted me to do. I put down all my reasons, and quoted St. Thomas for the edification of the draft board and got the whole business notarized and sealed and put it in an envelope and dropped it in the wide open mouth of the mailbox in the Olean post office. And when it was done, I walked out into the snowy street, and an ineffable sense of peace settled in my heart. It was a late, cold afternoon. The frozen piles of snow lay along the swept sidewalks, in the gutters, in front of the small, one-story buildings on State Street. Presently Bob O'Brien, the plumber at the Olean house, who lived in Allegheny, and who used to fix the pipes when they went wrong up at the cottage, came by in his car. He stopped to give me a ride. He was a big, jovial, family man, with white hair and several sons who served as altar boys at St. Bonaventure's Church in Allegheny, and as we passed out of town on the wide road, he was talking about peaceful and ordinary things. The country opened out before us. The setting sun shone as bright as blood, along the tops of the hills, but the snow in the valleys and hollows was blue and even purple with shadows. On the left of the road, the antennae of the radio station stood up into the clean sky, and far ahead of us lay the red brick buildings of the college, grouped in an imitation Italy in the midst of the alluvial valley. Beyond that, on the side of the hill were the redder buildings of St. Elizabeth's Convent, past the high bridge over the railroad tracks. My eyes opened and took all this in. And for the first time in my life I realized that I no longer cared whether I preserved my place in all this or lost it, whether I stayed here or went to the army. All that no longer mattered. It was in the hands of one who loved me far better than I could ever love myself, and my heart was filled with peace. It was a peace that did not depend on houses, or jobs, or places, or times, or external conditions. It was a peace that time and material created situations could never give. It was peace that the world could not give. The weeks went by, and I wrote some more poems, and continued to fast and keep my Lent. All I prayed was that God should let me know His will. And, if it pleased Him, there was only one other thing I asked for myself besides: if I had to go to the army, I begged him at least to let me make a retreat with the Trappist monks before I went. However, the next thing I got from the draft board was a notice to present myself for medical examination before the doctors in Olean. I had not been expecting things to develop that way, and at first I interpreted this to mean that my request for consideration as a non-combatant had simply been ignored. There were 3 days before the examination, and so I got permission to go down to New York. I thought I might see the draft board and talk to them, but that was not possible. In any case, it was not necessary. So the weekend turned out to be a sort of a festival with my friends. I saw Lax, who was now working for the New Yorker, and had a desk of his own in a corner of their offices where he wrote letters to pacify the people who complained about the humor, or the lack of it, in the pages of the magazine. Then we went out to Long Beach and saw Seymour. And then Seymour and I and Lax all together got in a car and went to Port Washington and saw Gibney. The next day was St. Patrick's Day, and the massed bands of all the boys and girls in Brooklyn who had never had an ear for music were gathering under the windows of the New Yorker offices and outside the Gotham Book Mart. And I, an Englishman, wearing a shamrock which I had bought from a Jew, went walking around the city, weaving in and out of the crowds, and thinking up a poem called April, although it was March. It was a fancy poem about javelins and leopards and lights through trees like arrows and a line that said, "The little voices of the rivers change." I thought it up in and out of the light and the shade of the 40s, between 5th and 6th Avenues, and typed it on Lax's typewriter in the New Yorker office, and showed it to Mark Van Doren in a subway station. And Mark said, of the shamrock I was wearing, "That is the greenest shamrock I have ever seen." It was a great St. Patrick's Day. That night I got on the Erie train, and since I was so soon, I thought, to go to the army, I paid money to sleep in the Pullman. Practically the only other Pullman passenger was a sedate Franciscan nun, who turned out to be going to St. Elizabeth's, and so we got off at Olean together and shared a taxi out to Allegheny. On Monday I prepared to go and be examined for the army. I was the first one there. I climbed the ancient stairs to the top floor of the Olean City Hall. I tried the handle of the room marked for the medical board, and the door opened. I walked in and stood in the empty room. My heart was still full of the peace of communion. Presently the first of the doctors arrived. "You got here early," he said, and began to take off his coat and hat. "We might as well begin," he said, "the others will be along in a minute." So I stripped, and he listened to my chest, and took some blood out of my arm and put it in a little bottle, in a water heater, to keep it cozy and warm for the Wassermann test. And while this was going on, the others were coming in, 2 other doctors to do the examining, and lanky young farm boys to be examined. "Now," said my doctor, "let's see your teeth." I opened my mouth. "Well," he said, "you've certainly had a lot of teeth out." And he began to count them. The doctor who was running the medical board was just coming in. My man got up and went to talk to him. I heard him say, "Shall we finish the whole examination? I don't see much point to it." The head doctor came over and looked at my mouth. "Oh, well," he said, "finish the examination anyway." And he sat me down and personally took a crack at my reflexes and went through all the rest of it. When it was over, and I was ready to get back into my clothes, I asked, "What about it, doctor?" "Oh, go home," he said, "you haven't got enough teeth." Once again I walked out into the snowy street. So they didn't want me in the army after all, even as a stretcher bearer. The street was full of quiet, full of peace. And I remembered that it was the feast of Saint Joseph. 3. There were still about 3 weeks left until Easter. Thinking more and more about the Trappist monastery where I was going to spend Holy Week, I went to the library one day and took down the Catholic encyclopedia to read about the Trappists. I found out that the Trappists were Cistercians, and then, in looking up Cistercians, I also came across the Carthusians, and a great big picture of the hermitages of the Camaldolese. What I saw on those pages pierced me to the heart like a knife. What wonderful happiness there was, then, in the world. There were still men on this miserable, noisy, cruel earth, who tasted the marvelous joy of silence and solitude, who dwelt in forgotten mountain cells, in secluded monasteries, where the news and desires and appetites and conflicts of the world no longer reached them. They were free from the burden of the flesh's tyranny, and their clear vision, clean of the world's smoke and of its bitter sting, were raised to heaven and penetrated into the deeps of heaven's infinite and healing light. They were poor, they had nothing, and therefore they were free and possessed everything, and everything they touched struck off something of the fire of divinity. And they worked with their hands, silently plowing and harrowing the earth, and sowing seed in obscurity, and reaping their small harvests to feed themselves and the other poor. They built their own houses and made, with their own hands, their own furniture and their own coarse clothing, and everything around them was simple and primitive and poor, because they were the least and the last of men. They had made themselves outcasts, seeking, outside the walls of the world, Christ poor and rejected of men. Above all, they had found Christ, and they knew the power and the sweetness and the depth and the infinity of His love, living and working in them. In Him, hidden in Him, they had become the poor brothers of God. And for His love, they had thrown away everything, and concealed themselves in the secret of His face. Yet because they had nothing, they were the richest men in the world, possessing everything, because in proportion as grace emptied their hearts of created desire, the Spirit of God entered in and filled the place that had been made for God. And the poor brothers of God, in their cells, they tasted within them the secret glory, the hidden manna, the infinite nourishment and strength of the presence of God. They tasted the sweet exultancy of the fear of God, which is the first intimate touch of the reality of God, known and experienced on earth, the beginning of heaven. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of heaven. And all day long, God spoke to them, the clean voice of God, in His tremendous peacefulness, spending truth within them as simply and directly as water wells up in a spring. And grace was in them, suddenly, always in more and more abundance, they knew not from where, and the coming of this grace to them occupied them altogether, and filled them with love, and with freedom. And grace, overflowing in all their acts and movements, made everything they did an act of love, glorifying God not by drama, not by gesture, not by outward show, but by the very simplicity and economy of utter perfection, so utter that it escapes notice entirely. Outside in the world were holy men who were holy in the sense that they went about with portraits of all the possible situations in which they could show their love of God displayed about them, and they were always conscious of all these possibilities. But these other hidden men had come so close to God in their hiddenness that they no longer saw anyone but Him. They themselves were lost in the picture, there was no comparison between them receiving and God giving, because the distance by which such comparison could be measured had dwindled to nothing. They were in Him. They had dwindled down to nothing and had been transformed into Him by the pure and absolute humility of their hearts. And the love of Christ overflowing in those clean hearts made them children and made them eternal. Old men with limbs like the roots of trees had the eyes of children and lived, under their grey woolen cowls, eternal. And all of them, the young and the old, were ageless, the little brothers, if God, the little children for whom was made the kingdom of heaven. Day after day the round of the canonical hours brought them together, and the love that was in them became songs as austere as granite and as sweet as wine. And they stood and they bowed in their long, solemn psalmody. Their prayer flexed its strong sinews and relaxed again into silence, and suddenly flared up again in a hymn, the color of flame, and died into silence, and you could barely hear the weak, ancient voice saying the final prayer. The whisper of the amens ran around the stones like sighs, and the monks broke up their ranks and half emptied the choir, some remaining to pray. And in the night they also rose, and filled the darkness with the strong, patient anguish of their supplication to God, and the strength of their prayer, the Spirit of Christ concealing His strength in the words their voices uttered, amazingly held back the arm of God from striking and breaking at last the foul world full of greed and avarice and murder and lust and all sin. The thought of those monasteries, those remote choirs, those cells, those hermitages, those cloisters, those men in their cowls, the poor monks, the men who had become nothing, shattered my heart. In an instant the desire of those solitudes was wide open within me like a wound. I had to slam the book shut on the picture of Camaldoli and the bearded hermit standing in the stone street of cells, and I went out of the library, trying to stamp out the embers that had broken into flame, there, for an instant, within me. No, it was useless. I did not have a vocation, and I was not for the cloister, for the priesthood. Had I not been told that definitely enough? Did I have to have that beaten into my head all over again before I could believe it? Yet I stood in the sun outside the dining hall, waiting for the noon angelus, and one of the friars was talking to me. I could not contain the one thing that filled my heart. I am going to a Trappist monastery to make a retreat for Holy Week, I said. The things that jumped in the friar's eyes gave him the sort of expression you would expect if I had said, I am going to go and buy a submarine and live on the bottom of the sea. Don't let them change you, he said, with a sort of a lame smile. That meant don't go reminding the rest of us that all that penance might be right, by getting a vocation to the Trappists. I said, it would be a good thing if they did change me. It was a safe, oblique way of admitting what was in my heart, the desire to go to that monastery and stay for good. On the morning of the Saturday before Palm Sunday I got up before 5, and heard part of a mass in the dark chapel and then had to make a run for the train. The rain fell on the empty station straight and continuous as a tower. All the way down the line, in the pale, growing day, the hills were black, and rain drenched the valley and hooded the sleeping valley towns. Somewhere past Jamestown I took out my breviary and said the little hours, and when we got into Ohio the rain stopped. We changed stations at Gabon, and on the fast train down to Columbus I got something to eat, and in southern Ohio the air was drier still, and almost clearing. Finally, in the evening, in the long rolling hills that led the way into Cincinnati, you could see the clouds tearing open all along the western horizon to admit long streaks of sun. It was an American landscape, big, vast, generous, fertile, and leading beyond itself into limitless expanses, open spaces, the whole West. My heart was full. So when we entered Cincinnati, in the evening, with the lights coming on among all the houses and the electric signs shining on the hills, and the huge freight yards swinging open on either side of the track and the high buildings in the distance, I felt as if I owned the world. And yet that was not because of all these things, but because of Gethsemani, where I was going. It was the fact that I was passing through all this, and did not desire it, and wanted no part in it, and did not seek to grasp or hold any of it, that I could exult in it, and it all cried out to me, God. God. I went to Mass and Communion the next morning in Cincinnati, and then took the train for Louisville, and waited in Louisville all the rest of the day because I did not have the sense to take a bus to one of the towns near Gethsemani and buy a ride from there to the monastery. It was not until after night fell that there was a train out to Gethsemani, on the line to Atlanta. It was a slow train. The coach was dimly lighted, and full of people whose accents I could hardly understand, and you knew you were in the South because all the Negroes were huddled in a separate car. The train got out of the city into country that was abysmally dark, even under the moon. You wondered if there were any houses out there. Pressing my face to the window, and shading it with my hands, I saw the outline of a bare, stony landscape with sparse trees. The little towns we came to looked poor and forlorn and somewhat fierce in the darkness. And the train went its slow way through the spring night, branching off at Bardstown Junction. And I knew my station was coming. I stepped down out of the car into the empty night. The station was dark. There was a car standing there, but no man in sight. There was a road, and the shadow of a sort of a factory a little distance away, and a few houses under some trees. In one of them was a light. The train had hardly stopped to let me off, and immediately gathered its ponderous momentum once again and was gone around the bend with the flash of a red tail light, leaving me in the middle of the silence and solitude of the Kentucky hills. I put my bag down in the gravel, wondering what to do next. Had they forgotten to make arrangements for me to get to the monastery? Presently the door of one of the houses opened, and a man came out, in no hurry. We got in the car together, and started up the road, and in a minute we were in the midst of moonlit fields. "Are the monks in bed?" I asked the driver. It was only a few minutes past 8. "Oh, yes, they go to bed at 7 o'clock. "Is the monastery far?" "Mile and a half." I looked at the rolling country, and at the pale ribbon of road in front of us, stretching out as grey as lead in the light of the moon. Then suddenly I saw a steeple that shone like silver in the moonlight, growing into sight from behind a rounded knoll. The tires sang on the empty road, and, breathless, I looked at the monastery that was revealed before me as we came over the rise. At the end of an avenue of trees was a big rectangular block of buildings, all dark, with a church crowned by a tower and a steeple and a cross, and the steeple was as bright as platinum and the whole place was as quiet as midnight and lost in the all-absorbing silence and solitude of the fields. Behind the monastery was a dark curtain of woods, and over to the west was a wooded valley, and beyond that a rampart of wooded hills, a barrier and a defense against the world. And over all the valley smiled the mild, gentle Easter moon, the full moon in her kindness, loving this silent place. At the end of the avenue, in the shadows under the trees, I could make out the lowering arch of the gate, and the words, "Pax intrantibus." The driver of the car did not go to the bell rope by the heavy wooden door. Instead he went over and scratched on one of the windows and called, in a low voice, "Brother! Brother!" I could hear someone stirring inside. Presently the key turned in the door. I passed inside. The door closed quietly behind me. I was out of the world. The effect of that big, moonlit court, the heavy stone building with all those dark and silent windows, was overpowering. I could hardly answer the brother's whispered questions. I looked at his clear eyes, his graying, pointed beard. When I told him I came from St. Bonaventure's, he said drily, "I was a Franciscan once." We crossed the court, climbed some steps, entered a high, dark hall. I hesitated on the brink of a polished, slippery floor, while the brother groped for the light switch. Then, above another heavy door, I saw the words, "God alone." "Have you come here to stay?" said the brother. The question terrified me. It sounded too much like the voice of my own conscience. "Oh, no," I said. "Oh, no." And I heard my whisper echoing around the hall and vanishing up the indefinite, mysterious heights of a dark and empty stairwell above our heads. The place smelled frighteningly clean, old and clean, an ancient house, polished and swept and repainted over and over, year after year. "What's the matter? Why can't you stay? Are you married or something?" said the brother. "No," I said lamely, "I have a job." We began to climb the wide stairs. Our steps echoed in the empty darkness. One flight and then another and a third and a fourth. There was an immense distance between floors. It was a building with great high ceilings. Finally we came to the top floor, and the brother opened the door into a wide room, and put down my bag, and left me. I heard his steps crossing the yard below, to the gatehouse. And I felt the deep, deep silence of the night, and of peace, and of holiness enfold me like love, like safety. The embrace of it, the silence. I had entered into a solitude that was an impregnable fortress. And the silence that enfolded me, spoke to me, and spoke louder and more eloquently than any voice, and in the middle of that quiet, clean-smelling room, with the moon pouring its peacefulness in through the open window, with the warm night air, I realized truly whose house that was, O glorious Mother of God! How did I ever get back out of there, into the world, after tasting the sweetness and the kindness of the love with which you welcome those that come to stay in your house, even only for a few days, O Holy Queen of Heaven, and Mother of my Christ? It is very true that the Cistercian order is your special territory and that those monks in white cowls are your special servants, servitors sancti Mariae. Their houses are all yours, Notre Dame, all around the world. Notre Dame de Gethsemani, there was still something of the bravery and simplicity and freshness of 12th century devotion, the vivid faith of Saint Bernard of Clairvaux and Adam of Persane and Garrick of Igny and Aelred of Rivalx and Robert of Molesma, here in the hills of Kentucky, and I think the century of Chartres was most of all your century, my lady, because it spoke you clearest not only in word but in glass and stone, showing you for who you are, most powerful, most glorious, mediatrix of all grace, and the most high Queen of Heaven, high above all the angels, enthroned in glory near the throne of your divine Son. And of all things, it is the rules of the religious orders dedicated to you, that are loudest and truest in proclaiming your honor, showing forth your power and your greatness obliquely by the sacrifices that love of you drives men to make. So it is that the usages of the Cistercians are a canticle for your glory, Queen of Angels, and those who live those usages proclaim your tremendous prerogatives louder than the most exalted sermons. The white cowl of the silent Cistercian has got the gift of tongues, and the flowing folds of that grey wool, full of benediction, are more fluent than the Latin of the great monastic doctors. How shall I explain or communicate to those who have not seen these holy houses, your consecrated churches and Cistercian cloisters, the might of the truths that overpowered me all the days of that week? Yet no one will find it hard to conceive the impression made on a man thrown suddenly into a Trappist monastery at 4 o'clock in the morning, after the night office, as I was the following day. Bells were flying out of the tower in the high, astounding darkness as I groped half-blind with sleep for my clothing, and hastened into the hall and down the dark stairs. I did not know where to go, and there was no one to show me, but I saw two men in secular clothes, at the bottom of the stairs, going through a door. One of them was a priest with a great head of white hair, the other was a young man with black hair, in a pair of dungarees. I went after them, through the door. We were in a hallway, completely black, except I could see their shadows moving towards a big window at the end. They knew where they were going, and they had found a door which opened and let some light into the hall. I came after them to the door. It led into the cloister. The cloister was cold, and dimly lit, and the smell of damp wool astounded me by its unearthliness. And I saw the monks. There was one, right there, by the door. He had knelt, or rather thrown himself down before a pieta in the cloister corner, and had buried his head in the huge sleeves of his cowl there at the feet of the dead Christ, the Christ who lay in the arms of Mary, letting fall one arm and a pierced hand in the limpness of death. It was a picture so fierce that it scared me, the abjection, the dereliction of this seemingly shattered monk at the feet of the broken Christ. I stepped into the cloister as if into an abyss. The silence with people moving in it was 10 times more gripping than it had been in my own empty room. And now I was in the church. The two other seculars were kneeling there beside an altar at which the candles were burning. A priest was already at the altar, spreading out the corporal and opening the book. I could not figure out why the secular priest with the great shock of white hair was kneeling down to serve Mass. Maybe he wasn't a priest after all. But I did not have time to speculate about that. My heart was too full of other things in that great dark church, where, in little chapels, all around the ambulatory behind the high altar, chapels that were caves of dim candlelight, Mass was simultaneously beginning at many altars. How did I live through that next hour? It is a mystery to me. The silence, the solemnity, the dignity of these Masses and of the Church, and the overpowering atmosphere of prayers so fervent that they were almost tangible choked me with love and reverence that robbed me of the power to breathe. I could only get the air in gasps. Oh my God, with what might you sometimes choose to teach a man's soul your immense lessons. Here, even through only ordinary channels, came to me graces that overwhelmed me like a tidal wave, truths that drowned me with the force of their impact, and all through the plain, normal means of the liturgy, but the liturgy used properly, and with reverence, by souls inured to sacrifice. What a thing Mass becomes, in hands hardened by grueling and sacrificial labor, in poverty and abjection and humiliation. See, said those lights, those shadows in all the chapels. See who God is. Realize what this Mass is. See Christ here, on the cross. See his wounds, see his torn hands, see how the King of Glory is crowned with thorns. Do you know what love is? Here is love, here on this cross, here is love, suffering these nails, these thorns, that scourge loaded with lead, smashed to pieces, bleeding to death because of your sins and bleeding to death because of people that will never know him, and never think of him and will never remember his sacrifice. Learn from him how to love God and how to love men. Learn of this cross, this love, how to give your life away to him. Almost simultaneously all around the church, at all the various altars, the bells began to ring. These monks, they rang no bells at the Sanctus or the Hankajitter, only at the consecration, and now, suddenly, solemnly, all around the church, Christ was on the cross, lifted up, drawing all things to himself, that tremendous sacrifice tearing hearts from bodies, and drawing them out to him. See who God is, see the glory of God, going up to him out of this incomprehensible and infinite sacrifice in which all history begins and ends, all individual lives begin and end, in which every story is told and finished and settled for joy or for sorrow, the one point of reference for all the truths that are outside of God, their center, their focus, love. Faint gold fire flashed from the shadowy flanks of the upraised chalice at our altar. Do you know what love is? You have never known the meaning of love, never, you who have always drawn all things to the center of your own nothingness. Here is love in this chalice full of blood, sacrifice, mactation. Do you not know that to love means to be killed for glory of the beloved? And where is your love? Where is now your cross, if you say you want to follow me, if you pretend you love me? All around the church the bells rang as gentle and fresh as dew. But these men are dying for me. These monks are killing themselves for me, and for you, for the world, for the people who do not know me, for the millions that will never know them on this earth. After communion I thought my heart was going to explode. When the church had practically emptied after the second round of masses, I left and went to my room. When I next came back to church it was to kneel in the high balcony in the far end of the nave, for tierce and sext and then none in the conventual mass. And now the church was full of light, and the monks stood in their stalls and bowed like white seas at the ends of the psalms, those slow, rich, somber and yet lucid tones of the psalms, praising God in his new morning, thanking him for the world he had created and for the life he continued to give to it. Those psalms, the singing of the monks, and especially the ferial tone for the little hours hymns, what springs of life and strength and grace were in their singing. The whole earth came to life and bounded with new fruitfulness and significance in the joy of their simple and beautiful chanting that gradually built up to the climax of the conventual Mass. Splendid, I say, and yet this Cistercian liturgy in Lent was reduced to the ultimate in simplicity. Therefore it was all the more splendid, because the splendor was intellectual and effective, and not the mere flash and glitter of vestments and decorations. 2 candles were lit on the bare altar. A plain wooden crucifix stood above the tabernacle. The sanctuary was closed off with a curtain. The white altar cloth fell, at both ends, almost to the floor. The priest ascended the altar steps in a chasuble, accompanied by a deacon in alb and stole. And that was all. At intervals during the Mass, a monk in a cowl detached himself from the choir and went slowly and soberly to minister at the altar, with grave and solemn bows, walking with his long flowing sleeves dangling almost as low as his ankles. The eloquence of this liturgy was even more tremendous, and what it said was one, simple, cogent, tremendous truth: this church, the court of the Queen of Heaven, is the real capital of the country in which we are living. This is the center of all the vitality that is in America. This is the cause and reason why the nation is holding together. These men, hidden in the anonymity of their choir and their white cowls, are doing for their land what no army, no Congress, no president could ever do as such. They are winning for it the grace and the protection and the friendship of God. 4. I discovered that the young man with black hair, in dungarees, was a postulant. He was entering the monastery that day. That evening, at Compline, we who were standing up in the tribune at the back of the church could see him down there, in the choir, in his dark secular clothes, which made him easy to pick out, in the shadows, among the uniform white of the novices and monks. For a couple of days it was that way. Practically the first thing you noticed, when you looked at the choir, was this young man in secular clothes, among all the monks. Then suddenly we saw him no more. He was in white. They had given him an oblate's habit, and you could not pick him out from the rest. The waters had closed over his head, and he was submerged in the community. He was lost. The world would hear of him no more. He had drowned to our society and become a Cistercian. Up in the guest house, somebody who happened to know who he was, told me a few facts about him, by way of a kind of obituary. I don't know if I got them straight or not, but he was a convert. He came from a rather wealthy family in Pennsylvania, and had gone to one of the big Eastern universities, and had been on a vacation in the Bahama Islands when he had bumped into a priest who got to talking to him about the faith, and converted him. When he was baptized, his parents were so incensed that they cut him off, as the saying goes, without a penny. For a while he had worked as a pilot on one of the big airlines, flying planes to South America, but now that was all over. He was gone out of the world. Requiescat in pace. The secular priest with the white hair was more of a mystery. He was a big, bluff fellow, with some kind of an accent which led me to place him as a Belgian. He was not entering the community, but it seemed he had been there in the guest house for some time. In the afternoons he put on a pair of overalls, and went about painting benches and other furniture, and he laughed and talked with the others. As he talked, his talk seemed strange to me. In a place like this, you would expect someone to say something, at least indirectly, about religion. And yet that was a subject on which he seemed to be inarticulate. The only thing he seemed to know anything about was strength, and work. At the dinner table, he rolled up his sleeve and said, "Hey! Look at dat muscle!" And he flexed a huge biceps for the edification of the retreat ants. I found out afterwards that he was under ecclesiastical censure, and was in the monastery doing penance. The poor man, for some reason or another, had not lived as a good priest. In the end, his mistakes had caught up with him. He had come into contact with some schismatics, in a sect known as the Old Catholics, and these people persuaded him to leave the church and come over to them. And when he did so, they made him an archbishop. I suppose he enjoyed the dignity and the novelty of it for a while, but the whole thing was obviously silly. So he gave it up and came back. And now here he was in the monastery, serving Mass every morning for a young Trappist priest who scarcely had the oils of his ordination dry on his hands. As the week went on, the house began to fill, and the evening before Holy Thursday there must have been some 25 or 30 retreat ants in the monastery, men young and old, from all quarters of the country. Half a dozen students had hitchhiked down from Notre Dame, with glasses and earnest talk about the philosophy of St. Thomas Aquinas. There was a psychiatrist from Chicago who said he came down every Easter, and there were 3 or 4 pious men who turned out to be friends and benefactors of the monastery, quiet, rather solemn personages. They assumed a sort of command over the other guests. They had a right to. They practically lived here in this guest house. In fact, they had a kind of quasi-vocation all their own. They belonged to that special class of men raised up by God to support orphanages and convents and monasteries and build hospitals and feed the poor. On the whole, it is a way to sanctity that is sometimes too much despised. It sometimes implies a more than ordinary humility in men who come to think that the monks and nuns they assist are creatures of another world. God will show us at the latter day that many of them were better men than the monks they supported. But the man I most talked to was a Carmelite priest who had wandered about the face of the earth even more than I had. If I wanted to hear something about monasteries, he could tell me about hundreds of them that he had seen. We walked in the guest house garden, in the sun, watching the bees fighting in the rich yellow tulips, and he told me about the Carthusians in England, at Park Minster. There were no longer any pure hermits or anchorites in the world, but the Carthusians were the ones who had gone the farthest, climbed the highest on the mountain of isolation that lifted them above the world and concealed them in God. We could see the Cistercians here going out to work in a long line with shovels tucked under their arms with a most quaint formality. But the Carthusian worked alone, in his cell, in his own garden or workshop, isolated. These monks slept in a common dormitory, the Carthusian slept in a hidden cell. These men ate together while someone read aloud to them in their refectory. The Carthusian ate alone, sitting in the window alcove of his cell, with no one to speak to him but God. All day long and all night long the Cistercian was with his brothers. All day long and all night long, except for the offices in choir and other intervals, the Carthusian was with God alone. O beata solitudo! The words were written on the walls of this Trappist guest house, too. O beata solitudo, o sola beatitudo! There was one thing the Cistercians had in their favor. The Carthusians had a kind of recreation in which they went out for walks together and conversed with one another, to prevent the possibilities of strain that might go with too uncompromising a solitude, too much of that sola beatitudo. Could there be too much of it, I wondered? But the Trappist with his unbroken silence, at least as far as conversations were concerned, had one advantage. And yet what did it matter which one was the most perfect order? Neither one of them was for me. Had I not been told definitely enough a year ago that I had no vocation to any religious order? All these comparisons were nothing but fuel for the fire of that interior anguish, that hopeless desire for what I could not have, for what was out of reach. The only question was not which order attracted me more, but which one tortured me the more with a solitude and silence and contemplation that could never be mine. Far from wondering whether I had a vocation to either one, or from instituting a comparison between them, I was not even allowed the luxury of speculation on such a subject. It was all out of the question. However, since the Carthusians were, after all, far away, it was what I had before my eyes that tortured me the most. The Carthusians were more perfect, perhaps, and therefore more to be desired, but they were doubly out of reach because of the war and because of what I thought was my lack of a vocation. If I had had any supernatural common sense I would have realized that a retreat like this would be the best time to take that problem by the horns and overcome it, not by my own efforts and meditations but by prayer and by the advice of an experienced priest. And where would I find anyone more experienced in such matters than in a monastery of contemplatives? But what was the matter with me? I suppose I had taken such a beating from the misunderstandings and misapprehensions that had arisen in my mind by the time that Capuchin got through with me, in his confessional, the year before, that I literally feared to reopen the subject at all. There was something in my bones that told me that I ought to find out whether my intense desire to lead this kind of a life in some monastery were an illusion, but the old scars were not yet healed, and my whole being shrank from another scourging. That was my Holy Week, that mute, hopeless, interior struggle. It was my share in the Passion of Christ which began, that year, in the middle of the night with the first strangled cry of the vigils of Holy Thursday. It was a tremendous thing to hear the terrible cries of Jeremias resounding along the walls of that dark church buried in the country. Attend and see if there be any sorrow like unto my sorrow. From above he hath sent fire into my bones, and hath chastised me, he hath spread a net for my feet, he hath turned me back, he hath made me desolate, wasted with sorrow all the day long. It was not hard to realize whose words these were, not difficult to detect the voice of Christ, in the liturgy of his church, crying out in the sorrows of his passion, which was now beginning to be relived, as it is relived each year, in the churches of Christendom. At the end of the office, one of the monks came solemnly out and extinguished the sanctuary light, and the sudden impression froze all hearts with darkness and foreboding. The day went on solemnly, the little hours being chanted in a strange, mighty, and tremendously sorrowful tone, plain as its three monotonously recurring notes could possibly make it be, a lament that was as rough and clean as stone. After the Gloria in excelsis of the conventual Mass, the organ was at last altogether silent, and the silence only served to bring out the simplicity and strength of the music chanted by the choir. After the general communion, distributed to the long slow line of all the priests and monks and brothers and guests, and the procession of the Blessed Sacrament to the altar of repose, slow and sad, with lights and the range lingua, came the Maundy, the mandatum, when, in the cloister, the monks washed the feet of some 70 or 80 poor men, and kissed their feet, and pressed money into their hands. And through all this, especially in the mandatum, when I saw them at close range, I was amazed at the way these monks, who were evidently just plain young Americans from the factories and colleges and farms and high schools of the various states, were nevertheless absorbed and transformed in the liturgy. The thing that was most impressive was their absolute simplicity. They were concerned with one thing only, doing the things they had to do, singing what they had to sing, bowing and kneeling and so on when it was prescribed, and doing it as well as they could, without fuss or flourish or display. It was all utterly simple and unvarnished and straightforward, and I don't think I had ever seen anything, anywhere, so unaffected, so unself-conscious as these monks. There was not a shadow of anything that could be called parade or display. They did not seem to realize that they were being watched, and, as a matter of fact, I can say from experience that they did not know it at all. In choir, it is very rare that you even realize that there are any, or many, or few seculars in the house, and if you do realize it, it makes no difference. The presence of other people becomes something that has absolutely no significance to the monk when he is at prayer. It is something null, neutral, like the air, like the atmosphere, like the weather. All these external things recede into the distance. Remotely, you are aware of it all, but you do not advert to it, you are not conscious of it, any more than the eye registers, with awareness, the things on which it is not focused, although they may be within its range of vision. Certainly one thing the monk does not, or cannot, realize is the effect which these liturgical functions, performed by a group as such, have upon those who see them. The lessons, the truths, the incidents, and values portrayed are simply overwhelming. For this effect to be achieved, it is necessary that each monk as an individual performer be absolutely lost, ignored, overlooked. And yet, what a strange admission! To say that men were admirable, worthy of honor, perfect, in proportion as they disappeared into a crowd and made themselves unnoticed, by even ceasing to be aware of their own existence and their own acts. Excellence, here, was in proportion to obscurity. The one who was best was the one who was least observed, least distinguished. Only faults and mistakes drew attention to the individual. The logic of the Cistercian life was, then, the complete opposite to the logic of the world, in which men put themselves forward, so that the most excellent is the one who stands out, the one who is eminent above the rest, who attracts attention. But what was the answer to this paradox? Simply that the monk in hiding himself from the world becomes not less himself, not less of a person, but more of a person, more truly and perfectly himself, for his personality and individuality are perfected in their true order, the spiritual, interior order, of union with God, the principle of all perfection. Omnis gloria ejus filii regis abintus. The logic of worldly success rests on a fallacy, the strange error that our perfection depends on the thoughts and opinions and applause of other men. A weird life it is, indeed, to be living always in somebody else's imagination, as if that were the only place in which one could at last become real. With all these things before me, day and night, for 2 days, I finally came to the afternoon of Good Friday. After a tremendous morning of 10 hours of practically uninterrupted chanting and psalmody, the monks, exhausted, had disappeared from the scene of their gutted church, with its stripped altars and its empty tabernacle wide open to the four winds. The monastery was silent, inert. I could not pray, I could not read any more. I got Brother Matthew to let me out the front gate on the pretext that I wanted to take a picture of the monastery, and then I went for a walk along the enclosure wall, down the road past the mill, and around the back of the buildings, across a creek and down a narrow valley, with the barn and some woods on one side, and the monastery on a bluff on the other. The sun was warm, the air quiet. Somewhere a bird sang. In a sense, it was a relief to be out of the atmosphere of intense prayer that had pervaded those buildings for the last 2 days. The pressure was too heavy for me. My mind was too full. Now my feet took me slowly along a rocky road, under the stunted cedar trees, with violets growing up everywhere between the cracks in the rock. Out here I could think, and yet I could not get to any conclusions. But there was one thought running around and around in my mind: to be a monk, to be a monk. I gazed at the brick building which I took to be the novitiate. It stood on top of a high rampart of a retaining wall that made it look like a prison or a citadel. I saw the enclosure wall, the locked gates. I thought of the hundreds of pounds of spiritual pressure compressed and concentrated within those buildings and weighing down on the heads of the monks, and I thought, it would kill me. I turned my eyes to the trees, to the woods. I looked up the valley, back in the direction from which I had come, at the high wooded hill that closed off the prospect. I thought, I am a Franciscan. That is my kind of spirituality, to be out in the woods, under the trees. I walked back across the trestle over the sunny, narrow creek, embracing my fine new error. After all I had seen of the Franciscans, where did I get the idea that they spent their time under the trees? They often lived in schools in towns and in cities, and these monks, on the contrary, did go out every day and work in the very fields and woods that I was looking at. Human nature has a way of making very specious arguments to suit its own cowardice and lack of generosity. And so now I was trying to persuade myself that the contemplative, cloistered life was not for me, because there was not enough fresh air. Nevertheless, back in the monastery I read St. Bernard's De Diligendo Deo, and I read the life of a Trappist monk who had died in a monastery in France, ironically enough in my own part of France, near Toulouse, Father Joseph Casson. The retreat master, in one of his conferences, told us a long story of a man who had once come to Gethsemani, and who had not been able to make up his mind to become a monk, and had fought and prayed about it for days. Finally, went the story, he had made the Stations of the Cross, and at the final station had prayed fervently to be allowed the grace of dying in the order. You know, said the retreat master, they say that no petition you ask at the 14th station is ever refused. In any case, this man finished his prayer, and went back to his room, and in an hour or so he collapsed, and they just had time to receive his request for admission to the order when he died. He lies buried in the monks' cemetery, in the oblate's habit. And so, about the last thing I did before leaving Gethsemani, was to do the Stations of the Cross, and to ask, with my heart in my throat, at the 14th station, for the grace of a vocation to the Trappists, if it were pleasing to God. 5. Back in the world, I felt like a man that had come down from the rare atmosphere of a very high mountain. When I got to Louisville, I had already been up for 4 hours or so, and my day was getting on towards its noon, so to speak, but I found that everybody else was just getting up and having breakfast and going to work. And how strange it was to see people walking around as if they had something important to do, running after buses, reading the newspapers, lighting cigarettes. How futile all their haste and anxiety seemed. My heart sank within me. I thought, what am I getting into? Is this the sort of a thing I myself have been living in all these years? At a street corner, I happened to look up and caught sight of an electric sign, on top of a 2-story building. It read, "Clown cigarettes." I turned and fled from the alien and lunatic street, and found my way into the nearby cathedral, and knelt, and prayed, and did the Stations of the Cross. Afraid of the spiritual pressure in that monastery? Was that what I had said the other day? How I longed to be back there now. Everything here, in the world outside, was insipid and slightly insane. There was only one place I knew of where there was any true order. Yet, how could I go back? Did I not know that I really had no vocation? It was the same old story again. I got on the train for Cincinnati, and for New York. Back at St. Bonaventure's, where the spring I had already met in Kentucky finally caught up with me again, several weeks later, I walked in the woods, in the sun, under the pale blossoms of the wild cherry trees. The fight went on in my mind. By now, the problem had resolved itself into one practical issue: why don't I consult somebody about the whole question? Why don't I write to the Abbot of Gethsemani, and tell him all about my case, and ask him his opinion? More practical still, here at St. Bonaventure's there was one priest whom I had come to know well during this last year, a wise and good philosopher, Father Philotheus. We had been going over some texts of St. Bonaventure and Duns Scotus together, and I knew I could trust him with the most involved spiritual problem. Why did I not ask him? There was one absurd, crazy thing that held me up. It was a kind of a blind impulse, confused, obscure, irrational. I can hardly identify it as it actually was, because its true nature escaped me. It was so blind, so elemental. But it amounted to a vague subconscious fear that I would once and for all be told that I definitely had no vocation. It was the fear of an ultimate refusal. Perhaps what I wanted was to maintain myself in an equivocal, indefinite position in which I would be free to dream about entering the monastery, without having the actual responsibility of doing so, and of embracing the real hardships of Cistercian life. If I asked advice, and was told I had no vocation, then the dream would be over, and if I was told I had a vocation, then I would have to walk right into the reality. And all this was complicated by that other dream, that of the Carthusians. If there had been a Carthusian monastery in America, things would have been much simpler. But there is still no such place in the whole hemisphere. And there was no chance of crossing the Atlantic. France was full of Germans and the Charterhouse in Sussex had been bombed flat to the ground. And so I walked under the trees, full of indecision, praying for light. In the midst of this conflict, I suddenly got a notion which shows that I was not very far advanced in the spiritual life. I thought of praying God to let me know what I was going to do, or what I should do, or what the solution would be, by showing it to me in the scriptures. It was the old business of opening the book and putting your finger down blindly on the page and taking the words thus designated as an answer to your question. Sometimes the saints have done this, and much more often a lot of superstitious old women have done it. I am not a saint, and I do not doubt that there may have been an element of superstition in my action. But anyway, I made my prayer, and opened the book, and put my finger down definitely on the page and said to myself, whatever it is, this is it. I looked, and the answer practically floored me. The words were, Ecce Aristicens. Behold, thou shalt be silent. It was the 20th verse of the first chapter of St. Luke where the angel was talking to John the Baptist's father, Zachary. Ticens. There could not have been a closer word to Trappist in the whole Bible, as far as I was concerned, for to me, as well as to most other people, the word Trappist stood for silence. However, I immediately found myself in difficulties which show how silly it is to make an oracle out of books. As soon as I looked at the context, I observed that Zachary was being reproved for asking too many questions. Did the whole context apply to me, too, and was I also therefore reproved? And therefore was the news to be taken as ominous and bad? I thought about it a little, and soon found that I was getting completely mixed up. Besides, when I reflected, I realized that I had not put the question in any clear terms, so that, as a matter of fact, I had forgotten just what I had asked. I did not know whether I had asked God to tell me His will, or merely to announce to me what would happen in the future in point of fact. By the time I had got myself completely tied up in these perplexities, the information I had asked for was more of a nuisance, and a greater cause of uncertainty than my ignorance. In fact, I was almost as ignorant as I was before, except for one thing. Deep down, underneath all the perplexity, I had a kind of a conviction that this was a genuine answer, and that the problem was indeed someday going to end up that way. I was going to be a Trappist. But as far as making any practical difference, there and then, it was no help at all. I continued to walk in the woods, in the pastures, and in the old tank lots at the wood's edge, down towards the radio station. When I was out there alone, I would go about full of nostalgia for the Trappist monastery, singing over and over Jam Lucas Ordo Sidir on the ferial tone. It was a matter of deep regret to me that I could not remember the wonderful Salve Regina with which the monks ended all their days, chanting in the darkness to the Mother of God that long antiphon, the most stately and most beautiful and most stirring thing that was ever written, that was ever sung. I walked along the roads, in 2 Mile Valley, in 4 Mile Valley, in the late afternoons, in the early evenings, in the dusk, and along the river where it was quiet, wishing I could sing the Salve Regina. And I could remember nothing but the first 2 or 3 neumes. After that, I had to invent, and my invention was not very good. It sounded awful. So did my voice. So I gave up trying to sing, humiliated and sorrowful, and complaining a little to the Mother of God. The weeks went on, and the weather began to show signs of summer when John Paul suddenly arrived at St. Bonaventure's, on his way back from Mexico. The back seat of his Buick was full of Mexican records and pictures and strange objects and a revolver and big colored baskets, and he was looking relatively well and happy. We spent a couple of afternoons driving around through the hills, and talking, or just driving and not talking. He had been to Yucatan, as he had planned, and he had been to Puebla, and he had just missed being in an earthquake in Mexico City, and he had lent a lot of money to some gent who owned a ranch near St. Luis Potosí. On the same ranch he had shot, with his revolver, a poisonous snake some 6 feet long. "Do you expect to get that money back?" I asked him. "Oh, if he doesn't pay me, I'll have a share in his ranch," said John Paul without concern. But at the moment he was heading back towards Ithaca. I could not be sure whether he was going to go to Cornell Summer School, and finally get his degree, or whether he was going to take some more flying lessons, or what he was going to do. I asked him if he had kept in touch with this priest he knew there. "Oh, yes," he said, "sure." I asked him what he thought about becoming a Catholic. "You know," he said, "I've thought about that a little. Why don't you go to the priest and ask him to give you some instructions?" "I think I will." But I could tell from the tone of his voice that he was as indefinite as he was sincere. He meant well, but he would probably do nothing about it. I said I would give him a copy of the catechism I had, but when I went to my room I couldn't find it. And so John Paul, in the big shiny Buick built low on its chassis, drove off at a great speed, towards Ithaca, with his revolver and his Mexican baskets. In the gay days of early June, in the time of examinations, I was beginning a new book. It was called The Journal of My Escape from the Nazis, and it was the kind of book that I liked to write, full of double talk and all kinds of fancy ideas that sounded like Franz Kafka. One reason why it was satisfying was that it fulfilled a kind of psychological necessity that had been pent up in me all through the last stages of the war because of my sense of identification, by guilt, with what was going on in England. So I put myself there and, telescoping my own past with the air raids that were actually taking place, as its result, I wrote this journal. And, as I say, it was something I needed to write, although I often went off at a tangent, and the thing got away up more than one blind alley. And so, absorbed in this work, and in the final examinations, and in preparation for the coming summer school, I let the question of the Trappist vocation drop into the background, although I could not drop it altogether. I said to myself, after summer school, I will go and make a retreat with the Trappists in Canada, at Our Lady of the Lake, outside Montreal. 3. The Sleeping Volcano. In the cool summer nights, when the road behind the powerhouse and the laundry and the garages was dark and empty, and you could barely see the hills, outlined in the dark against the stars, I used to walk out there, in the smell of the fields, towards the dark cow barns. There was a grove along the west side of the football field, and in the grove were two shrines, one to the Little Flower and the other a grotto for Our Lady of Lourdes. But the grotto wasn't complicated enough to be really ugly, the way those artificial grottos usually are. It was nice to pray out there, in the dark, with the wind soughing in the high pine branches. Sometimes you could hear one other sound, the laughter of all the nuns and clerics and friars and the rest of the summer school students sitting in Alumni Hall, which was at the end of the grove, and enjoying the movies, which were shown every Thursday night. On those nights, the whole campus was deserted and the Alumni Hall was crowded. I felt as if I were the only one in the place who did not go to the movies, except for the boy at the telephone switchboard in the dormitory building. He had to stay there, he was being paid for that. Even my friend Father Philotheus, who was editing 14th-century philosophical manuscripts, and who had taught me Saint Bonaventure's Way to God according to the Itinerarium, and with whom I had studied parts of Scotus de Primo Principio, even he went to the movies in the hope that there would be a Mickey Mouse. But as soon as all the comedies were over, he left. He could not make anything much out of all those other dramas and adventures. Oh, the gay laughter of the sisters and the clerics in that old fire trap of a red brick building. I suppose they deserved to have a little entertainment, at least the sisters deserved it. I know that many of them got some severe headaches from the course I was giving in bibliography and methods of research. The traditional way of teaching methods of research was to throw out a lot of odd names and facts to the class, without any clue as to where they came from, and tell them all to come back the next day with a complete identification. So I asked them things like, who is Philip Sparrow? What Oxford College has on its coat of arms a pelican voling herself proper? To find out these things, which I only gave them because I already knew them myself, they had to break their heads over all kinds of reference books, and thus they got practical training in methods of research. But the sisters always came back with the right answer, although they sometimes had circles under their eyes. The clerics had the right answer but no circles, because they had got the answer from the sisters. In the back of the room sat a priest who belonged to some teaching order in Canada and who seldom got the answers at all, even from the sisters. He just sat there and gave me black looks. So, on the whole, it was good that they should relax and laugh, and sit in those rows of ancient and uncomfortable chairs indulging their innocent and unsophisticated taste for carefully selected movies. I walked along the empty field, and thought of their life, sheltered and innocent and safe. A number of them were, in many ways, still children, especially the nuns. They looked out at you from under various kinds of caps and coifs and blinkers and what not they had on, with round, earnest eyes, the sober, clear eyes of little girls. Yet you knew they had responsibilities, and many of them had suffered a lot of things you could only half guess, but it was all absorbed in quiet simplicity and resignation. The most you could observe even in the most harassed of them was that they looked a little tired. Perhaps some of the older ones, too, were a trifle too tight-lipped, a trifle too grim. But even then, some of the old ones still had that little girl simplicity in their look, not yet altogether extinct. Their life was secure. It was walled in by ramparts of order and decorum and stability, in the social as much as in the religious sphere. But they nevertheless all had to work hard, much harder than most of their relatives outside in the world. Most of the sisters had long hours in their schoolrooms and then other things to do besides that. I suppose they had their fair share of cooking, and washing clothes, and scrubbing floors when they were in their proper communities. Yet even then, was not the relative comfort of their life apt to make them impervious to certain levels of human experience and human misery? I wondered if they were aware of all the degrees of suffering and degradation which, in the slums, in the war zones, in the moral jungles of our century, were crying out to the Church for help, and to heaven for vengeance against injustice. The answer to that would probably be that some of them were, and some of them were not, but that they all sincerely wanted to be doing something about these things, if they could. But, it was true, they were sheltered, protected, separated, in large measure, from the frightful realities that had a claim upon their attention if they loved Christ. But then, why should I separate myself from them? I was in the same condition. Perhaps I was slightly more conscious of it than some of them, but all of us were going to have an occasion to remember this paradox, this accusing paradox that those who are poor for the love of Christ are often only poor in a purely abstract sense, and that their poverty, which is designed among other things to throw them into the midst of the real poor, for the salvation of souls, only separates them from the poor in a safe and hermetically sealed economic stability, full of comfort and complacency. One night there came to those nuns and to those clerics and to Saint Bonaventure in general and myself in particular, someone sent from God for the special purpose of waking us up, and turning our eyes in that direction which we all tended so easily to forget, in the safety and isolation of our country's stronghold, lost in the upstate hills. It was right, of course, that my interior life should have been concerned first of all with my own salvation. It must be that way. It is no profit for a man to gain the whole world, and suffer the loss of his own soul, and anyway, one who is losing his own soul is not going to be able to do much to save the souls of others, except in the case where he may be giving out sacraments which work, as they say, ex opere operato, without any intrinsic dependence on the sanctity of the one dispensing them. But now it was necessary that I take more account of obligations to other men, born of the very fact that I was myself a man among men, and a sharer in their sins and in their punishments and in their miseries and in their hopes. No man goes to heaven all by himself, alone. I was walking around the football field, as usual, in the dark. The alumni hall was full of lights. It was not the night for movies. There was some speaker there. I had not paid much attention to the list of speakers that had been invited to come and stand on that platform and tell the clerics and sisters all about some important topic. I knew there would be one from the Catholic worker, and that David Goldstein, who was a converted Jew and ran an organization for street preaching by laymen, was invited to speak, and I knew Baroness de Huac, who was working among the Negroes in Harlem, was also going to come. As far as I knew, this night was the one listed for David Goldstein, and I hesitated for a moment wondering whether I wanted to go and hear him or not. At first, I thought, no, and started off towards the grove. But then I thought, I will at least take a look inside the door. Going up the steps to the second floor of the hall, where the theater was, I could hear someone speaking with great vehemence. However, it was not a man's voice. When I stepped into the room, there was a woman standing on the stage. Now a woman, standing all alone on a stage, in front of a big lighted hall, without any decorations or costume or special lighting effects, just in the glare of the hall lights, is at a disadvantage. It is not very likely that she will make much of an impression. And this particular woman was dressed in clothes that were nondescript and plain, even poor. She had no artful way of walking around, either. She had no fancy tricks, nothing for the gallery. And yet as soon as I came in the door, the impression she was making on that room full of nuns and clerics and priests and various lay people pervaded the place with such power that it nearly knocked me backwards down the stairs which I had just ascended. She had a strong voice, and strong convictions, and strong things to say, and she was saying them in the simplest, most unvarnished, bluntest possible kind of talk, and with such uncompromising directness that it stunned. You could feel right away that most of her audience was hanging on her words, and that some of them were frightened, and that one or two were angry, but that everybody was intent on the things she had to say. I realized it was the Baroness. I had heard something about her, and her work in Haarlem, because she was well known and admired in Corpus Christi parish, where I had been baptized. Father Ford was always sending her things they needed, down there on 135th Street and Lenox Avenue. What she was saying boiled down to this. Catholics are worried about communism, and they have a right to be, because the communist revolution aims, among other things, at wiping out the Church. But few Catholics stop to think that communism would make very little progress in the world, or none at all, if Catholics really lived up to their obligations, and really did the things Christ came on earth to teach them to do, that is, if they really loved one another, and saw Christ in one another, and lived as saints, and did something to win justice for the poor. For, she said, if Catholics were able to see Haarlem, as they ought to see it, with the eyes of faith, they would not be able to stay away from such a place. Hundreds of priests and lay people would give up everything to go there and try to do something to relieve the tremendous misery, the poverty, sickness, degradation, and dereliction of a race that was being crushed and perverted, morally and physically, under the burden of a colossal economic injustice. Instead of seeing Christ suffering in his members, and instead of going to help him, who said, "Whatsoever you did to the least of these my brethren, you did it to me," we preferred our own comfort, we averted our eyes from such a spectacle, because it made us feel uneasy, the thought of so much dirt nauseated us, and we never stopped to think that we, perhaps, might be partly responsible for it. And so people continued to die of starvation and disease in those evil tenements full of vice and cruelty, while those who did condescend to consider their problems, held banquets in the big hotels downtown to discuss the race situation in a big rosy cloud of hot air. If Catholics, she said, were able to see Haarlem as they should see it, with the eyes of faith, as a challenge to their love of Christ, as a test of their Christianity, the communists would be able to do nothing there. But, on the contrary, in Haarlem the communists were strong. They were bound to be strong. They were doing some of the things, performing some of the works of mercy that Christians should be expected to do. If some Negro workers lose their jobs, and are in danger of starving, the communists are there to divide their own food with them, and to take up the defense of their case. If some Negro is dying, and is refused admission to a hospital, the communists show up, and get someone to take care of him, and furthermore see to it that the injustice is publicized all over the city. If a Negro family is evicted, because they can't pay the rent, the communists are there, and find shelter for them, even if they have to divide their own bedding with them. And every time they do these things, more and more people begin to say, "See, the communists really love the poor. They are really trying to do something for us. What they say must be right, there is no one else who cares anything about our interests, there is nothing better for us to do than to get in with them, and work with them for this revolution they are talking about." Do the Catholics have a labor policy? Have the popes said anything about these problems in their encyclicals? The communists know more about those encyclicals than the average Catholic. Rerum Novarum and Quadragesimo Anno are discussed and analyzed in their public meetings, and the Reds end up by appealing to their audience. Now we ask you, do the Catholics practice these things? Have you ever seen any Catholics down here trying to do anything for you? When this firm and that firm locked out so many hundreds of Negro workers, whose side did the Catholic papers take? Don't you know that the Catholic Church is just a front for capitalism, and that all their talk about the poor is hypocrisy? What do they care about the poor? What have they ever done to help you? Even their priests in Harlem go outside and hire white men when they want somebody to repaint their churches. Don't you know that the Catholics are laughing at you, behind the back of their hands, while they pocket the rent for the lousy tenements you have to live in? The Baroness was born a Russian. She had been a young girl at the time of the October Revolution. She had seen half her family shot, she had seen priests fall under the bullets of the Reds, and she had had to escape from Russia the way it is done in the movies, but with all the misery and hardship which the movies do not show, and none of the glamour which is their specialty. She had ended up in New York, without a cent, working in a laundry. She had been brought up a Roman Catholic, and the experiences she had gone through, instead of destroying her faith, intensified and deepened it until the Holy Ghost planted fortitude in the midst of her soul like an unshakable rock. I never saw anyone so calm, so certain, so peaceful in her absolute confidence in God. Catherine de Hueck is a person in every way big, and the bigness is not merely physical. It comes from the Holy Ghost dwelling constantly within her, and moving her in all that she does. When she was working in that laundry, down somewhere near 14th Street, and sitting on the curbstone eating her lunch with the other girls who worked there, the sense of her own particular vocation dawned upon her. It was the call to an apostolate, not new, but so old that it is as traditional as that of the first Christians, an apostolate of a laywoman in the world, among workers, herself a worker, and poor, an apostolate of personal contacts, of word, and above all of example. There was to be nothing special about it, nothing that savored of a religious order, no special rule, no distinctive habit. She, and those who joined her, would simply be poor. There was no choice on that score, for they were that already, but they would embrace their poverty, and the life of the proletariat in all its misery and insecurity and dead, drab monotony. They would live and work in the slums, lose themselves, in the huge anonymous mass of the forgotten and the derelict, for the only purpose of living the complete, integral Christian life in that environment, loving those around them, sacrificing themselves for those around them, and spreading the gospel and the truth of Christ most of all by being saints, by living in union with Him, by being full of His Holy Ghost, His charity. As she spoke of these things, in that hall, and to all these nuns and clerics, she could not help but move them all deeply, because what they were hearing, it was too patent to be missed, was nothing but the pure Franciscan ideal, the pure essence of the Franciscan apostolate of poverty, without the vows taken by the friars minor. And, for the honor of those who heard her, most of them had the sense and the courage to recognize this fact, and to see that she was, in a sense, a much better Franciscan than they were. She was, as a matter of fact, in the third order, and that made me feel quite proud of my own scapular, which was hiding under my shirt. It reminded me that the thing was not altogether without meaning or without possibilities. So the Baroness had gone to Harlem. She stepped out of the subway with a typewriter and a few dollars and some clothes in a bag. When she went to one of the tenements, and asked to look at a room, the man said to her, "Ma'am, you all don't want to live here." "Yes, I do," she said, and added, by way of explanation, "I'm Russian." "Russian?" said the man. That's different. Walk right in. In other words, he thought she was a communist. That was the way Friendship House had begun. Now they were occupying 4 or 5 stores on both sides of 135th Street, and maintained a library and recreation rooms and a clothing room. The Baroness had an apartment of her own, and those of her helpers who lived there all the time also had a place on 135th Street. There were more girls than men staying with her in Harlem. When the meeting was over, and when the Baroness had answered all the usual objections like what if some Negro wanted to marry your sister, or you, for that matter, I went up and spoke to her, and the next day I ran into her on the path in front of the library, when I was going, with an armful of books, to teach a class on Dante's Divine Comedy. These 2 times were the only chance I had to speak to her, but I said, would it be all right if I came to Friendship House, and did a little work with you, there, after all this is over? Sure, she said, come on. But seeing me with my arms full of all those books, maybe she didn't believe me. 2. It was a hot day, a rainy day, in the middle of August when I came out of the subway into the heat of Harlem. There were not many people on the streets that afternoon. I walked along the street until I came to the middle of the block, and saw 1 or 2 stores marked Friendship House and B.L. Martin de Porres Center or some such title in big blue letters. There did not seem to be anyone around. The biggest of the stores was the library, and there I found half a dozen young Negroes, boys and girls, high school students, sitting at a table. Some of them wore glasses, and it seemed they were having some kind of an organized intellectual discussion, because when I came in they got a little embarrassed about it. I asked them if the Baroness was there, and they said no, she had gone downtown because it was her birthday, and I asked who I should see, so they told me Mary Jurdo. She was around somewhere. If I waited she would probably show up in a few minutes. So I stood there, and took down off the shelf Father Bruno's Life of St. John of the Cross and looked at the pictures. The young Negroes tried to pick up their discussion where they had left off, but they did not succeed. The stranger made them nervous. One of the girls opened her mouth and pronounced 3 or 4 abstract words, and then broke off into a giggle. Then another one opened her mouth and said, yes, but don't you think? And this solemn question also collapsed in embarrassed tittering. One of the young men got off a whole paragraph or so, full of big words, and everybody roared with laughter. So I turned around and started to laugh too, and immediately the whole thing became a game. They began saying big words just because it was funny. They uttered the most profoundly dull and ponderous statements, and laughed at them, and at the fact that such strange things had come out of their mouths. But soon they calmed down, and then Mary Jurdo came along, and showed me the different departments of Friendship House, and explained what they were. The embarrassment of those young Negroes was something that gave me a picture of Harlem. The details of the picture were to be filled in later, but the essentials were already there. Here in this huge, dark, steaming slum, hundreds of thousands of Negroes are herded together like cattle, most of them with nothing to eat and nothing to do. All the senses and imagination and sensibilities and emotions and sorrows and desires and hopes and ideas of a race with vivid feelings and deep emotional reactions are forced in upon themselves, bound inward by an iron ring of frustration, the prejudice that hems them in with its 4 insurmountable walls. In this huge cauldron, inestimable natural gifts, wisdom, love, music, science, poetry are stamped down and left to boil with the dregs of an elementally corrupted nature, and thousands upon thousands of souls are destroyed by vice and misery and degradation, obliterated, wiped out, washed from the register of the living, dehumanized. What has not been devoured, in your dark furnace, Harlem, by marijuana, by gin, by insanity, hysteria, syphilis, Those who manage somehow to swim to the top of the seething cauldron, and remain on its surface, through some special spiritual quality or other, or because they have been able to get away from Haarlem, and go to some college or school, these are not all at once annihilated, but they are left with the dubious privilege of living out the only thing Haarlem possesses in the way of an ideal. They are left with the sorry task of contemplating and imitating what passes for culture in the world of the white people. Now the terrifying paradox of the whole thing is this: Haarlem itself, and every individual Negro in it, is a living condemnation of our so-called culture. Haarlem is there by way of a divine indictment against New York City and the people who live downtown and make their money downtown. The brothels of Haarlem, and all its prostitution, and its dope rings, and all the rest are the mirror of the polite divorces and the manifold cultured adulteries of Park Avenue. They are God's commentary on the whole of our society. Haarlem is, in a sense, what God thinks of Hollywood. And Hollywood is all Haarlem has, in its despair, to grasp it, by way of a surrogate for heaven. The most terrible thing about it all is that there is not a Negro in the whole place who does not realize, somewhere in the depths of his nature, that the culture of the white men is not worth the dirt in Haarlem's gutters. They sense that the whole thing is rotten, that it is a fake, that it is spurious, empty, a shadow of nothingness. And yet they are condemned to reach out for it, and to seem to desire it, and to pretend they like it, as if the whole thing were some kind of bitter cosmic conspiracy, as if they were thus being forced to work out, in their own lives, a clear representation of the misery which has corrupted the ontological roots of the white man's own existence. The little children of Haarlem are growing up, crowded together like sardines in the rooms of tenements full of vice, where evil takes place hourly and inescapably before their eyes, so that there is not an excess of passion, not a perversion of natural appetite with which they are not familiar before the age of 6 or 7, and this by way of an accusation of the polite and expensive and furtive sensualities and lusts of the rich whose sins have bred this abominable slum. The effect resembles and even magnifies the cause, and Haarlem is the portrait of those through whose fault such things come into existence. What was heard in secret in the bedrooms and apartments of the rich and of the cultured and the educated and the white is preached from the housetops of Haarlem and there declared, for what it is, in all its horror, somewhat as it is seen in the eyes of God, naked and frightful. No, there is not a Negro in the whole place who can fail to know, in the marrow of his own bones, that the white man's culture is not worth the jetsam in the Haarlem River. That night I came back to Haarlem, since Mary Gertrude told me to, and had dinner with them all, and congratulated the Baroness on her birthday, and we saw a play that was put on by the little Negro children in the recreation room of the group called the Cubs. It was an experience that nearly tore me to pieces. All the parents of the children were there, sitting on benches, literally choked with emotion at the fact that their children should be acting in a play, but that was not the thing. For, as I say, they knew that the play was nothing, and that all the plays of the white people are more or less nothing. They were not taken in by that. Underneath it was something deep and wonderful and positive and true and overwhelming, their gratitude for even so small a sign of love as this, that someone should at least make some kind of a gesture that said, this sort of thing cannot make anybody happy, but it is a way of saying, I wish you were happy. Over against the profound and positive and elemental reality of this human love, not unmixed with Christ's charity and almost obtrusively holy, was the idiotic character of the play itself. Some one of those geniuses who write one-act plays for amateur theatricals had thought up the idea of having King Arthur and his knights appear in modern dress, running around in a country club. Let me tell you, this piece of wit became so devastating that it nearly gave me gray hairs, watching its presentation by little Negro children in the midst of that slum. The nameless author, speaking in the name of 20th century middle-class culture, said, here is something very jolly. God, replying through the mouths and eyes and actions of these little Negro children, and through their complete incomprehension of what the jokes and the scene and the situations could possibly be about, said, "This is what I think of your wit. It is an abomination in my sight. I do not know you, I do not know your society, you are as dead to me as hell itself. These little Negro children, I know and love, but you I know not. You are anathema." 2 or 3 nights later there was another play put on in the parish hall by an older group. It was the same kind of a play, all about rich people having a good time, presented by poor hapless Negro youths and girls who had no means of knowing anything about a good time that was so inane and idiotic, or so expensive. The very zest and gaiety and enthusiasm with which they tried to make something out of this miserable piece of trash only condemned its author and his inspiration all the more forcibly. And you were left with the sense that these Negroes, even in Harlem, would have been able to give all the rich men on Sutton Place lessons in how to be happy without half trying, and that was why their imitation of the ruling class was all the more damning an indictment. If the Baroness had tried to face the tremendous paradox of Harlem with no other weapons than these, I think Friendship House would have closed down in 3 days. But the secret of her success and of her survival in the teeth of this gigantic problem was that she depended not on these frail human methods, not on theatricals, or meetings, or speeches, or conferences, but on God, Christ, the Holy Ghost. According to the plan of her vocation, the Baroness herself had come to Harlem, and had started to live there for God, and God had brought her quickly into contact with the others who were serving in his secret police in this enemy city, the saints he had sent to sanctify and purify, not Harlem, but New York. On Judgment Day the citizens of that fat metropolis with its mighty buildings and its veins bursting with dollars and its brains overreaching themselves with new optimistic philosophies of culture and progress, will be surprised, astounded when they find out who it was that was keeping the brimstone and thunderbolts of God's anger from wiping them long since from the face of the earth. Living in the same building as most of the Friendship House workers was an aging Negro woman, thin, quiet, worn out, dying of cancer. I only saw her once or twice, but I heard a lot about her, for everyone said that she had visions of Our Lady. About that I know nothing, except that if Our Lady were to act according to her usual custom, Harlem would be one of the first and only places I would expect her to appear, Harlem, or some sharecropper's cabin in Alabama, or some miner's shack in Pennsylvania. The only time I spoke to her and got a good look at her, I realized one thing: she possessed the secret of Harlem, she knew the way out of the labyrinth. For her the paradox had ceased to exist, she was no longer in the cauldron, except by the pure accident of physical presence, which counts for nothing since the cauldron is almost entirely of the moral order. And when I saw her and spoke to her, I saw in this tired, serene, and holy face the patience and joy of the martyrs and the clear, unquenchable light of sanctity. She and some other Catholic women were sitting on chairs by the doorsteps of the building, in the relatively cool street, in the early evening, and the group they made, there, in the midst of the turmoil of the lost crowd, astounded the passer-by with the sense of peace, of conquest, that deep, deep, unfathomable, shining peace that is in the eyes of Negro women who are really full of belief. Seeing the boys and girls in the library, I had got some insight into the problem of Harlem. Here, just across the street, I saw the solution, the only solution: faith, sanctity. It was not far to seek. If the Baroness, biding her time, letting the children put on plays, giving them some place where they could at least be off the street and out of the way of the trucks, could gather around her souls like these holy women and could form, in her organization, others that were, in the same way, saints, whether white or colored, she would not only have won her way, but she might eventually, by the grace of God, transfigure the face of Harlem. She had before her many measures of meal, but there was at hand already more than a little leaven. We know the way Christ works. No matter how impossible the thing may look, from a human angle, we may wake up one morning and find that the whole is leavened. It may be done with saints. For my own part, I knew that it was good for me to be there, and so for 2 or 3 weeks I came down every night and ate dinner with the little community of them, in the apartment, and recited Compline afterwards, in English, all together, lined up in the narrow room in 2 choirs. It was the only time they ever did anything that made them look like religious, and there was not much that was really formally choral about it. It was strictly a family affair. After that, for 2 or 3 hours, I devoted myself to the task of what was euphemistically called looking after the cubs. I stayed in the store that was their playroom, and played the piano as much for my own amusement as for anything else, and tried, by some sort of moral influence, to preserve peace and prevent a really serious riot. If a true fight had ever started, I don't know what would have happened. But most of the time everything was peace. They played ping-pong and Monopoly, and for one little kid I drew a picture of the Blessed Virgin. "Who is that?" he said. "It is our Blessed Mother." Immediately his expression changed, became clouded over with a wild and strong devotion that was so primitive that it astonished me. He began crooning over and over, "Blessed Mother! Blessed Mother!" and seized the picture and ran out into the street. When August ended, and Labor Day came, the Baroness had to leave and go to Canada, and I left to make the second Trappist retreat, which I had been promising myself ever since I returned from Gethsemani in the spring. But I did not have the time or the money to go to Canada. Instead, I had written to the monastery of Our Lady of the Valley, outside Providence, Rhode Island, and had received an answer to come the day after Labor Day. Driving through Harlem with Seymour, the Saturday before Labor Day, I felt for Friendship House a little of the nostalgia I had felt for Gethsemani. Here I was, once again thrown back into the world, alone in the turmoil and futility of it, and robbed of my close and immediate and visible association with any group of those who had banded themselves together to form a small, secret colony of the kingdom of heaven in this earth of exile. No, it was all too evident, I needed this support, this nearness of those who really loved Christ so much that they seemed to see him. I needed to be with people whose every action told me something of the country that was my home, just as expatriates in every alien land keep together, if only to remind themselves, by their very faces and clothes and gait and accents and expressions, of the land they come from. I had planned to spend the weekend before going to the monastery in somewhat the same way that everybody else in the country spends Labor Day weekend, trying to get some rest and recreation, which is certainly a very legitimate thing for them to do, at least in itself, but God, in order to remind me of my exile, willed that this plan of mine, which was primarily ordered to please no one but myself, should not be completely successful. I had gone about it the way I had done things in the old days. I had decided just where I wanted to go, and just what I wanted to do, for my own pleasure and recreation. I would go, I thought, to Greenport, at the end of Long Island. There I would find some quiet place, and spend the days reading and writing and praying and meditating and swimming. After that I would cross the Sound on the New London ferry, and go from there to Providence and to Our Lady of the Valley. And Lax thought that if he could get away from the New Yorker office in time, that Saturday afternoon, he would go to Greenport too. But he did not seem very definite about it. I called up Seymour. Seymour said, "I will drive you to Greenport." Having exacted some assurance that he meant what he said, I went out to Long Beach. Seymour was at the station, with a lot of his friends and associates, people in Long Beach with whom he had once started a kind of an enterprise for turning the whole town into a Greek city-state, the Athens of Pericles. We all started out in the car. Having gone 3 blocks, we stopped, and everybody got out. And he said, "We are going to have lunch in this restaurant." We took a few spoonfuls of bad food, Then, back into the car. As I expected, Seymour turned the car around and started off in the direction, not of Greenport, but of his own house. "I forgot my camera," he explained. Seymour never had a camera. So we spent the afternoon in Seymour's sailboat, in the bay, and we landed on a sandbar, and Seymour taught me some tricks in jiu-jitsu. He had been learning jiu-jitsu in a gymnasium on Broadway, considering that he would be able to use it in the war, if he got drafted, a little something to surprise the Japanese. The next day, we started out for Connecticut. That was when we passed through Harlem. Seymour was going to find his wife, in Greenwich Village, and drive her to New Haven, where she was in a play at a summer theater. He did not find his wife in Greenwich Village, but somewhere in the 70s, where it was decided, after a long, secret argument, that she was not going to Connecticut that afternoon. Meanwhile, I tried to sneak away and take a train from Grand Central to somewhere where I would find the equivalent of the nice quiet room in Greenport. At that precise moment, although I did not know anything about it, Lax, having gone to Greenport, was searching for me in all the hotels and boarding houses and in the Catholic Church. Finally, very late, Seymour and I sat in a traffic jam on the Boston Post Road, and argued about the war. He drove me all the way out to Old Lyme, and it got darker and darker, and everything I saw made me miserable. I could nowhere identify anything to suit my Labor Day weekend dream. Just before midnight I threw down my suitcase in a dirty little hotel back in New Haven, and finished saving the office of that day. Seymour had vanished, silent and nervous, into the darkness, with his car, alleging that Helen was even now arriving in New Haven on the train. As far as I knew, the plan was she would go to the summer theater and pick up some sewing or knitting or something, and then they would both drive back, at once, to New York. "You see," said Divine Providence, "you see how things are in the world where you are living. You see how it is with the plans and projects of men." On the bright Tuesday morning when I rang the bell at the monastery gate, at Our Lady of the Valley, the sky was full of blue, and walking into that deep silence was like walking into heaven. Kneeling in the tribune, with the sun pouring through the windows onto a great, curiously bloodless crucifix, and with the chanting of the monks taking my heart home to God and rocking it in the peace of those majestic thoughts and cadences, I worked my way, or was led, rather, into a retreat that was serious and practical and successful, more than I realized. There were none of the great, overwhelming consolations and lights that had practically swamped me at Gethsemani, and yet when I came out again at the end of the week I was conscious of having acquired nourishment and strength, of having developed secretly in firmness and certitude and depth. For I had come out of Harlem with what might well have been the problem of another vocation. Was it that? In these 8 days, ending with the feast of the Nativity of Our Lady, the matter had made itself more or less clear. If I stayed in the world, I thought, my vocation would be first of all to write, second to teach. Work like that at Friendship House would only come after the other two. Until I got some more definite light, I should stay where I was, at St. Bonaventure's. Had I been afraid, or perhaps subconsciously hoping, that the question of becoming a Trappist would once again become a burning issue here? It did not. That whole business remained in its neutral, indefinite state, relegated to the area which my mind could not quite perceive, because it was in darkness, and clouded with almost infinite uncertainties. One thing I knew, here at the Valley I was filled with the same unutterable respect for the Cistercian life, but there was no special desire to enter that particular monastery. And so, once again, I was back in the world. The New Haven train sped through all those industrial towns, with occasional flashes of blue water and pale sand and grayish grass all along the line at the left. I read a story in the New Yorker about a boy who, instead of becoming a priest, got married, or at least fell in love or something, and the emptiness and futility and nothingness of the world once more invaded me from every side. But now it could not disturb me or make me unhappy. It was sufficient to know that even if I might be in it, that did not compel me to have any part of it, or to belong to it, or even to be seriously begrimed with its sorry, unavoidable contact. 3. Back at St. Bonaventure's they gave me a room on the north side of the building, where you could see the sun shining on the green hillside which was a golf course. And all day long you could hear the trains in the Olean freight yards crying out and calling to one another and ringing their bells, the sound of journeys, sound of exile. I found that, almost without realizing it, I had little by little reorganized the pattern of my life on a stricter plan, getting up earlier in the morning, saying the little hours about dawn, or before it when the days got shorter, as a preparation for Mass and Communion. Now, too, I took 3/4 of an hour in the morning for mental prayer. I was doing a lot of spiritual reading, Lives of Saints, Joan of Arc, Saint John Bosco, Saint Benedict. I was going through Saint John of the Cross ascent of Mount Carmel and the first parts of the Dark Night for the second time in fact, but for the first time with understanding. The big present that was given to me, that October, in the order of grace, was the discovery that the little flower really was a saint, and not just a mute pious little doll in the imaginations of a lot of sentimental old women. And not only was she a saint, but a great saint, one of the greatest, tremendous. I owe her all kinds of public apologies and reparation for having ignored her greatness for so long, but to do that would take a whole book, and here I have only a few lines to give away. It is a wonderful experience to discover a new saint. For God is greatly magnified and marvelous in each one of his saints, differently in each individual one. There are no two saints alike, but all of them are like God, like him in a different and special way. In fact, if Adam had never fallen, the whole human race would have been a series of magnificently different and splendid images of God, each one of all the millions of men showing forth his glories and perfections in an astonishing new way, and each one shining with his own particular sanctity, a sanctity destined for him from all eternity as the most complete and unimaginable supernatural perfection of his human personality. If, since the fall, this plan will never be realized in millions of souls, and millions will frustrate that glorious destiny of theirs, and hide their personality in an eternal corruption of disfigurement, nevertheless, in reforming his image in souls distorted and half destroyed by evil and disorder, God makes the works of his wisdom and love all the more strikingly beautiful by reason of the contrast with the surroundings in which he does not disdain to operate. It was never, could never be, any surprise to me that saints should be found in the misery and sorrow and suffering of Haarlem, in the leper colonies like Father Damien's Molokai, in the slums of John Bosco's Turin, on the roads of Umbria in the time of Saint Francis, or in the hidden Cistercian abbeys of the 12th century, or in the Grande Chartreuse, or the Thebaid, Jerome's cave, with the lion keeping guard over his library, or Simon's pillar. All this was obvious. These things were strong and mighty reactions in ages and situations that called for spectacular heroism. But what astonished me altogether was the appearance of a saint in the midst of all the stuffy, overplush, over-decorated, comfortable ugliness and mediocrity of the bourgeoisie. Therese of the Child Jesus was a Carmelite, that is true, but what she took into the convent with her was a nature that had been formed and adapted to the background and mentality of the French middle class of the late 19th century, than which nothing could be imagined more complacent and apparently immovable. The one thing that seemed to me more or less impossible was for grace to penetrate the thick, resilient hide of bourgeois smugness and really take hold of the immortal soul beneath that surface, in order to make something out of it. At best, I thought, such people might turn out to be harmless prigs, but great sanctity? Never. As a matter of fact, such a thought was a sin both against God and my neighbor. It was a blasphemous underestimation of the power of grace, and it was an extremely uncharitable judgment of a whole class of people on sweeping, general, and rather misty grounds, applying a big theoretical idea to every individual that happens to fall within a certain category. I first got interested in Saint Therese of Lisieux by reading a sensible book about her, a fortunate beginning. If I had chanced on some of the other little flower literature that is floating around, the faint spark of potential devotion in my soul would have been quenched at once. However, no sooner had I got a faint glimpse of the real character and the real spirituality of Saint Therese, than I was immediately and strongly attracted to her, an attraction that was the work of grace, since, as I say, it took me, in one jump, clean through 1,000 psychological obstacles and repugnances. And here is what strikes me as the most phenomenal thing about her. She became a saint, not by running away from the middle class, not by abjuring and despising and cursing the middle class, or the environment in which she had grown up. On the contrary, she clung to it in so far as one could cling to such a thing and be a good Carmelite. She kept everything that was bourgeois about her and was still not incompatible with her vocation, her nostalgic affection for a funny villa called Les Bissonnets, her taste for utterly oversweet art, and for little candy angels and pastel saints playing with lambs so soft and fuzzy that they literally give people like me the creeps. She wrote a lot of poems which, no matter how admirable their sentiments, were certainly based on the most mediocre of popular models. To her, it would have been incomprehensible that anyone should think these things were ugly or strange, and it never even occurred to her that she might be expected to give them up, or hate them, or curse them, or bury them under a pile of anathemas. And she not only became a saint, but the greatest saint there has been in the Church for 300 years, even greater, in some respects, than the two tremendous reformers of her order, Saint John of the Cross and Saint Teresa of Avila. The discovery of all this was certainly one of the biggest and most salutary humiliations I have ever had in my life. I do not say that it changed my opinion of the smugness of the 19th century bourgeoisie, God forbid. When something is revoltingly ugly, it is ugly, and that is that. I did not find myself calling the externals of that weird culture beautiful. But I did have to admit that as far as sanctity was concerned, all this external ugliness was, per se, completely indifferent. And, what is more, like all the other physical evil in the world, it could very well serve, per accidens, as an occasion or even as the secondary cause of great spiritual good. The discovery of a new saint is a tremendous experience, and all the more so because it is completely unlike the film fan's discovery of a new star. What can such a one do with his new idol? Stare at her picture until it makes him dizzy. That is all. But the saints are not mere inanimate objects of contemplation. They become our friends, and they share our friendship and reciprocate it and give us unmistakable tokens of their love for us by the graces that we receive through them. And so, now that I had this great new friend in heaven, it was inevitable that the friendship should begin to have its influence on my life. The first thing that Therese of Lisieux could do for me was to take charge of my brother, whom I put into her care all the more readily because now, with characteristic suddenness, he had crossed the border into Canada, and sent us word by mail that he was in the Royal Canadian Air Force. Not that this was a very great surprise to anybody. As the time came closer for him to be drafted, it began to be clear that he didn't care where he went so long as it was not into the infantry. Finally, just when he was about to be called, he had gone to Canada and volunteered as an airman. Since Canada was already long since actually at war, and since her flyers went relatively quickly into action, where they were badly needed, in England, it was at once evident that John Paul's chances of surviving a long war were very small. I suppose he was the only one who ignored this. As far as I could gather, he went into the Air Force as if flying a bomber were nothing more dangerous than driving a car. So now he was in camp, somewhere near Toronto. He wrote to me of some vague hope that, since he was a photographer, they might send him out as an observer, to take pictures of bombed cities and to make maps and so on. But meanwhile he was doing sentry duty, on the ground, along the length of a great wire fence. And I set the little flower as a sentry to look out for him. She did the job well. But the things that happened in my own life, before 2 more months had passed, also bore the mark of her interference. In October I was writing long letters, full of questions, to the Baroness, who was still in Canada, and getting letters just as long in return, full of her own vivid and energetic wisdom. It was good for me to get those letters. They were full of strong and definite encouragement. Go on. You are on the right path. Keep on writing. Love God, pray to Him more. You have arisen and started on the journey that seeks Him. You have begun to travel that road that will lead you to sell all and buy the pearl of great price. To sell all. The thing had not bothered me so much, in September, and I had left it aside, to wait and see what would develop. It was beginning to develop now. For now, in these days, I was often alone in the chapel, under those plain beams, watching the quiet tabernacle, and things began to speak inside me. This time, it was a much deeper impulsion, the expression of a much profounder need. It was not a movement of love stretching out to grasp some external, tangible good, and to possess it, not a movement of appetite. Intellectual if you like, but still of appetite towards some good that could be seen and felt and enjoyed, a form of life, a religious existence, a habit, a rule. It was not a desire to see myself vested in this or that kind of a robe or cloak or scapular, and praying this way or that way, or studying here, or preaching there, or living in this or that kind of a monastery. It was something quite different. I no longer needed to get something, I needed to give something. But here I was, day after day, feeling more and more like the young man with great possessions, who came to Christ, asking for eternal life, saying he had kept the commandments, asking, what is yet wanting to me? Had Christ said to me, go, sell what thou hast, and give to the poor, and come, follow me? As the days shortened and grew darker, and the clouds were getting iron grey with the threat of the first snows, it seemed to me that this was what he was asking of me. Not that I was a man of great possessions. Everybody on the staff at St. Bonaventure's was called a professor. That was in order that the title might compensate us all, more or less, for what we did not get in pay. The salary I got was quite sufficient to enable me to practice evangelical poverty. The thought that first came into my mind was this. I still had some money that my grandfather had left me in a bank in New York. Perhaps what should be done was to give that away, to the poor. That was as far as I had advanced, when I decided to make a novena, asking for grace to know what to do next. On the 3rd day of the novena, Father Hubert, one of the friars, said, "The Baroness is coming. We are going to drive up to Buffalo and meet her train from Canada, and bring her down here. Do you want to come along?" Early in the afternoon we got in the car, and started north, up one of those long parallel valleys that slant down towards the Allegheny. When the Baroness got off the train, it was the first time I had seen her with a hat on. But the thing that most impressed me was the effect she had on these priests. We had been sitting around in the station, bored, complaining of this and that situation in the world. Now they were wide awake and cheerful and listening very attentively to everything she had to say. We were in a restaurant having something to eat, and the Baroness was talking about priests, and about the spiritual life and gratitude, and the 10 lepers in the Gospel, of whom only one returned to give thanks to Christ for having cured them. She had made what seemed to me to be certainly a good point. But I suddenly noticed that it had struck the 2 friars like a bombshell. Then I realized what was going on. She was preaching to them. Her visit to St. Bonaventure's was to be, for them and the seminarians and the rest who heard her, a kind of a mission, or a retreat. I had not grasped, before, how much this was part of her work. Priests and religious had become, indirectly, almost as important a mission field for her as Haarlem. It is a tremendous thing, the economy of the Holy Ghost. When the Spirit of God finds a soul in which He can work, He uses that soul for any number of purposes, opens out before its eyes 100 new directions, multiplying its works and its opportunities for the apostolate almost beyond belief and certainly far beyond the ordinary strength of a human being. Here was this woman who had started out to conduct a more or less obscure work helping the poor in Haarlem, now placed in such a position that the work which had barely been begun was drawing to her souls from every part of the country, and giving her a sort of unofficial apostolate among the priesthood, the clergy, and the religious orders. What was it that she had to offer them, that they did not already possess? One thing, she was full of the love of God, and prayer and sacrifice and total, uncompromising poverty had filled her soul with something which, it seemed, these two men had often looked for in vain in the dry and conventional and merely learned retreats that fell to their lot. And I could see that they were drawn to her by the tremendous spiritual vitality of the grace that was in her, a vitality which brought with it a genuine and lasting inspiration, because it put their souls in contact with God as a living reality. And that reality, that contact, is something which we all need, and one of the ways in which it has been decreed that we should arrive at it, is by hearing one another talk about God. Fides ex auditu. And it is no novelty for God to raise up saints who are not priests to preach to those who are priests. Witness the Baroness's namesake, Catherine of Siena. But she had something to say to me, too. My turn came when we were in the car, driving south along the shining wet highway. The Baroness was sitting in the front seat, talking to everybody. But presently she turned to me and said, "Well, Tom, when are you coming to Haarlem for good?" The simplicity of the question surprised me. Nevertheless, sudden as it was, the idea struck me that this was my answer. This was probably what I had been praying to find out. However, it was sudden enough to catch me off my guard, and I did not quite know what to say. I began to talk about writing. I said that my coming to Haarlem depended on how much writing I would be able to do when I got there. Both the priests immediately joined in and told me to stop making conditions and opening a lot of loopholes. "You let her decide about all that," said Father Hubert. So it began to look as if I were going to Haarlem, at least for a while. The Baroness said, "Tom, are you thinking of becoming a priest? People who ask all the questions you asked me in those letters usually want to become priests." Her words turned the knife in that old wound. But I said, "Oh, no, I have no vocation to the priesthood." When the conversation shifted to something else, I more or less dropped out of it to think over what had been said, and it soon became clear that it was the most plausible thing for me to do. I had no special sense that this was my vocation, but on the other hand I could no longer doubt that St. Bonaventure's had outlived its usefulness in my spiritual life. I did not belong there any more. It was too tame, too safe, too sheltered. It demanded nothing of me. It had no particular cross. It left me to myself, belonging to myself, in full possession of my own will, in full command of all that God had given me that I might give it back to Him. As long as I remained there, I still had given up nothing, or very little, no matter how poor I happened to be. At least I could go to Haarlem, and join these people in their tenement, and live on what God gave us to eat from day to day, and share my life with the sick and the starving and the dying and those who had never had anything and never would have anything, the outcasts of the earth, a race despised. If that was where I belonged, God would let me know soon enough and definitely enough. When we got to St. Bonaventure's, I saw the head of the English department standing in the dim light under the arched door to the monastery, and I said to the Baroness, "There's my boss. I'll have to go and tell him to hire somebody else for next term if I'm leaving for Harlem." And the next day we made it definite. In January, after the semester was finished, I would come down to live at Friendship House. The Baroness said I would have plenty of time to write in the mornings. I went to Father Thomas, the president, in his room in the library, and told him I was going to leave. His face became a labyrinth of wrinkles. "Harlem," he said slowly. "Harlem." Father Thomas was a man of big silences. There was a long pause before he spoke again. "Perhaps you are being a bit of an enthusiast." I told him that it seemed to be what I ought to do. Another big silence. Then he said, "Haven't you ever thought about being a priest?" Father Thomas was a very wise man, and since he was the head of a seminary and had taught theology to generations of priests, one of the things he might be presumed to know something about was who might or might not have a vocation to the priesthood. But I thought, he doesn't know my case. And there was no desire in me to talk about it, to bring up a discussion and get all mixed up now that I had made up my mind to do something definite. So I said, "Oh, yes, I have thought about it, Father. But I don't believe I have that vocation." The words made me unhappy. But I forgot them immediately, when Father Thomas said, with a sigh, "All right, then. Go to Harlem if you must." 4. After that, things began to move fast. On the day before Thanksgiving I abandoned my freshman class in English composition to their own devices and started to hitchhike south to New York. At first I was in doubt whether to make for New York or Washington. My uncle and aunt were at the capital, since his company was putting up a hotel there, and they would be glad to see me. They were rather lonely and isolated there. However, the first ride I got took me on the way to New York rather than Washington. It was a big Standard Oil truck, heading for Wellsville. We drove out into the wild, bright country, the late November country, full of the light of Indian summer. The red barns glared in the harvested fields, and the woods were bare, but all the world was full of color and the blue sky swam with fleets of white clouds. The truck devoured the road with high singing tires, and I rode throned in the lofty, rocking cab, listening to the driver telling me stories about all the people who lived in places we passed, and what went on in the houses we saw. It was material for 24 of those novels I had once desired to write, but as far as I was now concerned it was all bad news. While I was standing on the road at the edge of Wellsville, just beyond a corner where there was a gas station, near the Erie tracks, a big trailer full of steel rails went past me. It was a good thing it did not stop and pick me up. 5 or 6 miles further on there was a long hill. It led down to a sharp turn, in the middle of a village called I forget what, Jasper, or Juniper, or something like that. By the time I got another ride, and we came down the hill, my driver pointed to the bottom and said, "Man, look at that wreck." There was a whole crowd standing around. They were pulling the 2 men out of the cab of the truck. I never saw anything so flat as that cab. The whole thing, steel rails and all, had piled up in an empty yard between 2 small houses. The houses both had glass store windows. If the truck had gone into one of those stores the whole house would have come down on top of them. And yet, the funny thing was, the 2 men were both alive. A mile further on the man who had given me a lift turned off the road, and I started once again to walk. It was a big, wide open place, with a sweep of huge fields all down the valley, and quails flew up out of the brown grass, vanishing down the wind. I took the breviary out of my pocket and said the Te Deum on account of those 2 men who were not killed. Presently I got to another village. Maybe that one was called Jasper or Juniper too. The kids were just getting out of school, at lunch time. I sat on some concrete steps that led down to the road from one of those neat white houses and started to say Vespers while I had a chance. Presently a big old-fashioned car, old and worn out but very much polished, came along and stopped, and picked me up. It was a polite old man and his wife. They had a son who was a freshman at Cornell and they were going to bring him home for Thanksgiving. Outside of Addison they slowed down to show me a beautiful old colonial house that they always admired when they passed that way. And it was indeed a beautiful old colonial house. So they dropped me at Horseheads and I got something to eat, and I broke a tooth on some nickel candy, and went walking off down the road reciting in my head this rhyme. So I broke my tooth on a bar of Baby Ruth. It was not so much the tooth that I broke as something a dentist had put there. And then a businessman in a shiny Oldsmobile gave me a ride as far as Owego. At Owego I stood at the end of the long iron bridge and looked at the houses across the river, with all their shaky old balconies, and wondered what it was like to live in such a place. Presently a car with a geyser of steam spouting over the radiator pulled up and the door opened. It was a man who said he had been working on an all-night shift in some war industry in Dunkirk that was operating 24 hours a day. And he said, "This car is running on borrowed time." However, he was going all the way down to Peekskill for Thanksgiving. I think it was on the day after Thanksgiving, Friday, the feast of the Presentation, that I saw Mark. I had lunch with him at the Columbia Faculty Club. The main reason why I wanted to talk to him was that he had just read the book I had written that summer, the journal of my escape from the Nazis, and he had an idea that somebody he knew might publish it. That was what I thought was important about that talk, that day. But Providence had arranged it, I think, for another reason. We were downstairs, standing among a lot of iron racks and shelves and things for keeping hats and briefcases, putting on our coats, and we had been talking about the Trappists. Mark asked me, "What about your idea of being a priest? Did you ever take that up again?" I answered with a sort of an indefinite shrug. "You know," he said, "I talked about that to someone who knows what it is all about, and he said that the fact you had let it all drop, when you were told you had no vocation, might really be a sign that you had none." This was the 3rd time that shaft had been fired at me, unexpectedly, in these last days, and this time it really struck deep. For the reasoning that went with this statement forced my thoughts to take an entirely new line. If that were true, then it prescribed a new kind of an attitude to the whole question of my vocation. I had been content to tell everybody that I had no such vocation, but all the while, of course, I had been making a whole series of adjustments and reservations with which to surround that statement in my own mind. Now somebody was suddenly telling me, if you keep on making all those reservations, maybe you will lose this gift which you know you have. Which I knew I had. How did I know such a thing? The spontaneous rebellion against the mere thought that I might definitely not be called to the monastic life, that it might certainly be out of the question, once and for all. The rebellion against such an idea was so strong in me that it told me all I needed to know. And what struck me most forcibly was that this challenge had come from Mark, who was not a Catholic, and who would not be expected to possess such inside information about vocations. I said to him, "I think God's providence arranged things so that you would tell me that today." Mark saw the point of that, too, and he was pleased by it. As I was taking leave of him, on the corner of 116th Street, by the law school, I said, "If I ever entered any monastery, it would be to become a Trappist." It did not seem to me that this should have any effect on my decision to go to Harlem. If it turned out that I did not belong there, then I would see about the monastery. Meanwhile, I had gone down to Friendship House, and discovered that on Sunday they were all going to make their monthly day of retreat in the Convent of the Holy Child, on Riverside Drive. Bob Lax went up with me, that Sunday morning, and together we climbed the steps to the convent door, and a sister let us in. We were about the first ones there, and had to wait some time before the others came, and Mass began, but I think Father Furphy, their spiritual director, who was teaching philosophy at the Catholic University and running something like Friendship House in the Negro Quarter of Washington, spoke to us first at the beginning of Massachusetts. Everything he said that day made a strong impression on both me and Lax. However, when I came back from receiving communion, I noticed that Lax had disappeared. Later, when we went to breakfast, I found him there. After we had all gone to communion, he said he began to get the feeling that the place was going to fall down on top of him, so he went out to get some air. A sister who had noticed me passing the missal back and forth to him and showing him the place, hurried out after him and found him sitting with his head between his knees, and offered him a cigarette. That night when we left the convent, neither of us could talk. We just walked down Riverside Drive in the dusk, saying nothing. I got on the train in Jersey City and started back for Olean. 3 days went by without any kind of an event. It was the end of November. All the days were short and dark. Finally, on the Thursday of that week, in the evening, I suddenly found myself filled with a vivid conviction. The time has come for me to go and be a Trappist. Where had the thought come from? All I knew was that it was suddenly there. And it was something powerful, irresistible, clear. I picked up a little book called The Cistercian Life, which I had bought at Gethsemani, and turned over the pages, as if they had something more to tell me. They seemed to me to be all written in words of flame and fire. I went to supper, and came back and looked at the book again. My mind was literally full of this conviction. And yet, in the way, stood hesitation, that old business. But now there could be no delaying. I must finish with that, once and for all, and get an answer. I must talk to somebody who would settle it. It could be done in 5 minutes. And now was the time. Now. Whom should I ask? Father Philotheus was probably in his room downstairs. I went downstairs, and out into the court. Yes, there was a light in Father Philotheus' room. All right. Go in and see what he has to say. But instead of that, I bolted out into the darkness and made for the grove. It was a Thursday night. The alumni hall was beginning to fill. They were going to have a movie. But I hardly noticed it. It did not occur to me that perhaps Father Philotheus might go to the movie with the rest. In the silence of the grove my feet were loud on the gravel. I walked and prayed. It was very, very dark by the shrine of the little flower. For heaven's sake, help me, I said. I started back towards the buildings. All right. Now I am really going to go in there and ask him. Here's the situation, Father. What do you think? Should I go and be a Trappist? There was still a light in Father Philotheus' room. I walked bravely into the hall, but when I got within about 6 feet of his door it was almost as if someone had stopped me and held me where I was with physical hands. Something jammed in my will. I couldn't walk a step further, even though I wanted to. I made a kind of a push at the obstacle, which was perhaps a devil, and then turned around and ran out of the place once more. And again I headed for the grove. The alumni hall was nearly full. My feet were loud on the gravel. I was in the silence of the grove, among wet trees. I don't think there was ever a moment in my life when my soul felt so urgent and so special an anguish. I had been praying all the time, so I cannot say that I began to pray when I arrived there where the shrine was, but things became more definite. Please help me. What am I going to do? I can't go on like this. You can see that. Look at the state I am in. What ought I to do? Show me the way. As if I needed more information or some kind of a sign. But I said this time to the little flower, you show me what to do. And I added, if I get into the monastery, I will be your monk. Now show me what to do. It was getting to be precariously near the wrong way to pray, making indefinite promises that I did not quite understand and asking for some sort of a sign. Suddenly, as soon as I had made that prayer, I became aware of the wood, the trees, the dark hills, the wet night wind, and then, clearer than any of these obvious realities, in my imagination, I started to hear the great bell of Gethsemani ringing in the night, the bell in the big grey tower, ringing and ringing, as if it were just behind the first hill. The impression made me breathless, and I had to think twice to realize that it was only in my imagination that I was hearing the bell of the Trappist abbey ringing in the dark. Yet, as I afterwards calculated, it was just about that time that the bell is rung every night for the Salve Regina, towards the end of Compline. The bell seemed to be telling me where I belonged, as if it were calling me home. This fancy put such determination into me that I immediately started back for the monastery, going the long way round, past the shrine of Our Lady of Lourdes and the far end of the football field. And with every step I took my mind became more and more firmly made up that now I would have done with all these doubts and hesitations and questions and all the rest, and get this thing settled, and go to the Trappists where I belonged. When I came into the courtyard, I saw that the light in Father Philotheus' room was out. In fact, practically all the lights were out. Everybody had gone to the movies. My heart sank. Yet there was one hope. I went right on through the door and into the corridor, and turned to the friar's common room. I had never even gone near that door before. I had never dared. But now I went up and knocked on the glass panel and opened the door and looked inside. There was nobody there except one friar alone, Father Philotheus. I asked if I could speak with him and we went to his room. That was the end of all my anxiety, all my hesitation. As soon as I proposed all my hesitations and questions to him, Father Philotheus said that he could see no reason why I shouldn't want to enter a monastery and become a priest. It may seem irrational, but at that moment, it was as if scales fell off my own eyes, and looking back on all my worries and questions, I could see clearly how empty and futile they had been. Yes, it was obvious that I was called to the monastic life, and all my doubts about it had been mostly shadows. Where had they gained such a deceptive appearance of substance and reality? Accident and circumstances had all contributed to exaggerate and distort things in my mind. But now everything was straight again. And already I was full of peace and assurance, the consciousness that everything was right, and that a straight road had opened out, clear and smooth, ahead of me. Father Philotheus had only one question. "Are you sure you want to be a Trappist?" he asked me. "Father," I answered, "I want to give God everything." I could see by the expression on his face that he was satisfied. I went upstairs like somebody who had been called back from the dead. Never had I experienced the calm, untroubled peace and certainty that now filled my heart. There was only one more question: would the Trappists agree with Father Philotheus, and accept my application? Without any delay, I wrote to the Abbot of Gethsemani, asking permission to come and make a retreat at Christmas time. I tried to frame my request in words that hinted I was coming as a postulant, without giving them an opportunity to refuse me before I had at least put one foot inside the door. I sealed the envelope and took it downstairs and dropped it in the mailbox, and walked outside, once more, into the darkness, towards the grove. Things were moving fast, now. But soon they began to move still faster. I had barely got a reply from Gethsemani, telling me that I was welcome to come there at Christmas, when another letter came in the mail. The envelope was familiar and frightening. It bore the stamp of the draft board. I ripped it open and stood face to face with a notice that I was to report at once for a fresh medical examination. It was not hard to see what that would mean. They had tightened up their requirements, and I would probably no longer be exempt from military service. For a moment it seemed to me that Providence had become deliberately cruel. Was this going to be a repetition of the affair of the year before, when I had had my vocation snatched out of my hands when I was practically on the doorstep of the novitiate? Was that going to start all over again? Kneeling in the chapel, with that crumpled paper in my pocket, it took a certain amount of choking before I could get out the words, "Thy will be done." But I was determined that my vocation would not fall in ruins all around me, the moment after I had recovered it. I wrote to the draft board at once, and told them that I was entering a monastery, and asked for time to find out when and under what conditions I would be admitted. Then I sat down to wait. It was the first week of December, 1941. Father Philotheus, hearing about the sudden call from the army, smiled and said, "I think that is a very good sign, I mean, as far as your vocation is concerned." The week ended, with no news from the draft board. Sunday, December the 7th, was the second Sunday in Advent. During High Mass the seminarians were singing the Rorate Caeli, and I came out into the unusually warm sun with the beautiful Gregorian plaint in my ears. I went over to the kitchen, and got one of the sisters to make me some cheese sandwiches and put them in a shoebox, and started out for 2 Mile Valley. I climbed up the hillside, on the eastern slope of the valley, and reached the rim of the thick woods, and sat down in a windless, sunny place where there were a lot of brown dried ferns. Down the hill by the road was a little country schoolhouse. Further out, at the mouth of the little valley, near the Allegheny, were a couple of small farms. The air was warm and quiet, you could hear nothing but the pounding and coughing of a distant oil pump, back in the woods. Who would think there was a war anywhere in the world? It was so peaceful here, and undisturbed. I watched some rabbits come out and begin to play among the ferns. This was probably the last time I would see this place. Where would I be in a week from that day? It was in the hands of God. There was nothing I could do but leave myself to His mercy. But surely, by this time, I should have been able to realize that He is much more anxious to take care of us, and capable of doing so, than we could be ourselves. It is only when we refuse His help, resist His will, that we have conflict, trouble, disorder, unhappiness, ruin. I started back in the afternoon towards the college. It was 2 or 2.5 miles to the railway trestle over the river, then a half a mile home. I walked slowly along the tracks towards the red brick buildings of the college. The sky was getting cloudy, and it was not long before sunset. When I got to the campus, and was walking down the cement path towards the dormitory, I met 2 of the other lay professors. They were talking animatedly about something or other, and as I approached they cried, "Did you hear what happened? Did you hear the radio? America was in the war." The next morning, the feast of the Immaculate Conception, all the sisters who worked in the kitchen and the laundry were at Mass in the college chapel. This was one of the rare occasions when they came out in public. It was their patronal feast. The front pews were full of blue and white habits, and after the Gospel, Father Conrad, a big burly friar with a ruddy face, a professor of philosophy as stout as St. Thomas Aquinas, preached a sad little sermon, half hiding behind a corner of a buttress that held up the beam over the sanctuary. It was about Pearl Harbor. When I left the chapel, and went to the post office, I found a letter from the draft board. They said the medical examination would be put off for 1 month. I went to Father Thomas, and explained my situation, asked permission to leave at once, and asked, too, for a letter of recommendation. There was a meeting of the English department, to share out my classes among my astonished confreres, for the remainder of the term. I packed up most of my clothes, and put them in a big box for Friendship House and the Negroes of Harlem. I left most of my books on my shelf for Father Irenaeus in his library, and gave some to a friend in the seminary, who had been reading Duns Scotus with me, under Father Philotheus. The rest I put in a box to take with me to Gethsemani. Apart from that, all my possessions fitted into one suitcase, and that was too much, except that the Trappists might not receive me in their monastery. I took the manuscripts of 3 finished novels and 1 half-finished novel and ripped them up and threw them in the incinerator. I gave away some notes to people who might be able to use them, and I packed up all the poems I had written, and the carbon copy of the journal of my escape from the Nazis, and another journal I had kept, and some material for an anthology of religious verse, and sent it all to Mark Van Doren. Everything else I had written I put in a binder and sent to Lax and Rice, who were living on 114th Street, New York. I closed my checking account at the Olean Bank, and collected a check, with a bonus, for my services in the English department from the bursar who couldn't figure out why a man should want to collect his wages in the middle of the month. I wrote 3 letters, to Lax, the Baroness, and my relatives, and some postcards, and by the afternoon of the following day, Tuesday, with an amazing and joyous sense of lightness, I was ready to go. My train was in the evening. It was already dark when the taxi called for me at the college. "Where you going, Prof?" said somebody, as I passed out of the building with my suitcase. The cab door slammed on my big general goodbye, and we drove away. I did not turn to see the collection of heads that watched the parting cab from the shelter of the arched door. When we got to town, there was still time for me to go to the Church of Our Lady of the Angels, where I used to go to confession and where I often made the Stations of the Cross, when I was in Olean. The place was empty. There were 1 or 2 little candles burning out in front of the statue of Saint Joseph, and the red sanctuary light flickered in the quiet shadows. I knelt there for 10 or 12 minutes in the silence without even attempting to grasp or comprehend the immense, deep sense of peace and gratitude that filled my heart, and went out from there to Christ in his tabernacle. Jim Hayes, who had taken over the main burden of my courses for me, was at the station, to present me with a note saying the English department was having 5 masses said for me. Then the Buffalo train came in through the freezing, sleety rain, and I got on, and my last tie with the world I had known snapped and broke. It was nothing less than a civil, moral death. This journey, this transition from the world to a new life, was like flying through some strange new element, as if I were in the stratosphere. And yet I was on the familiar earth, and the cold winter rain streaked the windows of the train as we traveled through the dark hills. After Buffalo, we began to pass factory after factory, lit up with a blue glare in the rain, working all night on armaments, but it was like looking at something in an aquarium. The last city I remembered was Erie. After that I was asleep. We went through Cleveland and I knew nothing of it. I had been getting up and saying the rosary in the middle of the night, as a sort of a night office, for several months past. I asked God to wake me up at Gabon, Ohio, so that I could do this, and so, in the middle of the night, I woke up, and we were just pulling out of Gabon. I began to say the rosary where our tracks crossed the Erie line, which was the way I had come there the first time, on my way to Gethsemani in the spring. Then I went back to sleep, rocked by the joyous music of the wheels. At Cincinnati, where we arrived about dawn, I asked the traveler's aid girl the name of some Catholic churches, and got in a taxi to go to St. Francis Xavier's, where I arrived just as Mass was beginning at the high altar, so I heard Mass and received communion and went back to the station and had breakfast and got on the train for Louisville. And now the sun was up. It was shining on bare, rocky valleys, poor farmland, thin, spare fields, with brush and a few trees and willows growing along the creeks, and grey cabins, from time to time, along the line. Outside one of the cabins a man was splitting a log with an axe, and I thought, that is what I will be doing, if God wills it, pretty soon. It was a strange thing. Mile after mile my desire to be in the monastery increased beyond belief. I was altogether absorbed in that one idea. And yet, paradoxically, mile after mile my indifference increased, and my interior peace. What if they did not receive me? Then I would go to the army. But surely that would be a disaster? Not at all. If, after all this, I was rejected by the monastery and had to be drafted, it would be quite clear that it was God's will. I had done everything that was in my power, the rest was in His hands. And for all the tremendous and increasing intensity of my desire to be in the cloister, the thought that I might find myself, instead, in an army camp no longer troubled me in the least. I was free. I had recovered my liberty. I belonged to God, not to myself, and to belong to Him is to be free, free of all the anxieties and worries and sorrows that belong to this earth, and the love of the things that are in it. What was the difference between one place and another, one habit and another, if your life belonged to God, and if you placed yourself completely in His hands? The only thing that mattered was the fact of the sacrifice, the essential dedication of one's self, one's will. The rest was only accidental. That did not prevent me from praying harder and harder to Christ and to the Immaculate Virgin and to my whole private litany, Saint Bernard, Saint Gregory, Saint Joseph, Saint John of the Cross, Saint Benedict, Saint Francis of Assisi, the Little Flower and all the rest to get me by hook or by crook into that monastery. And yet I knew that if God wanted me to go to the army, that would be the better and the happier thing. Because there is happiness only where there is coordination with the truth, the reality, the act that underlies and directs all things to their essential and accidental perfections, and that is the will of God. There is only one happiness, to please Him. Only one sorrow, to be displeasing to Him, to refuse Him something, to turn away from Him, even in the slightest thing, even in thought, in a half-willed movement of appetite. In these things, and these alone, is sorrow, in so far as they imply separation, or the beginning, the possibility of separation from Him who is our life and all our joy. And since God is a spirit, and infinitely above all matter and all creation, the only complete union possible, between ourselves and Him, is in the order of intention, a union of wills and intellects, in love, charity. I stepped onto the platform of Louisville Station in the glory of that freedom, and walked out into the streets with a sense of triumph. Remembering the time I had come that way before, the previous Easter, I was so happy and exultant that I didn't look where I was going and walked into the Jim Crow waiting room, whose shadows, full of Negroes, became somewhat tense with resentment. I hastened out again apologetically. The Bardstown bus was half full, and I found a somewhat dilapidated seat, and we rode out into the wintry country, the last lap of my journey into the desert. When I finally got off in Bardstown, I was standing across the road from a gas station. The street appeared to be empty, as if the town were asleep. But presently I saw a man in the gas station. I went over and asked where I could get someone to drive me to Gethsemani. So he put on his hat and started his car, and we left town on a straight road through level country, full of empty fields. It was not the kind of landscape that belonged to Gethsemani, and I could not get my bearings until some low, jagged, wooded hills appeared ahead of us, to the left of the road, and we made a turn that took us into rolling, wooded land. Then I saw that high familiar spire. I rang the bell at the gate. It let fall a dull, unresonant note inside the empty court. My man got in his car and went away. Nobody came. I could hear somebody moving around inside the gatehouse. I did not ring again. Presently, the window opened, and Brother Matthew looked out between the bars, with his clear eyes and graying beard. "Hello, brother," I said. He recognized me, glanced at the suitcase and said, "This time have you come to stay?" "Yes, brother, if you'll pray for me," I said. Brother nodded, and raised his hand to close the window. "That's what I've been doing," he said, "praying for you." 4. The sweet savor of liberty. The monastery is a school in which we learn from God how to be happy. Our happiness consists in sharing the happiness of God, the perfection of His unlimited freedom, the perfection of His love. What has to be healed in us is our true nature, made in the likeness of God. What we have to learn is love. The healing and the learning are the same thing, for at the very core of our essence we are constituted in God's likeness by our freedom, and the exercise of that freedom is nothing else but the exercise of disinterested love, the love of God for His own sake, because He is God. The beginning of love is truth, and before He will give us His love, God must cleanse our souls of the lies that are in them. And the most effective way of detaching us from ourselves is to make us detest ourselves as we have made ourselves by sin, in order that we may love Him reflected in our souls as He has remade them by His love. That is the meaning of the contemplative life, and the sense of all the apparently meaningless little rules and observances and fasts and obediences and penances and humiliations and labors that go to make up the routine of existence in a contemplative monastery. They all serve to remind us of what we are and who God is, that we may get sick of the sight of ourselves and turn to Him, and in the end, we will find Him in ourselves, in our own purified natures which have become the mirror of His tremendous goodness and of His endless love. 2. So Brother Matthew locked the gate behind me and I was enclosed in the four walls of my new freedom. And it was appropriate that the beginning of freedom should be as it was. For I entered a garden that was dead and stripped and bare. The flowers that had been there last April were all gone. The sun was hidden behind low clouds and an icy wind was blowing over the grey grass and the concrete walks. In a sense my freedom had already begun, for I minded none of these things. I did not come to Gethsemani for the flowers, or for the climate, although I admit that the Kentucky winters were a disappointment. Still, I had not had time to plan on any kind of a climate. I had been too busy with the crucially important problem of finding out God's will. And that problem was still not entirely settled. There still remained the final answer: would I be accepted into this monastery? Would they take me into the novitiate, to become a Cistercian? Father Joachim, the guest master, came out the door of the monastery and crossed the garden with his hands under his scapular and his eyes fixed on the cement walk. He only raised them when he was near me and then he grinned. "Oh, it's you," he said. I suppose he had been doing some praying for me too. I did not give him a chance to ask if I had come to stay. I said, "Yes, Father, this time I want to be a novice, if I can." He just smiled. We went into the house. The place seemed very empty. I put the suitcase down in the room that had been assigned to me, and hastened to the church. If I expected any grand welcome from Christ and His angels, I did not get it, not in the sensible order. The huge nave was like a tomb, and the building was as cold as ice. However, I did not mind. Nor was I upset by the fact that nothing special came into my head in the way of a prayer. I just knelt there more or less dumb, and listened to the saw down at the sawmill fill the air with long and strident complaints and the sound of labor. That evening at supper I found that there was another postulant, an ancient, toothless, gray-haired man hunched up in a huge sweater. He was a farmer from the neighborhood who had lived in the shadow of the abbey for years and had finally made up his mind to enter it as a lay brother. However, he did not stay. The next day I found out there was still a third postulant. He arrived that morning. He was a fat, bewildered youth from Buffalo. Like myself, he was applying for the choir. Father Joachim put the two of us to work together, washing dishes and waxing floors, in silence. We were both absorbed in our own many thoughts, and I dare say he was no more tempted to start a conversation than I was. In fact, every minute of the day I was secretly congratulating myself that conversations were over and done with, provided always I was accepted. I could not be quite sure whether someone would call me and tell me to go down for an interview with the Father Abbot, or whether I was expected to go down to him on my own initiative, but that part of the problem was settled for me towards the end of the morning work. I went back to my room and started puzzling my head over the copy of the spiritual directory that Father Joachim had brought me. Instead of settling down quietly and reading the chapter that directly concerned me, the one that said what postulants were supposed to do while they were waiting in the guest house, I started leafing through the two thin volumes to see if I could not discover something absolutely clear and definite as to what the Cistercian vocation was all about. It is easy enough to say, Trappists are called to lead lives of prayer and penance, because after all there is a sense in which everybody is called to lead that kind of a life. It is also easy enough to say that Cistercians are called to devote themselves entirely to contemplation without any regard for the works of the active life, but that does not say anything precise about the object of our life, and it certainly does not distinguish the Trappists from any of the other so-called contemplative orders. Then the question always arises, what do you mean by contemplation, anyway? From the spiritual directory I learned that the Holy Mass, the Divine Office, prayer, and pious reading, which form the exercises of the contemplative life, occupy the major part of our day. It was a frigid and unsatisfying sentence. The phrase pious reading was a gloomy one, and somehow the thought that the contemplative life was something that was divided up into exercises was of a sort that would have ordinarily depressed me. But I think I had come to the monastery fully resigned to the prospect of meeting that kind of language for the rest of my life. In fact, it is a good thing that I was resigned to it, for it is one of the tiresome minor details of all religious life today, that one must receive a large proportion of spiritual nourishment dished up in the unseasoned jargon of transliterated French. I had no way of saying what the contemplative life meant to me then. But it seemed to me that it should mean something more than spending so many hours a day in a church and so many more hours somewhere else, without having to go to the bother of preaching sermons or teaching school or writing books or visiting the sick. A few lines further on in the directory there were some cautious words about mystical contemplation which, I was told, was not required but which God sometimes vouchsafed. That word vouchsafe. It almost sounded as if the grace came to you dressed up in a crinoline. In fact, to my way of interpreting it, when a spiritual book tells you that infused contemplation is sometimes vouchsafed, the idea you are supposed to get is this: infused contemplation is all right for the saints, but as for you, hands off. The original French of the directory is not so icy as the translation, and the book goes on to add that monks can ask God for these graces, if they do so with a right intention, and that the Cistercian life should normally be a perfect preparation for them. In fact, the French edition also adds that the Cistercian has the duty of leading the kind of life that would dispose him for mystical prayer. And yet I was left with the impression that contemplation in a Trappist monastery was liable to be pretty much secundum quid, and that if I had a secret desire for what the lingo of the pious manuals would call the summits, I had better be cautious about the way I manifested it. Under other circumstances the situation might have disturbed me, but now it did not bother me at all. After all, it was largely a theoretical question anyway. All that I needed to worry about was to do God's will, to enter the monastery if I were allowed to do so, and take things as I found them, and if God wanted to do any of this vouchsafing he could go ahead and vouchsafe. And all the other details would take care of themselves. As I was laying aside the directory to take up another small volume of Pidgin English, someone knocked on the door. It was a monk I had not seen before, a rather burly man with white hair and an extremely firm jaw, who introduced himself as the master of novices. I took another look at the determination in that jaw and said to myself, I bet he doesn't take any nonsense from novices, either. But as soon as he started to talk I found that Father Master was full of a most impressive simplicity and gentleness and kindness, and we began to get along together very well from that hour. He was not a man that stood on ceremony, and he would have nothing to do with the notorious technique of elaborately staged humiliations which have given La Trappe a bad name in the past. By those standards he should have walked into the room and slammed the door with an insult and then asked me if I were entering the monastery in order to get away from the police. But he just sat down and said, "Does the silence scare you?" I almost fell over myself in my eagerness to assure him that the silence not only did not scare me but that I was entranced with it and already felt myself to be in heaven. "Aren't you cold in here?" he asked. "Why don't you shut the window? Is that sweater warm enough?" I assured him with consummate bravery that I was as warm as toast, but he made me shut the window anyway. Of course, what had happened was that Brother Fabian, who worked in the guest house that year, had been feeding me with horror stories about how cold it was when you got up in the morning and went creeping down to choir with your knees knocking together and your teeth chattering so loud that you could hardly hear the prayers. So I was trying to get myself in trim for the ordeal by sitting with the windows open, without a coat on. "Have you ever learned any Latin?" asked Father Master. I told him all about Plautus and Tacitus. He seemed satisfied. After that we talked about many other things. Could I sing? Did I speak French? What made me want to become a Cistercian? Had I ever read anything about the order? Had I ever read the life of Saint Bernard by Dom Ailbe Luddy, and a lot of other things like that? It was such a pleasant conversation that I was getting to be more and more unwilling to unload the big shadowy burden that still rested on my conscience, and tell this good Trappist all the things about my life before my conversion that had once made me think I could not possibly have a vocation to the priesthood. However, I finally did so in a few sentences. "How long is it since you were baptized?" said Father Master. 3 years, Father." He did not seem to be disturbed. He just said that he liked the way I had told him all that there was to be told, and that he would consult Father Abbot about it. And that was all. I was still half expecting to be called down for a cross-examination by the first superior, but that never came. The fat boy from Buffalo and I waxed floors for the next couple of days, and went down to church and knelt at the benches in front of St. Joseph's altar while the monks chanted the office, and then came back to the guest house to eat our scrambled eggs and cheese and milk. At what Brother Fabian would have described as our last meal, he slipped us each a bar of Nestlé's chocolate, and afterwards whispered to me, "Tom, I think you are going to be very disappointed with what you see on the table when you go into the refectory this evening." That evening? It was the feast of St. Lucy and a Saturday. I went back to the room and nibbled on the chocolate and copied out a poem I had just written by way of a farewell to Bob Lax and Mark Van Doren. Father Joachim came in and hid his face behind his hands to laugh when I told him what I was doing. "A poem," he said, and hastened out of the room. He had come to get me to wax the floors some more. So presently the fat boy from Buffalo and I were on our knees again in the hall, but not for very long. Father Master came up the stairs and told us to get our things together and follow him. So we put on our coats and got our bags and started downstairs, leaving Father Joachim to finish waxing the floor by himself. The noise of our footsteps resounded in the great stairwell. Down at the bottom of the flight, by the door, under the sign that said God alone. There were half a dozen local farmers standing around with their hats in their hands. They were waiting to go to confession. It was a kind of an anonymous, abstract delegation bidding us farewell in the name of civil society. As I passed one of them, a solemn polite old man with a 4 days' growth of beard, I suddenly got a somewhat melodramatic impulse and leaned over towards him whispering, "Pray for me." He nodded gravely that he was willing to do that, and the door closed behind us, leaving me with the sense that my last act as a layman in the world still smacked of the old Thomas Merton who had gone around showing off all over 2 different continents. The next minute we were kneeling by the desk of the man who had absolute temporal and spiritual authority over the monastery and everybody in it. This priest, who had been a Trappist for nearly 50 years, looked much younger than he was because he was so full of life and nervous energy. They had been 50 years of hard work which, far from wearing him out, had only seemed to sharpen and intensify his vitality. Dom Frederick was deep in a pile of letters which covered the desk before him, along with a mountain of other papers and documents. Yet you could see that this tremendous volume of work did not succeed in submerging him. He had it all under control. Since I have been in the monastery, I have often had occasion to wonder by what miracle he manages to keep all that under control. But he does. In any case, that day Father Abbot turned to us with just as much ease and facility as if he had nothing else whatever to do but to give the first words of advice to 2 postulants leaving the world to become Trappists. "Each one of you," he said, "will make the community either better or worse. Everything you do will have an influence upon others. It can be a good influence or a bad one. It all depends on you. Our Lord will never refuse you grace." I forget whether he quoted Father Faber. Reverend Father likes to quote Father Faber, and after all it would be extraordinary if he failed to do so on that day. But I have forgotten. We kissed his ring as he blessed us both, and went out again. His parting shaft had been that we should be joyful but not dissipated, and that the names of Jesus and Mary should always be on our lips. At the other end of the long dark hall we went into a room where 3 monks were sitting at typewriters, and we handed over our fountain pens and wristwatches and our loose cash to the treasurer, and signed documents promising that if we left the monastery we would not sue the monks for back wages for our hours of manual labor. And then we passed through the door into the cloister. Now I began to see the part of the monastery I had never seen, the long wing beyond the cloister, in the back of the building, where the monks actually live, where they gather in the intervals. It was a contrast to the wide open, frigid formality of the cloister itself. To begin with, it was warmer. There were notice boards on the walls, and there was a warm smell of bread coming from the bakery which was somewhere in those parts. Monks moved about with their cowls over their arms, waiting to put them on when the bell rang for the end of work. We stopped in the tailor's shop and were measured for our robes, and then passed through the door to the novitiate. Father Master showed us where the novitiate chapel was, and we knelt a moment before the Blessed Sacrament in that plain, whitewashed room. I noticed a statue of my friend Saint Joan of Arc on one side of the door, and on the other was, of course, the little flower. Then we went down to the basement where all the novices were milling around in the clatter of wash basins, groping for towels with their eyes full of soap and water. Father Master picked the one who seemed to be the most badly blinded by suds, and I heard him tell him to take care of me when we got to church. "That's your guardian angel," Father explained, and added, "Fi used to be a Marine." 3. Liturgically speaking, you could hardly find a better time to become a monk than Advent. You begin a new life, you enter into a new world at the beginning of a new liturgical year. And everything that the Church gives you to sing, every prayer that you say in and with Christ in His mystical body is a cry of ardent desire for grace, for help, for the coming of the Messiah, the Redeemer. The soul of the monk is a Bethlehem where Christ comes to be born, in the sense that Christ is born where his likeness is reformed by grace, and where his divinity lives, in a special manner, with his Father and his Holy Spirit, by charity, in this new incarnation, this other Christ. The Advent liturgy prepares that Bethlehem with songs and canticles of ardent desire. It is a desire all the more powerful, in the spiritual order, because the world around you is dead. Life has ebbed to its dregs. The trees are stripped bare. The birds forget to sing. The grass is brown and grey. You go out to the fields with mattocks to dig up the briars. The sun gives its light, as it were, in faint intermittent explosions, squibs, not rays, according to John Donne's conceit in his Nocturnal on St. Lucy's Day. But the cold stones of the Abbey church ring with a chant that glows with living flame, with clean, profound desire. It is an austere warmth, the warmth of Gregorian chant. It is deep beyond ordinary emotion, and that is one reason why you never get tired of it. It never wears you out by making a lot of cheap demands on your sensibilities. Instead of drawing you out into the open field of feelings where your enemies, the devil, and your own imagination and the inherent vulgarity of your own corrupted nature can get at you with their blades and cut you to pieces, it draws you within, where you are lulled in peace and recollection and where you find God. You rest in him, and he heals you with his secret wisdom. That first evening in choir I tried to sing my first few notes of Gregorian chant with the worst cold I had ever had in my life, the fruit of my experiment in preparing myself for the low temperature of the monastery before I was even inside the place. It was the second Vespers of St. Lucy and we chanted the Psalms of the Commune Virginum, but after that the Capitulum was of the second Sunday of Advent, and presently the cantor intoned the lovely Advent hymn, Conditor alma Siderum. What measure and balance and strength there is in the simplicity of that hymn! Its structure is mighty with a perfection that despises the effects of the most grandiloquent secular music, and says more than Bach without even exhausting the whole range of one octave. That evening I saw how the measured tone took the old words of St. Ambrose and infused into them even more strength and suppleness and conviction and meaning than they already had and made them dower before God in beauty and entire, flower along the stones and vanish in the darkness of the vaulted ceiling. And their echo died and left our souls full of peace and grace. When we began to chant the Magnificat I almost wept, but that was because I was new in the monastery. And in fact it was precisely because of that that I had reason to weep with thanksgiving and happiness as I croaked the words in my dry, hoarse throat, in gratitude for my vocation, in gratitude that I was really there at last, really in the monastery, and chanting God's liturgy with his monks. Every day, from now on, the office would ring with the deep impassioned cries of the old prophets calling out to God to send the Redeemer. Veni, Domini, nolli tardare, relaxa facinora plebis tui. And the monks took up the cry with the same strong voices, and armed with the confidence of grace and God's own presence within them, they argued with him and chided him as his old prophets had done before. What is the matter with you, Domini? Where is our Redeemer? Where is the Christ you have promised us? Are you sleeping? Have you forgotten us, that we should still be buried in our miseries and in the shadow of war and sorrow? Yet if I had been stirred with a movement of feeling during that first evening in choir, I had little opportunity in those first days to enjoy what are commonly called consolations. Consolations cannot get a good hold on you when you are half stupefied with the kind of cold I had. And then there was all the business of getting used to the thousand material details of monastic life. Now I saw the monastery from within, from the church floor, so to speak, not from the visitors' gallery. I saw it from the novitiate wing, not from the shiny and well-heated guest house. Now I was face to face with monks that belonged not to some dream, not to some medieval novel, but to cold and inescapable reality. The community which I had seen functioning as a unity, in all the power of that impressive and formal liturgical anonymity which clothes a body of men obscurely in the very personality of Christ himself, now appeared to me broken up into its constituent parts, and all the details, good and bad, pleasant and unpleasant, were there for me to observe at close range. By this time God had given me enough sense to realize at least obscurely that this is one of the most important aspects of any religious vocation, the first and most elementary test of one's call to the religious life, whether as a Jesuit, Franciscan, Cistercian, or Carthusian, is the willingness to accept life in a community in which everybody is more or less imperfect. The imperfections are much smaller and more trivial than the defects and vices of people outside in the world, and yet somehow you tend to notice them more and feel them more, because they get to be so greatly magnified by the responsibilities and ideals of the religious state, through which you cannot help looking at them. People even lose their vocations because they find out that a man can spend 40 or 50 or 60 years in a monastery and still have a bad temper. Anyway, now that I was a part of Gethsemani, I looked about me to see what it was really like. I was in a building with huge thick walls, some painted green, some white, and most of them with edifying signs and sentiments painted on them. If any man think himself to be a religious, not bridling his tongue, that man's religion is vain. And so on. I never quite discovered the value of those signs, because for my own part as soon as I had read them once I never noticed them again. They are there before me all the time, but they simply don't register on my mind. However, perhaps some people are still pondering on them after years in the house. In any case, it is a Trappist custom. You find it practically everywhere in the order. What was important was not the thick, unheated walls, but the things that went on within them. The house was full of people, men hidden in white cowls and brown capes, some with beards, the lay brothers, others with no beards but monastic crowns. There were young men and old men, and the old ones were in the minority. At a rough guess, with all the novices we have in the house now, I think the average age of the community cannot be much over 30. There was, I could see, something of a difference between the community proper and the novices. The monks and the professed brothers were more deeply absorbed in things that the novices had not yet discovered. And yet looking around at the novices there was a greater outward appearance of piety in them, but you could sense that it was near the surface. It can be said, as a general rule, that the greatest saints are seldom the ones whose piety is most evident in their expression when they are kneeling at prayer, and the holiest men in a monastery are almost never the ones who get that exalted look, on feast days, in the choir. The people who gaze up at Our Lady's statue with glistening eyes are very often the ones with the worst tempers. With the novices, their sensible piety was innocent and spontaneous, and it was perfectly proper to their state. As a matter of fact, I liked the novitiate at once. It was pervaded with enthusiasm and vitality and good humor. I liked the way they kidded one another in sign language, and I liked the quiet storms of amusement that suddenly blew up from nowhere and rocked the whole scriptorium from time to time. Practically all the novices seemed to be very enlightened and sincere about their duties in the religious life. They had been quick in catching on to the rules and were keeping them with spontaneous ease rather than hair-splitting exactitude. And the ingenuous good humor that welled up from time to time in the middle of all this made their faces all shine like the faces of children, even though some of them were no longer young. You felt that the best of them were the simplest, the most unassuming, the ones who fell in with the common norm without fuss and without any special display. They attracted no attention to themselves, they just did what they were told. But they were always the happiest ones, the most at peace. They stood at the mean between two extremes. On one hand there were one or two who exaggerated everything they did and tried to carry out every rule with scrupulousness that was a travesty of the real thing. They were the ones who seemed to be trying to make themselves saints by sheer effort and concentration, as if all the work depended on them, and not even God could help them. But then there were also the ones who did little or nothing to sanctify themselves, as if none of the work depended on them, as if God would come along one day and put a halo on their heads and it would all be over. They followed the others and kept the rule after a fashion, but as soon as they thought they were sick they started pleading for all the mitigations that they did not already have. And the rest of the time, they fluctuated between a gaiety that was noisy and disquieting, and a sullen exasperation that threw a wet blanket over the whole novitiate. It was usually the ones that belonged to these two extremes that left and went back to the world. Those who stayed were generally the normal, good-humored, patient, obedient ones who did nothing exceptional and just followed the common rule. On Monday morning I went to confession. It was Ember Week, and the novices all went to their extraordinary confessor who was Father Odo that year. I knelt at the little open confessional and confessed with deep contrition that when Father Joachim had told me, one day in the guest house, to go and tell the fat boy from Buffalo to go down to the church for the canonical office of nun, I had failed to do so. Having unburdened my soul of this and other similar offenses, I got so mixed up at the unfamiliar Cistercian ritual that I was all ready to leave the confessional and run away as soon as Father Odo had finished the first prayer and before he had given me any absolution. In fact, I was already on my feet and about to walk away when he started talking to me, so I thought I had better stay. I listened to the things he had to say. He spoke very kindly and simply. And the burden of it was this. Who knows how many souls are depending on your perseverance in this monastery? Perhaps God has ordained that there are many in the world who will only be saved through your fidelity to your vocation. You must remember them if you are ever tempted to leave. And you probably will be tempted to leave. Remember all those souls in the world. You know some of them. Others you may never know until you meet them in heaven. But in any case, you did not come here alone. All the time I was in the novitiate I had no temptations to leave the monastery. In fact, never since I have entered religion have I ever had the slightest desire to go back to the world. But when I was a novice I was not even bothered by the thought of leaving Gethsemani and going to any other order. I say I was not bothered by the thought, I had it. But it never disturbed my peace because it was never anything but academic and speculative. I remember once how Father Master questioned me on that subject. So I admitted, I have always liked the Carthusians. In fact, if I had had a chance I would have entered the Charterhouse rather than coming here. But the war made that impossible. You wouldn't get the penance there that we have here, he said, and then we began to talk of something else. That did not become a problem until after profession. The next morning Father Master called me in at the end of work and gave me an armful of white woolen garments, telling me to put them on. Postulants used to receive the oblate's habit a few days after their admission, one of those anomalous customs that grow up in isolated houses. It survived at Gethsemani until one of the recent visitations. And so within 3 days of my admission to the novitiate I was out of my secular clothing and glad to get rid of it forever. It took me a few minutes to figure out the complications of the 15th century underwear that Trappists wear under their robes, but soon I was out of the cell in a white robe and scapular, and a white cloth band tied around my waist, with the white, shapeless oblate's cloak around my shoulders. And I presented myself to Father Master to find out my name. I had spent hours trying to choose a name for myself when I thought I was going to become a Franciscan, and now I simply took what I got. In fact, I had been too busy to bother with such trivial thoughts. And so it turned out that I was to be called Frater Louis. The far boy from Buffalo was Frater Sylvester. I was glad to be Louis rather than Sylvester, although I would probably never have dreamed of choosing either name for myself. Still, it would seem that the only reason why God wanted me to remember all my life that I had first sailed for France on the 25th of August was in order that I should realize at last that it was the feast of my patron saint in religion. That sailing was a grace. Perhaps ultimately my vocation goes back to the days I spent in France. If it goes back to anything in the natural order besides, I remembered that I used rather frequently to pray at the altar of St. Louis and St. Michael the Archangel in the apse of St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York. I used to light candles to them when I got in trouble in those first days of my conversion. I went immediately into the scriptorium and took a piece of paper and printed on it Frater Maria Ludovicus and stuck it on the front of the box that was to represent all the privacy I had left, one small box, in which I would keep a couple of notebooks full of poems and reflections, and a volume of St. John of the Cross and Gilson's Mystical Theology of St. Bernard, and the letters I would receive from John Paul at his RAF camp in Ontario, and from Mark Van Doren and from Bob Lax. I looked out the window at the narrow rocky valley beyond the novitiate parapet, and the cedar trees beyond and the bare woods on the line of jagged hills. Hec requis mea in saeculum saeculi, hic habitabo quaniam elegiim. 4. In January the novices were working in the woods near the lake which the monks made by throwing a dam across a gully. The woods were quiet and the axes echoed around the sheet of blue-grey water sleek as metal among the trees. You are not supposed to pause and pray when you are at work. American Trappist notions of contemplation do not extend to that. On the contrary, you are expected to make some act of pure intention and fling yourself into the business and work up a sweat and get a great deal finished by the time it is all over. Turn it into contemplation. You can occasionally mutter between your teeth, "All for Jesus. All for Jesus." But the idea is to keep on working. That January I was still so new that I had not flung myself into the complex and absurd system of meditation that I afterwards tried to follow out. And occasionally I looked up through the trees to where the spire of the Abbey church rose up in the distance, behind a yellow hill skirted with cedars, and with a long blue ridge of hills for background. It was peaceful and satisfying, that scene, and I thought of a line from one of the gradual psalms. Montes in circitu ejus, et dominus in circitu populi sui. Mountains are round about it, so the Lord is round about his people from henceforth, now, and forever. It was true. I was hidden in the secrecy of his protection. He was surrounding me constantly with the work of his love, his wisdom, and his mercy. And so it would be, day after day, year after year. Sometimes I would be preoccupied with problems that seemed to be difficult and seemed to be great, and yet when it was all over the answers that I worked out did not seem to matter much anyway, because all the while, beyond my range of vision and comprehension, God had silently and imperceptibly worked the whole thing out for me, and had presented me with the solution. To say it better, He had worked the solution into the very tissue of my own life and substance and existence by the wise incomprehensible weaving of His providence. I was now preparing for the reception of the habit of novice, which would make me canonically a member of the order and start me out officially on my progress towards the vows. However, as my papers had not all come, no one knew exactly when I would be clothed in the white cloak. We were still waiting for a letter from the Bishop of Nottingham, whose diocese included Rutland and Oakham, my old school. It turned out that I was to have a companion in the reception of the habit, and not the fat boy from Buffalo, either. He left the monastery at the beginning of Lent, after having slumbered peacefully through the choral offices for several weeks. He returned home to Buffalo and soon we heard that he was in the army. But no. My companion was to be, you might say, an old friend. One day when we had come back from the lake and had taken off our work shoes and washed up, I was hurrying up the stairs from the basement when I ran into Father Master and a postulant coming around the corner. The fact that I was hurrying and ran into people only indicates that I was much less of a contemplative than I thought I was. In any case, the postulant was a priest, in a Roman collar, and when I took a second look at his face I recognized those bony Irish features and the dark-rimmed spectacles, the high cheekbones and the ruddy skin. It was the Carmelite with whom I had had all those conversations in the guest house garden on my retreat, the Easter before, when we had discussed the relative merits of the Cistercians and the Carthusians. We both looked at each other with looks that said, "You, here." I did not actually say the words, but he did. And then he turned to Father Master and said, "Father, here is a man who was converted to the faith by reading James Joyce." I don't think Father Master had heard of James Joyce. I had told the Carmelite that reading Joyce had contributed something to my conversion. So we received the habit together on the first Sunday of Lent. He received the name of Frater Sacerdos. We stood together in our secular clothes in the middle of the chapter room. There was an 18-year-old novice with us making simple profession. Behind us was a table stacked with the books that were to be given out to the community as their formal Lenten reading. Father Abbot was ill. Everybody had become aware of that by the way he had struggled through the gospel at the night office. He should have been in bed, because, as a matter of fact, he had a bad case of pneumonia. However, he was not in bed. He was sitting on that rigid piece of woodwork euphemistically called a throne, from which he presides in chapter. Although he could hardly see us, he delivered an impassioned exhortation, telling us with deep conviction that we were making a big mistake if we came to Gethsemani expecting anything but the cross, sickness, contradictions, troubles, sorrows, humiliations, fasts, sufferings, and, in general, everything that human nature hates. Then we went up the steps to his throne one by one and he peeled off our coats, exuati dominus veterum hominum cum actibus suis, and helped by the cantor and Father Master, formally clothed us in the white robes we had been wearing as oblates, together with the scapulars and cloaks of full-fledged novices in the order. It cannot have been much more than 2 weeks after that I was in the infirmary myself, not with pneumonia but with influenza. It was the feast of Saint Gregory the Great. I remember entering the cell assigned to me with a sense of secret joy and triumph, in spite of the fact that it had just been vacated 2 days before by Brother Hugh, whom we had carried out to the cemetery, lying in his open bier with that grim smile of satisfaction that Trappist corpses have. My secret joy at entering the infirmary came from the thought, now at last I will have some solitude and I will have plenty of time to pray. I should have added, and to do everything that I want to do, without having to run all over the place answering bells. I was fully convinced that I was going to indulge all the selfish appetites that I did not yet know how to recognize as selfish because they appeared so spiritual in their new disguise. All my bad habits, disinfected, it is true, of formal sin, had sneaked into the monastery with me and had received the religious vesture along with me: spiritual gluttony, spiritual sensuality, spiritual pride. I jumped into bed and opened the Bible at the Canticle of Canticles and devoured 3 chapters, closing my eyes from time to time and waiting, with raffish expectation, for lights, voices, harmonies, savors, unctions, and the music of angelic choirs. I did not get much of what I was looking for, and was left with the vague disillusionment of the old days when I had paid down $50 for a bad movie. On the whole, the infirmary of a Trappist monastery is the worst place to go looking for pleasure. The nearest I came to luxury was in the purely material order, where I got plenty of milk and butter, and one day, perhaps the brother made some kind of a mistake, I even got 1 sardine. If there had been 2 or 3 I would have known it was a mistake, but since there was precisely 1, I am inclined to think it was intentional. I got up every morning at 4 and served Mass and received communion, and then the rest of the day I sat up in bed reading and writing. I said the office and went to the infirmary chapel to do the Stations of the Cross. And in the late afternoon Father Gerard, the infirmarian, made sure that I did not forget to meditate on the volume of Father Faber I had received as a Lenten book. But as soon as I began to get better, Father Gerard made me get up and sweep the infirmary and do other odd jobs, and when the feast of Saint Joseph came, I was glad to go down to church for the night office and sing a lesson in the Eubay. It must have been a surprise for all those who thought that I had left the monastery, and when we were back in the infirmary, Father Gerard said, "You sure can sing loud." Finally, on the feast of Saint Benedict, I picked up our blankets and went back to the novitiate, thoroughly satisfied to get off with no more than 9 days of what Brother Hugh had called not Calvary but Thabor. That was the difference between me and Brother Hugh, between one who had just begun his religious life and one who had just finished his with signal success. For, to judge by the way people keep mentioning him in sermons, Brother Hugh had been truly a success as a Cistercian. I had not known him, except by sight. And yet even that was enough to tell a great deal about him. I have never forgotten his smile. I don't mean the one he wore in the bier, but the one he had when he was alive, which was quite a different matter. He was an old brother, but his smile was full of the ingenuousness of a child. And he had a great abundance of that one indefinite quality which everybody seems willing to agree in calling characteristically Cistercian, the grace of simplicity. What that means is often hard to say, but in Brother Hugh and the others like him, and there are not a few, it meant the innocence and liberty of soul that come to those who have thrown away all preoccupation with themselves and their own ideas and judgments and opinions and desires, and are perfectly content to take things as they come to them from the hands of God and through the wishes and commands of their superiors. It meant the freedom of heart that one can only obtain by putting his whole life in the hands of another, with the blind faith that God wills to use our superiors, our directors, as instruments for our guidance and the formation of our souls. From what I have heard, Brother Hugh had all that. And therefore he was also what they call a man of prayer. But this peculiar combination, a contemplative spirit and a complete submission to superiors who entrusted him with many distracting responsibilities around the monastery, sanctified Brother Hugh according to what is, as near as I can make out, the Cistercian formula. For it seems to me that our monasteries produce very few pure contemplatives. The life is too active. There is too much movement, too much to do. That is especially true of Gethsemani. It is a powerhouse, and not merely a powerhouse of prayer. In fact, there is an almost exaggerated reverence for work in the souls of some who are here. Doing things, suffering things, thinking things, making tangible and concrete sacrifices for the love of God, that is what contemplation seems to mean here, and I suppose the same attitude is universal in our order. It goes by the name of active contemplation. The word active is well chosen. About the second half of the compound, I am not so sure. It is not without a touch of poetic license. It is only in theory that our wills can be disinfected of all these poisons by the universal excuse of obedience. Yet it has been the Cistercian formula ever since Saint Bernard of Clairvaux and a score of Cistercian bishops and abbots in the Middle Ages. Which brings me back to my own life and to the one activity that was born in me and is in my blood, I mean writing. I brought all the instincts of a writer with me into the monastery, and I knew that I was bringing them, too. It was not a case of smuggling them in. And Father Master not only approved but encouraged me when I wanted to write poems and reflections and other things that came into my head in the novitiate. Already in the Christmas season I had half filled an old notebook that belonged to my Columbia days, with the ideas that came swimming into my head all through those wonderful feasts, when I was a postulant. In fact, I had found that the interval after the night office, in the great silence, between 4 and 5:30 on the mornings of feast days, was a wonderful time to write verse. After 2 or 3 hours of prayer your mind is saturated in peace and the richness of the liturgy. The dawn is breaking outside the cold windows. If it is warm, the birds are already beginning to sing. Whole blocks of imagery seem to crystallize out as it were naturally in the silence and the peace, and the lines almost write themselves. Or that was the way it went until Father Master told me I must not write poetry then. The rule would keep that hour sacred for the study of Scripture and the Psalms. And as time went on, I found that this was even better than writing poems. What a time that is for reading and meditation! Especially in the summer when you can take your book and go out under the trees. What shades of light and color fill the woods at May's End! Such greens and blues as you never saw. And in the east the dawn sky is a blaze of fire where you might almost expect to see the winged animals of Ezekiel, frowning and flashing and running to and fro. For 6 years, at that time of the day, on feast days, I have been reading nothing but one or another of some 3 or 4 books. St. Augustine's Commentary on the Psalms, St. Gregory the Great's Moralia, St. Ambrose on some of the Psalms, or William of St. Thierry on the Song of Songs. Sometimes I look at one or another of the Fathers, or else read Scripture simpliciter. As soon as I had entered into the world of these great saints, and begun to rest in the Eden of their writings, I lost all desire to prefer that time for any writing of my own. Such books as these, and the succession of our offices, and all the feasts and seasons of the liturgical year, and the various times of sowing and planting and harvesting, and, in general, all the varied and closely integrated harmony of natural and supernatural cycles that go to make up the Cistercian year tend to fill a man's life to such overflowing satiety that there is usually no time, no desire for writing. After the poems I wrote the first Christmas, and 1 or 2 in January, and 1 at the Purification, and 1 more in Lent, I was glad to be quiet. If there were no other reason for not writing, summer is too busy a season. As soon as Paschal time was well begun, we were planting peas and beans, and when it ended we were picking them. Then in May they cut the first crop of alfalfa in St. Joseph's Field, and from then on the novices were going out, morning and afternoon, in their long line, Indian file, straw hats on their heads, with pitchforks to hayfields in all quarters of the farm. From St. Joseph's we went to the upper bottom, in the extreme northeast corner of the property, in a hollow surrounded by woods, behind the knoll called Mount Olivet. After that we were down in the lower bottom, where I lifted up a shock of hay on the fork and a black snake tumbled out of it. When the big wagons were loaded, 2 or 3 of us would ride back and help unload them in the cow barn or the horse barn or the sheep barn. That is one of the hardest jobs we have around here. You get inside the huge, dark loft, and the dust begins to swirl and the ones on the wagon are pitching hay up at you as fast as they can, and you are trying to stow it back in the loft. In about 2 minutes the place begins to put on a very good imitation of purgatory, for the sun is beating down mercilessly on a tin roof over your head, and the loft is one big black stifling oven. I wish I had thought a little about that cow barn, back in the days when I was committing so many sins, in the world. It might have given me pause. In June, when the Kentucky sun has worked up his full anger, and stands almost at the zenith, beating the clay furrows with his raging heat, it begins to be the season of the Cistercians' true penance. It is then that the little green flag begins to appear in the small cloister to announce that we no longer have to wear our cowls in the intervals and in the refectory. But even then, no matter how motionless you remain, out under the trees, everything you have on is soaked in sweat, and the woods begin to sizzle with 1,000 crickets, and their din fills the cloister court and echoes around the brick walls and the tiled floors of the cloister and makes the monastery sound like a gigantic frying pan standing over a fire. This is the time when the choir begins to fill with flies, and you have to bite your lip to keep your resolution about never swatting them, as they crawl over your forehead and into your eyes while you are trying to sing. And yet it is a wonderful season, fuller of consolations than it is of trials, the season of the great feasts, Pentecost, Corpus Christi, when we pave the cloister with whole mosaics of flowers, the Sacred Heart, Saint John the Baptist, Saints Peter and Paul. This is when you really begin to feel the weight of our so-called active contemplation, with all the accidental additions that it acquires at Gethsemani. You begin to understand the truth of the fact that the old Trappists of the 18th and 19th centuries saw in the exercises of contemplation, the choral office and mental prayer and so on, principally a means of penance and self-punishment. And so it is the season when novices give up and go back to the world. They give up at other times too, but summer is their hardest test. My friend Frater Sacerdos had already left in May. I remember, a few days before he vanished from our midst, the novices were dusting the church, and he was mooning around St. Patrick's altar with a woeful expression and great sighs and gestures. His former name, in religion, as a Carmelite, had been Patrick, and he was on the point of returning to the tutelage of the great Apostle of Ireland. But I had no desire to leave. I don't think I enjoyed the heat any more than anybody else, but with my active temperament I could satisfy myself that all my work and all my sweat really meant something, because they made me feel as if I were doing something for God. The day Frater Sacerdos left we were working in a new field that had just been cleared over near the western limits of the farm, behind Aidon Nally's. And we came home in our long file over the hill past Nally's house, with the whole Blue Valley spread out before us, and the monastery and all the barns and gardens standing amid the trees below us under a big blue sweep of Kentucky sky, with those white, incomparable clouds. And I thought to myself, anybody who runs away from a place like this is crazy. But it was not as supernatural as I may have thought. It is not sufficient to love the place for its scenery, and because you feel satisfied that you are a spiritual athlete and a not inconsiderable servant of God. Now, at the beginning of July, we were in the midst of the harvest, getting in the wheat. The big threshing machine was drawn up at the east end of the cow barn, and wagons loaded with sheaves were constantly coming in, from all directions, from the various fields. You could see the cellarer standing on top of the threshing machine, outlined against the sky, giving directions, and a group of lay brother novices were busily filling the sacks and tying them up and loading trucks as fast as the clean new grain poured out of the machine. Some of the choir novices were taking the grain down to the mill and unloading the sacks and spilling the wheat out on the granary floor, but most of us were out in the fields. That year we had a phenomenal harvest, but it was always threatened with ruin by showers of rain. So practically every day the novices went out to the fields and dismantled the shocks and spread the damp sheaves around on the ground, in the sun, to dry before they began to get full of mildew, and then we would put them back together again and go home, and there would be another shower of rain. But in the end it was a good harvest, anyway. How sweet it is, out in the fields, at the end of the long summer afternoons. The sun is no longer raging at you, and the woods are beginning to throw long blue shadows over the stubble fields where the golden shocks are standing. The sky is cool, and you can see the pale half-moon smiling over the monastery in the distance. Perhaps a clean smell of pine comes down to you, out of the woods, on the breeze, and mingles with the richness of the fields and of the harvest. And when the Unday master claps his hands for the end of work, and you drop your arms and take off your hat to wipe the sweat out of your eyes, in the stillness you realize how the whole valley is alive with the singing of crickets, a constant universal treble going up to God out of the fields, rising like the incense of an evening prayer to the pure sky, laus perennis. And you take your rosary out of your pocket, and get in your place in the long file, and start swinging homeward along the road with your boots ringing on the asphalt and deep peace in your heart. And on your lips, silently, over and over again, the name of the Queen of Heaven, the Queen also of this valley, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. And the name of her Son, for whom all this was made in the first place, for whom all this was planned and intended, for whom the whole of creation was framed, to be his kingdom. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Full of grace. The very thought, over and over, fills our own hearts with more grace, and who knows what grace overflows into the world from that valley, from those rosaries, in the evenings when the monks are swinging home from work. It was a few days after the Feast of the Visitation, which is, for me, the feast of the beginning of all true poetry, when the Mother of God sang her Magnificat, and announced the fulfillment of all prophecies, and proclaimed the Christ in her and became the Queen of prophets and of poets. A few days after that feast, I got news from John Paul. For the last few months he had been at a camp in the plains of the Canadian West, in Manitoba. Day after day he had been making long flights and doing bombing practice, and now he had his sergeant's stripes and was ready to be sent overseas. He wrote that he was coming to Gethsemani before he sailed. But he did not say when. 5. The feast of Saint Stephen Harding, the founder of the Cistercian order, went by, and every day I was waiting to be called to Reverend Father's room, and told that John Paul had come. By now the corn was high, and every afternoon we went out with hoes, to make war against our enemies, the morning glories, in the cornfields. And every afternoon, I would disappear into those rows of green banners, and lose sight of everybody else, wondering how anybody would be able to find me if he were sent out there to bring me in with the news that my brother had come. Often you did not even hear the signal for the end of work, and frequently one or two of the more recollected novices would get left in the cornfield, hoeing away diligently in some remote corner, after everybody else had gone home. But I have discovered from experience that the rule, in these things, is that what you are expecting always comes when you are not actually expecting it. So it was one afternoon that we were working close to the monastery, within the enclosure, weeding a patch of turnips, that someone made me a sign to come into the house. I had so far forgotten the object of my expectations that it took me a moment or two before I guessed what it was. I changed out of work clothes and went straight to Reverend Father's room and knocked on the door. He flashed the "Please wait" sign that is worked from a button at his desk, and so there was nothing for it but to sit down and wait, which I did, for the next half hour. Finally Reverend Father discovered that I was there, and sent for my brother, who presently came along the hall with Brother Alexander. He was looking very well, and standing very straight, and his shoulders, which were always broad, were now completely square. As soon as we were alone in his room, I began to ask him if he didn't want to get baptized. "I sort of hoped I could be," he said. "Tell me," I said, "how much instruction have you had, anyway?" "Not much," he said. After I had questioned him some more, it turned out that "not much" was a euphemism for none at all. "But you can't be baptized without knowing what it is all about," I said. I went back to the novitiate before Vespers feeling miserable. "He hasn't had any instruction," I said gloomily to Father Master. "But he wants to be baptized, doesn't he?" "He says he does." Then I said, "Don't you think I could give him enough instruction in the next few days to prepare him? And Father James could talk to him when he gets a chance. And of course he can go to all the conferences of the retreat. One of the weekend retreats was just beginning. Take him some books," said Father Master, "and talk to him, and tell him everything you can. And I'll go and speak to Reverend Father." So the next day I hurried up to John Paul's room with a whole armful of volumes purloined from the novitiate common box, and soon he had a room full of all kinds of books that different people had selected for him to read. If he had wanted to read them all, he would have had to stay in the monastery for 6 months. There was an orange pamphlet with an American flag on the cover, called The Truth About Catholics. There were, of course, The Imitation of Christ and a New Testament. Then my contribution was the Catechism of the Council of Trent, and Father Robert's suggestion was The Faith of Millions, and Father James had come through with The Story of a Soul, the autobiography of the Little Flower. There were plenty of others besides, for Father Francis, who was guest master that year, was also librarian. Perhaps he was the one who supplied the story of a soul, for he has great devotion to the little flower. But in any case, John Paul looked them all over. He said, "Who is this little flower, anyway?" And he read the story of a soul all in one gulp. Meanwhile, I spent practically the whole of the morning and afternoon work periods talking my head off about everything I could think of that had something to do with the faith. It was much harder work than my fellow novices were doing out there in the cornfield, and much more exhausting. The existence of God and the creation of the world did not give him any difficulty, so we went over that in 2 sentences. He had heard something about the Holy Trinity at the choir school of St. John the Divine. So I just said that the Father was the Father and the Son was the Father's idea of himself and the Holy Ghost was the love of the Father for the Son, and that these 3 were one nature, and that nevertheless they were 3 persons, and they dwelt within us by faith. I think I talked more about faith and the life of grace than anything else, telling him all that I myself had found out by experience, and all that I sensed he wanted most to know. He had not come here to find out a lot of abstract truths, that was clear enough. As soon as I had begun to talk to him, I had seen awaken in his eyes the thirst that was hiding within him, and that had brought him to Gethsemani, for he certainly had not come merely to see me. How well I recognized it, that insatiable thirst for peace, for salvation, for true happiness. There was no need of any fancy talk, or of elaborate argument, no need to try and be clever, or to hold his attention by tricks. He was my brother and I could talk to him straight, in the words we both knew, and the charity that was between us would do the rest. You might have expected 2 brothers, at such a time as this, to be talking about the old days. In a sense, we were. Our own lives, our memories, our family, the house that had served us as a home, the things we had done in order to have what we thought was a good time, all this was indeed the background of our conversation, and, in an indirect sort of a way, entered very definitely into the subject matter. It was so clearly present that there was no necessity to allude to it, this sorry, complicated past, with all its confusions and misunderstandings and mistakes. It was as real and vivid and present as the memory of an automobile accident in the casualty ward where the victims are being brought back to life. Was there any possibility of happiness without faith? Without some principle that transcended everything we had ever known? The house in Douglaston, which my grandparents had built, and which they maintained for 25 years with the icebox constantly full and the carpets all clean and 15 different magazines on the living room table and a Buick in the garage and a parrot on the back porch screaming against the neighbor's radio, was the symbol of a life that had brought them nothing but confusions and anxieties and misunderstandings and fits of irritation. It was a house in which Bonima Man had sat for hours every day in front of a mirror, rubbing cold cream into her cheeks as if she were going to go to the opera, but she never went to the opera, except, perhaps, the ones she saw before her in her dreams as she sat there, in peaceless isolation, among the pots of ointment. Against all this we had reacted with everything our own generation could give us, and we had ended up doing, in the movies, and in the cheap, amber-lit little bars of Long Island, or the noisier ones, fixed up with chromium, in the city, all that she had been doing at home. We never went to our own particular kind of operas either. If a man tried to live without grace, not all his works were evil, that was true, certainly. He could do a lot of good things. He could drive a car. That is a good thing. He could read a book. He could swim. He could draw pictures. He could do all the things my brother had done at various times, collect stamps, postcards, butterflies, study chemistry, take photographs, fly a plane, learn Russian. All these things were good in themselves and could be done without grace. But there was absolutely no need to stop and ask him, Now, whether, without the grace of God, any of those pursuits had come anywhere near making him happy. I spoke about faith. By the gift of faith, you touch God, you enter into contact with His very substance and reality, in darkness, because nothing accessible, nothing comprehensible to our senses and reason can grasp His essence as it is in itself. But faith transcends all these limitations, and does so without labor, for it is God who reveals Himself to us, and all that is required of us is the humility to accept His revelation, and accept it on the conditions under which it comes to us, from the lips of men. When that contact is established, God gives us sanctifying grace, His own life, the power to love Him, the power to overcome all the weaknesses and limitations of our blind souls and to serve Him and control our crazy and rebellious flesh. Once you have grace, I said to him, you are free. Without it, you cannot help doing the things you know you should not do, and that you know you don't really want to do. But once you have grace, you are free. When you are baptized, there is no power in existence that can force you to commit a sin, nothing that will be able to drive you to it against your own conscience. And if you merely will it, you will be free forever, because the strength will be given you, as much as you need, and as often as you ask, and as soon as you ask, and generally long before you ask for it, too. From then on his impatience to get to the sacrament was intense. I went to Reverend Father's room. We can't baptize him here, of course, he said. But it might be done at one of the parishes near here. Do you think there is a chance of it? I will ask Father James to talk to him and tell me what he thinks. By Saturday afternoon I had told John Paul everything I knew. I had got to the sacramentals and indulgences and then gone back and given him an explanation of that notion, so mysterious to some outside the Church, the Sacred Heart. After that I stopped. I was exhausted. I had nothing left to give him. And he sat calmly in his chair and said, "Go on, tell me some more." The next day was Sunday, the feast of Saint Anne. After chapter, in the long interval before High Mass, I asked Father Master if I could go over to the guest house. Reverend Father told me your brother might be going over to New Haven to get baptized. I went to the novitiate chapel and prayed. But after dinner I found out that it was true. John Paul was sitting in his room, quiet and happy. It was years since I had seen him so completely serene. Then I realized, obscurely, that in those last 4 days the work of 18 or 20 years of my bad example had been washed away and made good by God's love. The evil that had been done by my boasting and showing off and exulting in my own stupidity had been atoned for in my own soul, at the same time as it had been washed out of his, and I was full of peace and gratitude. I taught him how to use a missal and how to receive communion, for it had been arranged that his first communion would be at Reverend Father's private Mass the following day. The next morning, all through chapter, the obscure worry that John Paul would get lost and not be able to find his way down to the chapel of Our Lady of Victories had been haunting me. As soon as chapter was over I hurried to the church ahead of Reverend Father, and entered the big empty building, and knelt down. John Paul was nowhere in sight. I turned around. At the end of the long nave, with its empty choir stalls, high up in the empty tribune, John Paul was kneeling all alone, in uniform. He seemed to be an immense distance away, and between the secular church where he was, and the choir where I was a locked door, and I couldn't call out to him to tell him how to come down the long way round through the guest house. And he didn't understand my sign. At that moment there flashed into my mind all the scores of times in our forgotten childhood when I had chased John Paul away with stones from the place where my friends and I were building a hut. And now, all of a sudden, here it was all over again, a situation that was externally of the same pattern, John Paul, standing, confused and unhappy, at a distance which he was not able to bridge. Sometimes the same image haunts me now that he is dead, as though he were standing helpless in purgatory, depending more or less on me to get him out of there, waiting for my prayers. But I hope he is out of it by now. Father Master went off to get him and I started lighting the candles on the altar of Our Lady of Victories, and by the time the Mass started I could see, out of the corner of my eye, that he was kneeling there at one of the benches. And so we received communion together, and the work was done. The next day, he was gone. I went to see him off at the gate, after chapter. A visitor gave him a ride to Bardstown. As the car was turning around to start down the avenue, John Paul turned around and waved, and it was only then that his expression showed some possibility that he might be realizing, as I did, that we would never see each other on earth again. The fall came, and the great tricentenary in September, when all the young monks have to recite 10 psalters for the dead. It is a season of bright, dry days, with plenty of sun, and cool air, and high cirrus clouds, and the forest is turning rusty and blood color and bronze along the jagged hills. Then, morning and afternoon, we go out to cut corn. St. Joseph's Field had long been finished, the green stalks had gone into the silo. Now we were working through the vast, stony fields in the middle and lower bottoms, hacking our way through the dry corn with each blow of the knife cracking like a rifle shot. It was as if those glades had turned into shooting galleries and we were all firing away with 22s. And behind us, in the wide avenues that opened in our wake, the giant shocks grew up, and the 2 novices that came last garroted them with a big rope and tied them secure with twine. Around November, when the corn husking was nearly finished, and when the fat turkeys were gobbling loudly in their pen, running from one wire fence to the other in dark herds, under the gloomy sky, I got news from John Paul in England. First he had been stationed at Bournemouth, from which he sent me a postcard that showed some boarding houses I recognized, along the West Cliff. It was only 10 years since we had spent a summer there, but the memory of it was like something unbelievable, like another life, as if there were some such thing as the transmigration of souls. After that he was sent somewhere in Oxfordshire. His letters arrived with little rectangles neatly cut out of them, here and there, but when he wrote, "I enjoy going into, and seeing the bookstores," it was easy enough for me to insert Oxford in the first hole and colleges in the other, since the postmark read Banbury. Here he was still in training. I could not tell how soon he would get into the actual fighting over Germany. Meanwhile, he wrote that he had met a girl, whom he described, and it soon turned out that they were going to get married. I was glad on account of the marriage, but there was something altogether pathetic about the precariousness of it. What chance was there that they would ever be able to have a home and live in it, the way human beings were supposed to do? Christmas came to the monastery bringing with it the same kind of graces and consolations as the year before, only more intense. On the feast of St. Thomas the Apostle, Reverend Father had allowed me to make my vows privately to him, more than a year before public profession would be permissible. If I had been able to make 10 different vows every day, I would not have been able to express what I felt about the monastery and the Cistercian life. And so 1943 began, and the weeks hastened on towards Lent. Lent means, among other things, no more letters. The monks neither receive mail nor write it in Lent and Advent, and the last news I had, before Ash Wednesday, was that John Paul was planning to get married about the end of February. I would have to wait until Easter to find out whether or not he actually did. I had fasted a little during my first Lent, the year before, but it had been broken up by nearly 2 weeks in the infirmary. This was my first chance to go through the whole fast without any mitigation. In those days, since I still had the world's ideas about food and nourishment and health, I thought the fast we have in Trappist monasteries in Lent was severe. We eat nothing until noon, when we get the regular 2 bowls, one of soup and the other of vegetables, and as much bread as we like. but then in the evening there is a light collation, a piece of bread and a dish of something like applesauce, 2 ounces of it. However, if I had entered a Cistercian monastery in the 12th century, or even some Trappist monasteries of the 19th, for that matter, I would have had to tighten my belt and go hungry until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was nothing besides that one meal, no collation, no frustulum. Humiliated by this discovery, I find that the Lenten fast we now have does not bother me. However, it is true that now in the morning work periods I have a class in theology, instead of going out to break rocks on the back road, or split logs in the woodshed as we did in the novitiate. I expect it makes a big difference, because swinging a sledgehammer when you have an empty stomach is apt to make your knees a little shaky after a while. At least that was what it did to me. Even in the Lent of 1943, however, I had some indoor work for part of the time, since Reverend Father had already put me to translating books and articles from French. And so, after the conventual Mass, I would get out book and pencil and papers and go to work at one of the long tables in the novitiate scriptorium, filling the yellow sheets as fast as I could, while another novice took them and typed them as soon as they were finished. In those days I even had a secretary. Finally the long liturgy of penance came to its climax in Holy Week, with the terrible cry of the Lamentations once more echoing in the dark choir of the Abbey Church, followed by the 4 hours thunder of the Good Friday Psalter in the chapter room, and the hush of the monks going about the cloisters in bare feet, and the long sad chant that accompanies the adoration of the cross. What a relief it was to hear the bells once more on Holy Saturday, what relief to wake up from the sleep of death with a triple Alleluia. Easter, that year, was as late as it could possibly be, the 25th of April, and there were enough flowers to fill the church with the intoxicating smell of the Kentucky spring, a wild and rich and heady smell of flowers, sweet and full. We came from our light, 5 hours sleep into a church that was full of warm night air and swimming in this rich luxury of odors, and soon began that Easter invitatory that is nothing short of gorgeous in its exaltation. How mighty they are, those hymns and those antiphons of the Easter office. Gregorian chant that should, by rights, be monotonous, because it has absolutely none of the tricks and resources of modern music, is full of a variety infinitely rich because it is subtle and spiritual and deep, and lies rooted far beyond the shallow level of virtuosity and technique, even in the abysses of the spirit, and of the human soul. Those Easter Alleluias, without leaving the narrow range prescribed by the 8 Gregorian modes, have discovered color and warmth and meaning and gladness that no other music possesses. Like everything else Cistercian, like the monks themselves, these antiphons, by submitting to the rigor of a rule that would seem to destroy individuality, have actually acquired a character that is unique, unparalleled. It was into the midst of all this that news from England came. There had been a letter from John Paul among the 2 or 3 that I found under the napkin in the refectory at noon on Holy Saturday. I read it on Easter Monday, and it said that he had been married more or less according to plan, and had gone with his wife to the English lakes for a week or so, and that after that he had been stationed at a new base, which put him into the fighting. He had been once or twice to bomb something somewhere, but he did not even give the censor a chance to cut anything out. You could see at once that there was a tremendous change in his attitude towards the war and his part in it. He did not want to talk about it. He had nothing to say. And from the way he said that he didn't want to talk about it, you could see that the experience was terrific. John Paul had at last come face to face with the world that he and I had helped to make. On Easter Monday afternoon I sat down to write him a letter and cheer him up a little, if I could. The letter was finished, and it was Easter Tuesday, and we were in choir for the conventual Mass, when Father Master came in and made me the sign for abbot. I went out to Reverend Father's room. There was no difficulty in guessing what it was. I passed the pieta at the corner of the cloister, and buried my will and my natural affections and all the rest in the wounded side of the dead Christ. Reverend Father flashed the sign to come in, and I knelt by his desk and received his blessing and kissed his ring, and he read me the telegram that Sergeant J.P. Merton, my brother, had been reported missing in action on April 17th. I have never understood why it took them so long to get the telegram through. April 17th was already 10 days ago, the end of Passion Week. Some more days went by, letters of confirmation came, and finally, after a few weeks, I learned that John Pade was definitely dead. The story was simply this. On the night of Friday the 16th, which had been the feast of Our Lady of Sorrows, he and his crew had taken off in their bomber with Mannheim as their objective. I never discovered whether they crashed on the way out or the way home, but the plane came down in the North Sea. John Paul was severely injured in the crash, but he managed to keep himself afloat, and even tried to support the pilot, who was already dead. His companions had managed to float their rubber dinghy and pulled him in. He was very badly hurt, maybe his neck was broken. He lay in the bottom of the dinghy in delirium. He was terribly thirsty. He kept asking for water. But they didn't have any. The water tank had broken in the crash, and the water was all gone. It did not last too long. He had 3 hours of it, and then he died. Something of the 3 hours of the thirst of Christ who loved him, and died for him many centuries ago, and had been offered again that very day, too, on many altars. His companions had more of it to suffer, but they were finally picked up and brought to safety. But that was some 5 days later. On the 4th day they had buried John Paul in the sea. Sweet brother, if I do not sleep, my eyes are flowers for your tomb. And if I cannot eat my bread, my fasts shall live like willows where you died. If in the beat I find no water for my thirst shall turn to springs for you, poor traveler. Where, in what desolate and smoky country, lies your poor body, lost and dead? And in what landscape of disaster has your unhappy spirit lost its road? Come, in my labor find a resting place, and in my sorrows lay your head. Or rather take my life and blood, and buy yourself a better bed. Or take my breath and take my death, and buy yourself a better rest. When all the men of war are shot, and flags have fallen into dust, your cross and mine shall tell men still. Christ died on each, for both of us. For in the wreckage of your April, Christ lies slain, and Christ weeps in the ruins of my spring. The money of whose tears shall fall into your weak and friendless hand, and buy you back to your own land. The silence of whose tears shall fall like bells upon your alien tomb. Hear them and come, they call you home. Epilogue. Meditatio pauperis in solitudina. Day unto day uttereth speech. The clouds change. The seasons pass over our woods and fields in their slow and regular procession, and time is gone before you are aware of it. Christ pours down the Holy Ghost upon you from heaven in the fire of June, and then you look about you and realize that you are standing in the barnyard husking corn, and the cold wind of the last days of October is sweeping across the thin woods and biting you to the bone. And then, in a minute or so, it is Christmas, and Christ is born. At the last of the 3 great Masses, celebrated as a solemn pontifical high mass with pontifical tears, I am one of the minor ministers. We have vested in the sacristy, have waited in the sanctuary. In the thunder of the organ music, Reverend Father has come with the monks in procession through the cloister, and has knelt a moment before the Blessed Sacrament in the chapel of Our Lady of Victories. Then tierce begins. After that the solemn vesting, and I present the crozier with the suitable bows, and they go to the foot of the altar and the tremendous introit begins, in the choir, summing up with the splendor of its meaning the whole of Christmas. The child born on earth, in lowliness, in the crib, before the shepherds, is born this day in heaven in glory, in magnificence, in majesty, and the day in which he is born is eternity. He is born forever, all power, all wisdom, begotten before the day star, he is the beginning and the end, everlastingly born of the Father, the infinite God, and he himself is the same God, God of God, light of light, true God of true God. God born of himself, forever, himself his own second person, one, yet born of himself forever. He it is also that is born each instant in our hearts, for this unending birth, this everlasting beginning, without end, this everlasting, perfect newness of God begotten of himself, issuing from himself without leaving himself or altering his oneness, this is the life that is in us. But see, he is suddenly born again, also, on this altar, upon that cloth incorporeal as white as snow beneath the burning lights, and raised up above us in the hush of the consecration. Christ, the child of God, the Son, made flesh, with his all-power. What will you say to me, this Christmas, O Jesus? What is it that you have prepared for me at your nativity? At the Agnus Dei I put aside the crozier and we all go to the epistle side, together, to receive the kiss of peace. We bow to one another. The salutation passes from one to the other. Heads bow. Hands are folded again. Now we all turn around together. And suddenly I find myself looking straight into the face of Bob Lax. He is standing at the benches that are drawn up, there, for visitors. He is so close to the step of the sanctuary, that if he were any closer he would be in it. And I say to myself, good, now he'll get baptized too. After dinner I went to Reverend Father's room and told him who Lax was, and that he was an old friend of mine, and asked if I might speak to him. We are ordinarily only allowed to receive visits from our own families, but since I had practically nothing left of my family, Reverend Father agreed that I might speak to Lax for a little while. And I mentioned that I thought he might be ready to be baptized. Isn't he a Catholic? Said Reverend Father. No, Reverend Father, not yet. Well, in that case, why was he taking communion last night at the midnight mass? Up in the guest house, Lax told me how the baptism had come about. He had been at the University of North Carolina teaching some earnest young men how to write radio plays. Towards the end of Advent he had got a letter from Rice which said, in so many words, "Come to New York and we will find a priest and ask him to baptize you." All of a sudden, after all those years of debating back and forth, Lax just got on the train and went to New York. Nobody had ever put the matter up to him like that before. They found a Jesuit in that big church up on Park Avenue and he baptized him, and that was that. So then Lax had said, now I will go to the Trappists in Kentucky and visit Merton. Bob Gibney told him, you were a Jew and now you are a Catholic. Why don't you black your face? Then you will be all the three things the Southerners hate most. The night had already fallen, Christmas Eve, when Lax got to Bardstown. He stood by the road to hitch a ride to the monastery. Some fellows picked him up, and while they were driving along, they began talking about the Jews the way some people talk about the Jews. So Lax said that he was not only a Catholic but a converted Jew. Oh, said the fellows in the car, of course, you understand we were talking about Orthodox Jews. From Lax I heard the first scraps of information about all the friends I had not forgotten, about Bob Gertie who was in England in the army, after having been baptized into the church in September. Rice was working on one of those picture magazines. Gibney had got married, and soon he and Lax would also be working on another picture magazine, a new one that had started since I came to the monastery, called Parade, or Fanfare or something like that. I don't know if Peggy Wells had already gone to Hollywood, but she went soon and is there still. Nancy Flagg was working either on Vogue or Harper's Bazaar. Somehow, too, I have the impression that all the people who had lived in the cottage at Olean the summer I did not enter the Franciscans, had at one point got themselves jobs on the magazine house and garden. The whole thing is very obscure and mysterious. Perhaps it is something I dreamed. But for those 3 or 4 months, or however long it was, House and Garden must have been quite a magazine. Surely nothing like the old House and Garden I used to yawn over in the doctor's office. And Seymour was in India. He was in the army. He had not yet, as far as I knew, found any practical application for his jiu-jitsu. In India his chief task was to edit a paper for the boys in the army. So one day he walked into the printing press, where all the typesetters working for him were Hindus, nice peaceful fellows. And Seymour, in the middle of the printing press and in full view of all his native staff, swatted a fly with a report that rang through the shop like a cannon. Instantly all the Hindus stopped work and filed out on strike. I suppose that was the time Seymour had leisure enough to travel to Calcutta and pay a visit to Brahmachari. When Lax went back to New York he took with him a manuscript of some poems. Half of them had been written since I entered the novitiate. The other half went back, mostly, to the days at St. Bonaventure. It was the first time I had looked at them since I had come to Gethsemani. Getting these poems together and making a selection was like editing the work of a stranger, a dead poet, someone who had been forgotten. Lax took this collection to Mark Van Doren, and Mark sent it to James Laughlin at New Directions, and just before Lent I heard he was going to print it. The exceedingly tidy little volume, 30 poems, reached me at the end of November, just before we began the annual retreat, in 1944. I went out under the grey sky, under the cedars at the edge of the cemetery, and stood in the wind that threatened snow and held the printed poems in my hand. 2. By this time I should have been delivered of any problems about my true identity. I had already made my simple profession. And my vows should have divested me of the last shreds of any special identity. But then there was this shadow, this double, this writer who had followed me into the cloister. He is still on my track. He rides my shoulders, sometimes, like the old man of the sea. I cannot lose him. He still wears the name of Thomas Merton. Is it the name of an enemy? He is supposed to be dead. But he stands and meets me in the doorway of all my prayers, and follows me into church. He kneels with me behind the pillar, the Judas, and talks to me all the time in my ear. He is a businessman. He is full of ideas. He breathes notions and new schemes. He generates books in the silence that ought to be sweet with the infinitely productive darkness of contemplation. And the worst of it is, he has my superiors on his side. They won't kick him out. I can't get rid of him. Maybe in the end he will kill me, he will drink my blood. Nobody seems to understand that one of us has got to die. Sometimes I am mortally afraid. There are the days when there seems to be nothing left of my vocation, my contemplative vocation, but a few ashes. And everybody calmly tells me, writing is your vocation. And there he stands and bars my way to liberty. I am bound to the earth, in his Egyptian bondage of contracts, reviews, page proofs, and all the plans for books and articles that I am saddled with. When I first began to get ideas about writing, I told them to Father Master and Father Abbot with what I thought was simplicity. I thought I was just being open with my superiors. In a way, I suppose I was. But it was not long before they got the idea that I ought to be put to work translating things, writing things. It is strange. The Trappists have sometimes been definite, even exaggerated, in their opposition to intellectual work in the past. That was one of the big battle cries of Durrani. He had a kind of detestation for monkish dilettantes, and he took up arms against the whole Benedictine congregation of St. Maur in a more or less quixotic battle that ended in a reconciliation scene between Durrani and the great Dom Mabillon that reads like Oliver Goldsmith. In the 18th and 19th centuries, it was considered a kind of a monastic sin for a Trappist to read anything but scripture and the lives of the saints, and I mean those lives that are a chain of fantastic miracles interspersed with pious platitudes. It was considered a matter worthy of suspicion if a monk developed too lively an interest in the fathers of the Church. But at Gethsemani I had walked into a far different kind of a situation. In the first place, I entered a house that was seething with an energy and a growth that it had not known for 90 years. After nearly a century of struggle and obscurity, Gethsemani was suddenly turning into a very prominent and vital force in the Cistercian order and the Catholic Church in America. The house was crowded with postulants and novices. There was no longer any room to hold them all. In fact, on the feast of Saint Joseph, 1944, when I made my simple profession, Father Abbot read out the names of those who had been chosen for the first daughter house of Gethsemani. 2 days later, on the feast of Saint Benedict, the colony left for Georgia and took up its abode in a barn 30 miles from Atlanta, chanting the Psalms in a hayloft. By the time this is printed there will have been another Cistercian monastery in Utah and another in New Mexico, and still another planned for the deep south. This material growth at Gethsemani is part of a vaster movement of spiritual vitality that is working throughout the whole order, all over the world. And one of the things it has produced has been a certain amount of Cistercian literature. That there should be 6 Cistercian monasteries in the United States and a convent of nuns soon to come, that there should also be new foundations in Ireland and Scotland, all this means a demand for books in English about the Cistercian life and the spirituality of the order and its history. But besides that, Gethsemani has grown into a sort of a furnace of apostolic fire. Every weekend, during the summer, the guest house is crowded with retreat ants who pray and fight the flies and wipe the sweat out of their eyes and listen to the monks chanting the office and hear sermons in the library and eat the cheese that Brother Kevin makes down in the moist shadows of the cellar that is propitious for that kind of thing. And along with this retreat movement, Gethsemani has been publishing a lot of pamphlets. There is a whole rack of them in the lobby of the guest house. Blue and yellow and pink and green and gray, with fancy printing on the covers or plain printing, some of them even with pictures. The pamphlets bear the legend, "A Trappist says," "A Trappist declares," "A Trappist implores," "A Trappist asserts," and what does a Trappist say, declare, implore, assert? He says things like this: "It is time you changed your way of looking at things. Why don't you get busy and go to confession? After death, what?" And things like that. These Trappists, they have something to tell laymen and laywomen, married men and single men, old men and young men, men in the army and men who have just come out of the army and men who are too crippled up to get into the army. They have a word of advice for nuns, and more than a word for priests. They have something to say about how to build a home, and about how to go through 4 years of college without getting too badly knocked about, spiritually, in the process. And one of the pamphlets even has something to say about the contemplative life. So it is not hard to see that this is a situation in which my double, my shadow, my enemy, Thomas Merton, the old man of the sea, has things in his favor. If he suggests books about the order, his suggestions are heard. If he thinks up poems to be printed and published, his thoughts are listened to. There seems to be no reason why he should not write for magazines. At the beginning of 1944, when I was getting near the time for simple profession, I wrote a poem to Saint Agnes on her feast in January, and when I had finished it my feeling was that I did not care if I never wrote another poem as long as I lived. At the end of the year, When 30 poems were printed, I still felt the same way, and more so. So then Lax came down again for another Christmas, and told me I should be writing more poems. I did not argue about it. But in my own heart I did not think it was God's will. And Dom Vital, my confessor, did not think so either. Then one day, the feast of the conversion of St. Paul, 1945, I went to Father Abbot for direction, and without my even thinking of the subject, or mentioning it, he suddenly said to me, "I want you to go on writing poems." 3. It is very quiet. The morning sun is shining on the gatehouse, which is bright with new paint this summer. From here it looks as though the wheat is already beginning to ripen on St. Joseph's knoll. The monks who are on retreat for their ordination to the diaconate are digging in the guest house garden. It is very quiet. I think about this monastery that I am in. I think about the monks, my brothers, my fathers. There are the ones who have 1,000 things to do. Some are busy with food, some with clothing, some with fixing the pipes, some with fixing the roof. Some paint the house, some sweep the rooms, some mop the floor of the refectory. One goes to the bees with a mask on and takes away their honey. 3 or 4 others sit in a room with typewriters, and all day long they answer the letters of the people who write here asking for prayers because they are unhappy. Still others are fixing tractors and trucks, others are driving them. The brothers are fighting with the mules to get them into harness. Or they go out in the pasture after the cows. Or they worry about the rabbits. One of them says he can fix watches. Another is making plans for the new monastery in Utah. The ones who have no special responsibility for chickens or pigs or writing pamphlets or packing them up to send out by mail or keeping the complicated accounts in our mass book, the ones who have nothing special to do can always go out and weed the potatoes and hoe the rows of corn. When the bell rings in the steeple, I will stop typing and close the windows of this room where I work. Frater Sylvester will put away that mechanical monster of a lawn-mower and his helpers will go home with their hoes and shovels. And I will take a book and walk up and down a bit under the trees, if there is time, before the conventual mass. And most of the others will sit in the scriptorium and write their theological conferences or copy things out of books onto the backs of envelopes. And 1 or 2 will stand around in a doorway that leads from the little cloister to the monk's garden, and twine their rosaries around in their fingers and wait for something to happen. After that we will all go to choir, and it will be hot, and the organ will be loud, and the organist, who is just learning, will make a lot of mistakes. But on the altar will be offered to God the eternal sacrifice of the Christ to whom we belong, and who has brought us here together. Congregavit nos in unum Christi amor. 4. America is discovering the contemplative life. There are paradoxes in the history of Christian spirituality, and not the least of them is the apparent contradiction in the way the fathers and modern popes have looked at the active and contemplative lives. Saint Augustine and Saint Gregory lamented the sterility of contemplation, which was in itself, as they admitted, superior to action. Yet Pope Pius XI came out in the Constitution Umbratilum with the clear statement that the contemplative life was much more fruitful for the Church, multub plus ad ecclesiae incrementa et humani generis salutum confer, than the activity of teaching and preaching. What is all the more surprising to a superficial observer is the fact that such a pronouncement should belong to our energetic times. Practically anyone who realizes the existence of the debate can tell you that St. Thomas taught that there were 3 vocations, that to the active life, that to the contemplative, and a third to the mixture of both, and that this last is superior to the other 2. The mixed life is, of course, the vocation of St. Thomas's own order, the friars preachers. But St. Thomas also comes out flatly with a pronouncement no less uncompromising than the one we read from Umbratilum. Vita contemplativa, he remarks, simpliciter est melior quam activa, The contemplative life in itself, by its very nature, is superior to the active life. What is more, he proves it by natural reason in arguments from a pagan philosopher, Aristotle. That is how esoteric the question is. Later on he gives his strongest argument in distinctly Christian terms. The contemplative life directly and immediately occupies itself with the love of God, than which there is no act more perfect or more meritorious. Indeed, that love is the root of all merit. When you consider the effect of individual merit upon the vitality of other members of the mystical body, it is evident that there is nothing sterile about contemplation. On the contrary, St. Thomas's treatment of it in this question shows that the contemplative life establishes a man in the very heart of all spiritual fecundity. When he admits that the active life can be more perfect under certain circumstances, accidentally, he hedges his statement in with half a dozen qualifications of a strictness that greatly enhances what he has already said about contemplation. First, activity will only be more perfect than the joy and rest of contemplation if it is undertaken as the result of an overflow of love for God, proter abundantium divini amoris, in order to fulfill his will. It is not to be continuous, only the answer to a temporary emergency. It is purely for God's glory, and it does not dispense us from contemplation. It is an added obligation, and we must return as soon as we morally can to the powerful and fruitful silence of recollection that disposes our souls for divine union. First comes the active life, practice of virtues, mortification, charity, which prepares us for contemplation. Contemplation means rest, suspension of activity, withdrawal into the mysterious interior solitude in which the soul is absorbed in the immense and fruitful silence of God and learns something of the secret of his perfections less by seeing than by fruitive love. Yet to stop here would be to fall short of perfection. According to Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, it is the comparatively weak soul that arrives at contemplation but does not overflow with a love that must communicate what it knows of God to other men. For all the great Christian mystics without exception, Saint Bernard, Saint Gregory, Saint Teresa, Saint John of the Cross, Blessed John Ruysbroek, Saint Bonaventure, the peak of the mystical life is a marriage of the soul with God which gives the saints a miraculous power, a smooth and tireless energy in working for God and for souls, which bears fruits in the sanctity of thousands and changes the course of religious and even secular history. With this in mind, St. Thomas could not fail to give the highest place to a vocation which, in his eyes, seemed destined to lead men to such a height of contemplation that the soul must overflow and communicate its secrets to the world. Unfortunately, St. Thomas's bare statement, "The religious institutes which are ordered to the work of preaching and teaching hold the highest rank in religion," is, frankly, misleading. It conjures up nothing more than a mental image of some pious and industrious clerics bustling from the library to the classroom. If it meant no more than this, the solution would be hardly comprehensible to a Christian. Yet the tragedy is that many, including members of those mixed orders, cannot find in it any deeper significance. If you can give a halfway intelligent lecture applying some thoughts from scholastic philosophy to the social situation, that alone places you very near the summit of perfection. No, we keep our eyes on those flaming words which lay down the conditions under which it is valid to leave contemplation for action. First of all, proter abundantium divini amoris. The mixed life is to be rated above that of the pure contemplatives only on the supposition that their love is so much more vehement, so much more abundant that it has to pour itself out in teaching and preaching. In other words, St. Thomas is here teaching us that the so-called mixed vocation can only be superior to the contemplative vocation if it is itself more contemplative. This conclusion is inescapable. It imposes a tremendous obligation. St. Thomas is really saying that the Dominican, the Franciscan, the Carmelite must be super-contemplatives. Either that or he is contradicting everything he said about the superiority of the contemplative. Whether the mixed orders today in America are actually as contemplative as this program would demand is a question I have no intention of answering. But at any rate it seems that most of them have reached, in practice, a sort of compromise to get out of the difficulty. They divide up their duties between their nuns and their priests. The nuns live in cloisters and do the contemplating, and the priests live in colleges and cities and do the teaching and preaching. In the light of Umbratilum and the doctrine of the mystical body, this solution is at least possible, if conditions leave them with no other way out. St. Thomas, however, envisaged a program that was far more complete and satisfactory, for the individual and for the Church. But what about the contemplative orders? Their rules and usages at least grant them all they need to dispose themselves for contemplation, and if their members do not reach it, it is not because of any difficulty inherent in their actual way of life. Granting that they are, or can be, as contemplative as they were meant to be by their founders, are they anything else? The fact is, there does not exist any such thing as a purely contemplative order of men, an order which does not have, somewhere in its constitution, the note of contemplata traitera. The Carthusians, with all their elaborate efforts to preserve the silence and solitude of the hermit's life in their monasteries, definitely wrote into their original customs the characteristic labor of copying manuscripts and writing books in order that they might preach to the world by their pen even though their tongues were silent. The Cistercians had no such legislation, and they even enacted statutes to limit the production of books and to forbid poetry altogether. Nevertheless, they produced a school of mystical theologians which, as Dio Ambroliera says, represents the finest flower of Benedictine spirituality. I just quoted what Saint Bernard, the head of that school, had to say on the subject, and in any case, even if the Cistercians never wrote anything to pass on the fruit of their contemplation to the Church at large, contemplata traitera would always be an essential element in Cistercian life, to the extent that the abbot and those charged with the direction of souls would always be obliged to feed the rest of the monks with the good bread of mystical theology as it comes out in smoking hot loaves from the oven of contemplation. This was what Saint Bernard told the learned cleric of York, Henry Murdoch, to lure him from his books into the woods where the beeches and elms taught the monks wisdom. And these purely active orders, what about them? Do any such things exist? The little sisters of the poor, the nursing sisterhoods, cannot truly fulfill their vocations unless there is something of that contemplata traitera, the sharing of the fruits of contemplation. Even the active vocation is sterile without an interior life, and a deep interior life at that. The truth is, in any kind of a religious order there is not only the possibility but even in some sense the obligation of leading, at least to some extent, the highest of all lives, contemplation, and the sharing of its fruits with others. St. Thomas's principle stands firm: the greatest perfection is contemplata traitera. But that does not oblige us to restrict this vocation, as he does, to the teaching orders. They only happen to be the ones that seem to be best equipped to pass on the knowledge of God acquired by loving Him, if they have acquired that knowledge in contemplation. Yet others may perhaps be better placed for acquiring it. In any case, there are many different ways of sharing the fruits of contemplation with others. You don't have to write books or make speeches. You don't have to have direct contact with souls in the confessional. Prayer can do the work wonderfully well, and indeed the fire of contemplation has a tendency to spread of itself throughout the Church and vivify all the members of Christ in secret without any conscious act on the part of the contemplative. But if you argue that St. Thomas's context limits us at least to some sort of visible and natural communication with our fellow men, though it is hard to see why this should be so, nevertheless even in that event there exists a far more powerful means of sharing the mystical and experimental knowledge of God. Look in St. Bonaventure's Itinerarium and you will find one of the best descriptions ever written of this highest of all vocations. It is a description which the seraphic doctor himself learned on retreat and in solitude on Mount Alvernia. praying in the same lonely spot where the great founder of his order, Saint Francis of Assisi, had had the wounds of Christ burned into his hands and feet and side, Saint Bonaventure saw, by the light of a supernatural intuition, the full meaning of this tremendous event in the history of the Church. There, he says, Saint Francis passed over into God, in Deum transiit, in the ecstasy, exeges, of contemplation, and thus he was set up as an example of perfect contemplation, just as he had previously been an example of perfection in the active life, in order that God, through him, might draw all truly spiritual men to this kind of passing over, transitus, and ecstasy, less by word than by example. Here is the clear and true meaning of contemplata tratura, expressed without equivocation by one who had lived that life to the full. It is the vocation to transforming union, to the height of the mystical life and of mystical experience, to the very transformation into Christ, that Christ living in us and directing all our actions might himself draw men to desire and seek that same exalted union because of the joy and the sanctity and the supernatural vitality radiated by our example, or rather because of the secret influence of Christ living within us in complete possession of our souls. And notice the tremendously significant fact that Saint Bonaventure makes no divisions and distinctions. Christ imprinted his own image upon Saint Francis in order to draw not some men, not a few privileged monks, but all truly spiritual men to the perfection of contemplation, which is nothing else but the perfection of love. Once they have reached these heights, they will draw others to them in their turn. So any man may be called, at least de jure, if not de facto, to become fused into one spirit with Christ in the furnace of contemplation, and then go forth and cast upon the earth that same fire which Christ wills to see enkindled. This means, in practice, that there is only one vocation. Whether you teach or live in the cloister or nurse the sick, whether you are in religion or out of it, married or single, no matter who you are or what you are called to the summit of perfection. You are called to a deep interior life, perhaps even to mystical prayer, and to pass the fruits of your contemplation on to others. And if you cannot do so by word, then by example. Yet if this sublime fire of infused love burns in your soul, it will inevitably send forth throughout the Church and the world an influence more tremendous than could be estimated by the radius reached by words or by example. Saint John of the Cross writes, "A very little of this pure love is more precious in the sight of God and of greater profit to the Church, even though the soul appear to be doing nothing, than are all other works put together." Before we were born, God knew us. He knew that some of us would rebel against his love and his mercy, and that others would love him from the moment that they could love anything, and never change that love. He knew that there would be joy in heaven among the angels of his house for the conversion of some of us, and he knew that he would bring us all here to Gethsemani together, one day, for his own purpose, for the praise of his love. The life of each one in this abbey is part of a mystery. We all add up to something far beyond ourselves. We cannot yet realize what it is. But we know, in the language of our theology, that we are all members of the mystical Christ, and that we all grow together in him for whom all things were created. In one sense we are always traveling, and traveling as if we did not know where we were going. In another sense we have already arrived. We cannot arrive at the perfect possession of God in this life, and that is why we are traveling and in darkness. But we already possess him by grace, and therefore in that sense we have arrived and are dwelling in the light. But oh! How far have I to go to find you in whom I have already arrived? For now, oh my God, it is to you alone that I can talk, because nobody else will understand. I cannot bring any other man on this earth into the cloud where I dwell in your light, that is, your darkness, where I am lost and abashed. I cannot explain to any other man the anguish which is your joy, nor the loss which is the possession of you, nor the distance from all things which is the arrival in you, nor the death which is the birth in you, because I do not know anything about it myself, and all I know is that I wish it were over, I wish it were begun. You have contradicted everything. You have left me in no man's land. You have got me walking up and down all day under those trees, saying to me over and over again, solitude, solitude. And you have turned around and thrown the whole world in my lap. You have told me, leave all things and follow me, and then you have tied half of New York to my foot like a ball and chain. You have got me kneeling behind that pillar with my mind making a noise like a bank. Is that contemplation? Before I went to make my solemn vows, last spring, on the feast of Saint Joseph, in the 33rd year of my age, being a cleric in minor orders, before I went to make my solemn vows, this is what it looked like to me. It seemed to me that you were almost asking me to give up all my aspirations for solitude and for a contemplative life. You were asking me for obedience to superiors who will, I am morally certain, either make me write or teach philosophy or take charge of a dozen material responsibilities around the monastery, and I may even end up as a retreat master preaching 4 sermons a day to the seculars who come to the house. And even if I have no special job at all, I will always be on the run from 2 in the morning to 7 at night. Didn't I spend a year writing the life of Mother Birchmans, who was sent to a new Trappistine foundation in Japan, and who wanted to be a contemplative? And what happened to her? She had to be gatekeeper and guest mistress and sacristan and cellaress and mistress of the lay sisters all at the same time. And when they relieved her of 1 or 2 of those jobs, it was only in order to give her heavier ones, like that of mistress of novices. Martha, Martha, solicita eris, et tububeris erga plurima. When I was beginning my retreat, before solemn profession, I tried to ask myself for a moment if those vows had any condition attached to them. If I was called to be a contemplative and they did not help me to be a contemplative, but hindered me, then what? But before I could even begin to pray, I had to drop that kind of thinking. By the time I made my vows, I decided that I was no longer sure what a contemplative was, or what the contemplative vocation was, or what my vocation was, and what our Cistercian vocation was. In fact, I could not be sure I knew or understood much of anything except that I believed that you wanted me to take those particular vows in this particular house on that particular day for reasons best known to yourself, and that what I was expected to do after that was follow along with the rest and do what I was told, and things would begin to become clear. That morning, when I was lying on my face on the floor in the middle of the church, with Father Abbot praying over me, I began to laugh, with my mouth in the dust, because without knowing how or why, I had actually done the right thing, and even an astounding thing. But what was astounding was not my work, but the work you worked in me. The months have gone by, and you have not lessened any of those desires, but you have given me peace, and I am beginning to see what it is all about. I am beginning to understand. Because you have called me here not to wear a label by which I can recognize myself and place myself in some kind of a category. You do not want me to be thinking about what I am, but about what you are. Or rather, you do not even want me to be thinking about anything much, for you would raise me above the level of thought. And if I am always trying to figure out what I am and where I am and why I am, how will that work be done? I do not make a big drama of this business. I do not say, you have asked me for everything, and I have renounced all. Because I no longer desire to see anything that implies a distance between you and me, and if I stand back and consider myself and you as if something had passed between us, from me to you, I will inevitably see the gap between us and remember the distance between us. My God, it is that gap and that distance which kill me. That is the only reason why I desire solitude, to be lost to all created things, to die to them and to the knowledge of them, for they remind me of my distance from you. They tell me something about you, that you are far from them, even though you are in them. You have made them and your presence sustains their being, and they hide you from me. And I would live alone, and out of them. O beata solitudo! For I knew that it was only by leaving them that I could come to you, and that is why I have been so unhappy when you seemed to be condemning me to remain in them. Now my sorrow is over, and my joy is about to begin, the joy that rejoices in the deepest sorrows. For I am beginning to understand. You have taught me, and have consoled me, and I have begun again to hope and learn. I hear you saying to me, I will give you what you desire. I will lead you into solitude. I will lead you by the way that you cannot possibly understand, because I want it to be the quickest way. Therefore all the things around you will be armed against you, to deny you, to hurt you, to give you pain, and therefore to reduce you to solitude. Because of their enmity, you will soon be left alone. They will cast you out and forsake you and reject you, and you will be alone. Everything that touches you shall burn you, and you will draw your hand away in pain, until you have withdrawn yourself from all things. Then you will be all alone. Everything that can be desired will sear you, and brand you with a cautery, and you will fly from it in pain, to be alone. Every created joy will only come to you as pain, and you will die to all joy and be left alone. All the good things that other people love and desire and seek will come to you, but only as murderers to cut you off from the world and its occupations. You will be praised, and it will be like burning at the stake. You will be loved, and it will murder your heart and drive you into the desert. You will have gifts, and they will break you with their burden. You will have pleasures of prayer, and they will sicken you and you will fly from them. And when you have been praised a little and loved a little, I will take away all your gifts and all your love and all your praise, and you will be utterly forgotten and abandoned, and you will be nothing, a dead thing, a rejection. And in that day you shall begin to possess the solitude you have so long desired. And your solitude will bear immense fruit in the souls of men you will never see on earth. Do not ask when it will be or where it will be or how it will be, on a mountain or in a prison, in a desert or in a concentration camp or in a hospital or at Gethsemani. It does not matter. So do not ask me, because I am not going to tell you. You will not know until you are in it. But you shall taste the true solitude of my anguish and my poverty, and I shall lead you into the high places of my joy, and you shall die in me and find all things in my mercy, which has created you for this end and brought you from Prates to Bermuda to St. Antonin to Oakham to London to Cambridge to Rome to New York to Columbia to Corpus Christi to St. Bonaventure to the Cistercian Abbey of the poor men who labor in Gethsemani. That you may become the brother of God and learn to know the Christ of the burnt men.